A maid enters the dark room by opening the door from which light seeped in. The maid says to Her Majesty, the first emperor of the Agnes Empire, that he didn't eat anything again, and that everyone in the kingdom is worried about his health. The maid insisted the empire to have something. The emperor said the word crappy. The maid gets terrified and asks for forgiveness. She says she will take the food away. The emperor replies that she misunderstood him. He was only referring to this book named Chronicles of the Hero of Frosimar. The emperor gets angry, saying that he had never seen such a disgusting book into the castle. The maid curiously questions the emperor about the book and asks, how is it bothering him? The emperor explains that it's a book picturing the future of Agnes. That's 100 years from now. Just like any other novel, a knight fights against the demon king, but the Agnes Empire has already fallen and is in chaos. The humans are blinded by selfishness and none of them try to help the knight. The knight eventually loses to the demon king and dies a horrible death. The emperor says that the details in the book are quite great, as if they have seen the future, but he shouts that his Agnes Empire will never fall. The empire speaks that it's not even worth mentioning, but it's also not possible for him to forget a mere low-class novel, and he resents his memory for this. The emperor utters that he wasted his time by reading the novel, and he will take care of his meal and requests the maid to leave. After the maid's departure, the emperor reminiscent about his achievement. He hears people saying, "Hooray for the emperor! Hooray for the great Agnes Empire!" The people in his kingdom were full of joy that all the land excluding the demons had united. The fairy realm of the west, fishmen of the east, and the giants of the north, those are their lands from now on. The people praises the emperor for this and says that he is the true ruler of the world. The emperor realizes that this is the end for him because there is nothing left for him to conquer nor a higher place to climb up, and he feels empty in his heart. Suddenly, a knight comes running in a palace carrying a person. The knight wonders why there is neither the other knights nor the intruder defense systems working. The palace was that quiet that the knight feels embarrassed to run. The knight thinks why there is no one protecting Prince Zion, whom he is carrying in his back. He thinks it can't be happening. Although Prince Zion is weak and lost the Battle of Throne, yet he is still the prince of the Agnes Empire. The knight makes an oath that even it breaks his body, he would protect the prince no matter what. As he was running, 2 assassins block his way. The first assassin swings his sword aiming at the left hand of the knight. The knight successfully dodges it. Then, both of them swings their swords from both sides of the knight. The knight deflects the attack using his sword and slides back while saying them cowards. One of the assassins says that the knight was lucky because the door was behind him, but now there is no place for him to run, and says that he would kill the prince at once. The knight drops the prince at a corner to fight the assassins. The knight named Fredo says to the prince that no matter how many people come after him, he would protect him. The knight battles the assassins vigorously and asks the assassin for introduction. The assassin speaks that he doesn't have to know that because he will die in their hands anyways. An assassin gets behind the knight and runs towards the prince to kill him. The assassin utters that isn't it better to just die rather than being abused. He also says that he would be merciful and kill him in just 1 strike. Fredo shouts saying, "The prince to run." As the assassin charges towards the prince and tries to stab him near his heart, his sword stops. One of the assassins says that what is he doing and why isn't he stabbing him? The other assassin who tries to kill the prince says his hands isn't moving and his hands is shaking. The prince opens his eyes while his heart was beating vigorously. Upon waking up, the prince blocks the swords with his left hand. The assassin shouts for help, saying that his body isn't moving. The other assassin charges at the prince, saying him die. The prince uses an attack named Black Star Fall, and the assassins were cut into pieces in a blink of a moment, and the knight was astonished to witness the prince doing that. The knight wonders how is it possible for this incident to happen by the prince's hand. After killing the assassins, the prince says that it is interesting, and this were the very first words that he spoke after waking up. In the novel of Chronicles of the Hero of Frosimar, 1 beginning, at the start of the story. Some people die, and the youngest prince of the Agnes Empire was one of them. Weak heart that can't even kill an ant, and weak body that can't even carry itself easily. A prince of the Agnes Empire, devoid of any power, and thus lost in the battle for the throne, and was imprisoned, a character. That's embarrassing to even call a character. With only a few lines in the story. According to the novel, the prince should have died in yesterday's ambush. The emperor realizes that he didn't die yesterday because of his power, the Black Star Fall. It's a power that affects the soul rather than physical body. The emperor's senses are very vivid, which ensures that this is not a dream, and he really was inside the novel. The emperor realizes that even if he had survived yesterday, he doesn't have much time, as from this day onwards, after 3 years, this world will come to an end. In the novel, the hero tries to fight the Demon King alone and loses, and the whole empire falls due to the demons. The emperor, who is now inside the body of the youngest prince of the Agnes Empire, feels that this is bad for him, as he doesn't know when he can return to his original body, and he cannot afford the end of this world until he returns to his original body. The emperor understands that he has to change the story of the novel. The war between the humans and the demons will happen after 2 years, but before that happens, the prince has to stop the empire from dividing the forces with this sloppy body. His Black Star Fall isn't perfect either. The emperor grasps the situation that the prince is a weak character with no one to back him up, and no one recognizes him. His heart was beating faster, as if he was feeling goosebumps, and the thing he was feeling was indeed fun, because now he has something to achieve, some higher status to climb up to. The prince has to take care of his surroundings first, and also has to find the mastermind behind yesterday's ambush. The prince thinks that even if he is abandoned, he is still the prince. In the meantime, the knight calls the prince. The prince walks outside of his room thinking about yesterday's incident. He wonders how many people are daring enough to even bring assassins into the castle. Judging from Fredo's reaction, this is not the first time for this kind of situation to happen, and the knights who didn't show up yesterday must have part in this, the prince conceives. As the prince was heading towards the door, a knight shouts him to stop. The prince says that he wants to go outside for a walk. The knight replies that it's already dark and he cannot let him to go outside. The prince answers that isn't the palace also a dangerous place. The knight rejects the prince, saying that he has orders to follow and he cannot let him go. The knight's behavior offended the prince. The prince gets angry and asks whose order it is and tells them to remember that they are serving him and no one else. The prince uses his bare hand to cut the throat of the knight who offended him and says that he never gave such an order. He then opens the door and sees the red moon, which proves that this is the world of the novel. The prince comprehends that yesterday's ambush would have been impossible without any help from inside, and thinks that he should consider everyone except Fredo as his enemy. In the meantime, all the knights gathers behind the prince. The knights questions the prince why he killed his escort's knights. The prince answers that he executed him for betraying the royal blood. All the knights get shocked. The prince speaks to the knight that's slacking off while guarding and protecting the royal blood, and aiding in the assassination of the royal blood is a great crime. With the name of Zion Anges, prince of the Anges Empire, he would execute all the knights, declares the prince. One of the knight who was in charge of all the knights understands that the prince knows that they are involved in yesterday's incident. The commander knight orders all the other knights to pull their swords out, and they have to kill the prince right here and right now. The prince smirks as the situation seems very interesting to him. The knight charges towards the prince to kill him. The prince utters that he would add one crime in the knight's list, which is attempted murder, as he is trying to murder the prince. The prince gets at the back of the knight and kill him with his bare hand. The prince warns the other knights, saying that this is just a mere sample, and if anyone leaks something regarding the castle to the outside, it will bring their demise. One knight thinks that the prince has changed and he couldn't even imagine him as weak from now on. The prince says them to don't forget that he is their master. The knights replies saying yes. The night passes, and the prince increase his black starfall power near 1 star. A knight comes running to the prince saying that he has a guest to attend. The prince asks, "Who is it?" The knight replies that Priscilla Barmel wants to see him. The prince remembers that Priscilla Barmel is one of the characters of the Chronicle of Frosimar and will be called the Princess of Misfortune in the future, and that Priscilla Barmel, his fiancée. Priscilla takes a sip of the tea and says to Prince that he might be wondering why she has came to visit him all of a sudden. Priscilla says to Prince Zion that she wants him to break the engagement with her. Priscilla repeats herself that the reason she came here today was to cancel the engagement. She wanted to say something but gets interrupted by the prince, who only says sure. The princess gets shocked by his behavior. The prince tells to the princess that he assumes she has no more further business here. The princess wonders why the prince is accepting it that easily, while the prince comes out of the room. The prince gets blocked by the princess's escorts. The knight says to the prince to go back inside and apologize to the lady Priscilla. The prince questions the knight what he means by that. The knight replies that the lady Priscilla isn't someone whom he can treat badly. The prince glares at the knight. In the meantime, Priscilla thinks that not long ago, the prince was begging her to become his fiancée, but presently, he is obediently accepting the engagement to be cancelled. The princess feels that she is the one who is getting dumped and says that this won't do even if the engagement is cancelled. This is not how it's supposed to go. As the princess gets out of the door and calls the prince, she watches her escort, Grego, get defeated by the prince in 1 strike. The other escort creates a barrier to save himself, but the prince sends him flying with his bare hands. The prince tells the escorts that he doesn't like anyone who gets in his way. The princess gets astonished and thinks, what in the world is happening right now? Zion says to Priscilla that he spared their lives and she must take them away. As the prince walks forward, she tells him to wait. The prince turns around and thinks that she is really annoying. Priscilla asks whether she can stay here for a while. She explains that there are a lot of things to do in order to cancel an engagement. Zion thinks to reject her stay at first, but then he realizes that if things goes smoothly, he can use her. If Zion uses her rare talent, which made her the Princess of Misfortune in the novel, he can catch the enemy within the castle, so he tells Priscilla to do as she wants. 3 days have passed since then. Priscilla thinks that it has been 3 days since she is staying in the Pointer Star Palace, but never once has she seen the prince's face. She wonders if the prince doesn't want to meet her. Why did he let her stay in the palace? Priscilla imagines what in the world happened. The power the prince showed back then, she has never seen that power even once, and says that she would find out the mystery of the prince today. Priscilla goes to see Zion while he was explaining something to the knights. The prince looks back. Priscilla asks the prince what he is intending to do. He didn't show his face even once to the princess, and Priscilla assumes that he is avoiding her. The prince gets annoyed and tells Priscilla to watch her words and not to cross the line. Zion tells that he never asked her to stay here. He just didn't stop her from staying here. She stayed here on her own wish. Zion questions Priscilla whether is he obligated to come to see her. Priscilla says no, he doesn't have to. She said that she understands the situation and leaves the area. After that, Zion orders the knight that over the next week they shall double the number of the night guards. The patrol team will be changed into 3 per team, and all knights are required to wear iron plates that cover their neck and heart. Zion thinks in his mind they have to do that at least for 3 days. At nighttime, the assassins get into the palace. The lights were slowly getting off. The prince is sitting on a chair that looks like a throne and senses the assassins coming in. The assassins think that it is strange the security is tighter than what the commissioner informed them. It was as if they knew the assassins were coming. The assassins hears a light sound from behind him and turns around to see who it is. Both of the assassins witnesses the death of their third member in front of their eyes. The assassins get astounded and think there are no blind spots here, so where did the attack came from? The other assassin shouts to save him but gets killed by Zeon. The assassin turns around and sees Zeon Agnes. He thinks that Zeon has been hiding his true power and he must run out of here and inform the others, but in a mere second Zeon cuts his throat. Zeon says that he was going to let go at least any one of the assassins, but unfortunately this assassin isn't among the lucky one. After killing the assassins, Prince Zeon hears the sound of the mana explosion. He wonders if there was any magician in the palace. Then he remembers he has Priscilla in one of his chambers. He thinks that Priscilla was the one responsible for the magical activity. At the same time, Priscilla gets ambushed by one of the assassins who never knew that there would be a magician in the palace. Priscilla says that how daring of him to attack the Imperial palace while creating a magic barrier. The knight charges at Priscilla with his knife and breaks the magic barrier, which astonishes her. The knight shouts that it's over for her now and moves his knife towards Priscilla. But suddenly, as the assassin tries to kill her, his knife changes direction, which pierced his heart. The assassin dies without knowing the reason why his knife rotated backwards. Another assassin was hiding and planning to attack the Prince Zeon, but he feels terrified. He never thought such a strong figure will be present in the Pointer Star Palace, which was said to be abandoned. Prince Zeon feels the presence of the assassin who is hiding. Priscilla calls. Prince Zeon who activates a new power. The tracking technique of the Black Star Fall, which creates a dark soul thread only visible to Zeon, and it follows the assassin. This power will lead Zeon to the main base of his enemies, and Zeon says that he would visit them very soon. Prince Zeon was happy that the Black Star Fall has increased its potency and reached level 1, but he worries about the severity of the burden on his body, and realizes that he needs to strengthen his body. Prince Zeon has a visitor who was a person named Evelyn Agnes. In the novel The Chronicles of the Hero of Frozimar, she was the closest character to being the main character, aside from the hero. As one of the princesses of the Agnes Empire, she was the closest candidate to the next emperor. Among the members of the royal family, she was the only woman who supported the hero's party, and to be exact, she intended to that. Prince Zeon walked up to the room to meet his visitor. His presence was announced, and he sits on the sofa, which is directly opposite to Evelyn Agnes. Princess Evelyn asks Zeon if he feels fine. She says she heard that there was an attack in the palace last night. Prince Zeon replies that he is fine. He was surprised that the incident was already leaked to the outside. Princess Evelyn thinks that yesterday's attack might have taken a toll on him to change him this much in just one night. She feels sorry for him and says that she is happy to see that he is doing good. She says she would find out and punish those who have attacked that palace, and she would also strengthen the security of the palace for him to be reassured. Prince Zeon replies that there is no need for Princess Evelyn to take that much trouble. In addition, he says that he has adequate security already. However, Prince Zeon demands to know the reason of Princess Evelyn's arrival. Princess Evelyn replies that she has came here out of her concern for him after hearing the news of last night. She says that Prince Zeon is his little even though they have different mothers, and he would be an adult soon. She reminds Prince Zeon that there would be a succession ceremony soon. She told him to give up upon participating on the succession ceremony. Prince Zeon asks her to give an appropriate reason for him to not participate. Princess Evelyn says that is thoughtless of him to ask such question because he won't pass the succession ceremony as he neither possesses, have the strength nor the skill to back him up. She explains that Prince Zeon will not be able to clear the first trial and will be left lying on the ground, and even if he passes the first trial and gains entrance to the White Star Palace. The White Star Palace is much more harsher from the succession ceremony. Princess Evelyn gets furious and predicts that he won't last even a day and tries to persuade the young prince to give up on the ceremony. Then the Celestial Star Sea appeared. The Celestial Star Sea is the power that is only passed down to the Agnes royal family's direct descendants. It is the authority to rule over everything in the world. Prince Zion stares straight in Evelyn's eyes and says he wants to know the name of the person who said that he doesn't have the power to defend himself in the succession ceremony. Princess Evelyn returns to her palace. A knight asks Princess Evelyn about the reason for taking the knights along with her. Princess Evelyn replies that Prince Zion will not give up on the succession ceremony. Princess Evelyn thinks that Prince Zion has changed and she cannot think of him as weak anymore. She wonders when Zion grew this much. The power Zion showed her was definitely not the celestial star sea. Princess Evelyn orders the knight to increase the guards around the castle without getting caught by Zion, and also says to keep watch on Zion's movements. Fredo says to Prince Zion that Princess Evelyn must have liked him very much, as she sent something as precious as this elixir to him. The elixir contains the power and stamina of a 1,000-year-old ogre. Prince Zion finds it hard to believe that Princess Evelyn can support him to this extent. Well, Prince Zion was also surprised by the appearance of Celestial Star Sea. The working system and trait of the Celestial Star Sea matches with Zion's power, Black Star Fall. He wonders how can something so similar exist, but he remembers that he is in the novel, and something like this can happen. Prince Zion thinks that Princess Evelyn's gift will be useful in the near future, so he kept it. The maid announces the presence of Priscilla, and the prince told them to let her in. Priscilla demands to know the reason why she was called here after getting treated like she didn't exist. Prince Zion answers that she has stayed in the castle for a long time and she have to pay for her stay. Priscilla seems confused and asks Zion, what does he mean by it? Prince Zion gives Priscilla a picture of a magic circle and asks her how much time she would need to complete and activate this magic circle. Priscilla gets surprised and demands to know how and where did the prince got this magic circle. Zion replies that he drew it. Priscilla gets even more astonished and says, starting from the formula and structure and the principles, she has never seen anything like this until now. Prince Zion asks her how long it will take her to activate the magic circle. Priscilla replies she would complete the process in the next day. Priscilla didn't expect Prince Zion to know so much about magic. She guesses that this magic circle might be some detection magic, but it's like pulling out something by force. Priscilla asks for the purpose of the magic circle. Prince Zion replies that it's meant for hunting. Prince Zion instructs everyone to gather around the spot of the magic circle. One of the maid wonders about the reason why Prince Zion told everybody to gather here. The other person, who happens to be the chief of the maid, says that he doesn't know either because the prince has changed and he can no longer understand him. Since the prince changed, the maid says that the new attitude of the prince makes him look scary. Then, Prince Zion tells Priscilla to activate the magic circle. Priscilla recites some spells, and the magic circle transforms to enemy detection, magic circle, and Priscilla finishes the circle by giving it some of her blood. The chief transforms to a monster. Enemy detection magic circle reveals the true self of the enemy in a certain range. Priscilla gets shocked and asks what type of thing it is. The young prince replies that it's the enemy of the palace. Prince Zion recalls that this monster is the true enemy of the chronicles of the hero of Frosimar. This monster is the one who serves the demon king and drives the world to an end, and other monsters also appears. Priscilla gets scared as the monster charges to attack her first, and everyone shouts to protect Priscilla by any means necessary. Prince Zion thinks that this was expected as the blood of Priscilla, which is called the evil blood, is like a heavenly elixir for the monsters. According to the novel, Priscilla will be taken by the demons who were after the evil blood and was used to supply them. The blood without being able to live or die. That was the reason why she was called the Princess of Misfortune. The knights starts to kill the monsters with their swords while Princess Zion moves forward. Prince Zion thinks that these monsters are very strong and even the lowest class monsters are way more powerful than regular humans. The demon territory is full of those kinds of monsters. Prince Zion stands straight near the monster, as if he was trying to get attacked by it. Prince Zion grabs the monster's neck and uses his power. He detects that it has 2 hearts. The monster pushes Prince Zion away. Then, the monster turns around and saw the magic circle. The monster wonders what kind of power he is facing and demands to know the identity of Prince Zion. Prince Zion replies that he is the monster's enemy. The monster charges at Prince Zion. Zion activates his power, the Black Starfall, and releases an aura which covers the monster. Zion defeats the monster and thinks that this could have been difficult for him if Black Star didn't reach level 1. He broke the monster's core, so it should be impossible for the monster to send any information to the demon territory. Some of the knights that Evelyn secretly deployed to monitor Prince Zion barged into the area. One of the knights greets the young prince and introduces himself as Alex from Lion Knightage. The knight asks Prince Zion to tell them about all that happened when he was alone with the monster. Immediately, Prince Zion perceives that they are Evelyn's knights. Zion replies, "Nothing much, he was just defeating the enemies." Prince Zion decides to hide the existence of demons so that he can hunt them all without playing hide and seek. At one of the palace, a knight reports to one of his prince, who happens to be Prince Zion's rival. The knights report that something happened at Prince Zion's palace. The prince asks the knight if he is referring about the failed operation they planned against Prince Zion. The knight replies that something happened after the failed operation. A dark energy was detected from Prince Zion's palace. Black magic? What does it mean? The prince investigates. The knight replies that he doesn't know much about it either, as all of their spies have been taken down and stopped sending any further information. Even the maids and servants of the palace are not willing to share any information, no matter how many times the knight investigates them. The prince orders to plant some more spies in Zion's palace. The knight says that there is a rumor about the sudden change in Prince Zion's attitude. The prince orders the knight to explain himself. The knight explains that Prince Zion has gotten really brutal, and he wields a special power, which is unknown to all. The prince believes that Prince Zion may have finally got mad as his life was an utter failure, and says that he doesn't believe in such rumors. He thinks that Prince Zion was a loser since birth, and the only thing he inherited from the Agnes blood is the hair color. No matter how hard he fights back, he is just a crawling bug. The prince asks the knight if Prince Zion still plans to take over the throne in this succession ceremony as his time has come. The knight replies that Prince Zion has no intentions of giving up in this succession ceremony. The prince replies that Zion must have been out of his mind and that he doesn't know his place. The prince reminds the knight about the ceremony and says the knight that he wanted to make it look interesting. Since the succession ceremony comes up in a week, Prince Zion is looking for a certain place which he knew was somewhere near here. It was quite easy for the prince to get to the outer areas of the palace. Prince Zion thinks that people are suspicious of him, but he won't be seeing them for a while as he took care of it. Prince Zion arrives at the Meal of the Moonlight. It's a restaurant that's quite popular in the capital city. So popular that a person can't go upstairs where the private rooms exist unless they make an appointment. But the true identity of this place is Information Guild, Eye of the Moon. To be more precise, it is one of the secret branches of the Eye of the Moon Guild. Zion seats at the restaurant where a waiter attends him. The waiter asks for his order. The prince says the code that he would like sunlight liquor and fried snowflower for a snack. The waiter leads him to the upstairs where the branch manager resides. The branch manager replies that it's her first time seeing a guest from this specific place. Prince Zion asks the branch manager if he can make a request. The branch manager says that he needs to introduce himself before she grants him any request. Prince Zion replies that since when did the Information Guild asks for the employer's identity. The branch manager explains that they usually do not ask for the customer's identity, but it's a special case, as this place has recently become a new branch for the Eye of the Moon, and they are not official yet. So this place is unknown to all. Even most of the core members didn't know the location. In addition, she remembers all the faces that knew this secret place. Suddenly, the escorts protecting the branch manager becomes suspicious of Prince Zion and surrounds him. Before the branch manager could react, Prince Zion activates the aura of the Black Star and massacres all the killers with a strong diffusing dark energy. For a moment, the branch member, whose name is Evelyn, gets frozen with fear, wondering how the professional escorts who were assigned to protect her were all defeated in mere seconds. There were also some guys from the main branch of the Eye of the Moon. Prince Zion says to Evelyn that how he found the place is not important. The most important matter is that he has a commission for Lady Evelyn, and she have to grant his request. Lady Evelyn asks the young prince what he wants from her. The prince replies that he wants a fake-eyed and the information about the Black Forest. After Prince Zion's departure, the man who happened to be the waiter asks Miss Evelyn's reasons for accepting the demands of Prince Zion. Miss Evelyn asks the waiter if he remembers about the fight earlier. In that fight, the prince's robe slightly came off, and Evelyn noticed the gray hair, a type of hair which belongs only to the royal family house of Agnes. Miss Evelyn conceives that one of the members from the Agnes family might have started taking action. The waiter says that he would hire a top-tier agent into this matter. Miss Evelyn orders the waiter to find every single details about him. Who is he in the royal family? Why did he left the Imperial castle? And lastly, why did he traveled? In addition, Miss Evelyn says to him to also find any details regarding the Black Forest. She wonders about the identity of the person. She was surprised to witness the charisma and the power to take everything down at once which the intruder showed a mere moments ago. Miss Evelyn thinks that he might be the candidate for the throne in the succession ceremony. At the Pointer Palace, no matter how Priscilla thinks about it, she still doesn't understand. She guesses that the magic circle was not simple and can only be done by a dark magician. On top of that, it was a circle for detecting the enemy within the castle. She concludes that the royal family might also has doubts about the previous incident. Priscilla thinks that she has the right to know something regarding the incident from the prince, as she was one the who activated the magic circle and also provided her blood. Priscilla gets angry and quickly walks near the prince's chamber. The guard stops her from entering. Priscilla demands to know the reason for their rude behavior. The knight replies that the prince had given orders to not let anybody inside at this moment, as he was shocked from the recent incident. Priscilla gets furious and tells them not to lie, as the prince was the one responsible for defeating the monster. How can the prince be in shock? Priscilla questions the knight. The knight says the princess to refrain from saying about those incident, as Prince Zion has strictly decreed silence upon the matter. The news traveling outside will not be accepted. Priscilla refuses the knight, saying that she is neither from the Pointer Palace nor the prince's fiancée, so that why would she follow the prince? Priscilla suddenly feels guilty, as she was the one who wanted to stay at the palace on her own wish. The guard says that the young prince left a message for Lady Priscilla, and it says that Priscilla should leave the palace quickly if she doesn't have any further business here. The prince boarded the train which works on mana. The prince remembers that, in his timeline from the past life, this system never existed. This might be possible because the novel took place after centuries into the future of the original timeline. He says that he would use this method in the original world. Zion discovers that there have been some eyes watching over him since his departure from the Eye of the Moon. Zion thinks that he predicted it right, as he even showed his hair color intentionally, because if they monitors him from close distance, it would be easier for him to keep an watch on them as well. The prince thinks in his mind that the place he is going into will serve as the eyes and ears of the hero who would appear in the near future. There is a guild that would provide all support to the hero, purely with the belief of saving the world without any gains, and the prince wants to see them with his own eyes. An announcement was made that the train will be arriving at the ruin station shortly, and the passengers who would like to exit can depart from the door at their left. The prince gets up from his seats, while thinking that he needs to hire some people who will work as his hands and feet, because the knights at his palace lacks power and skills, and he doesn't have time to give them training lessons. Prince Zion realizes that he needs to use the information that he read in the novel, and he would acquire his first subordinate in the outer city of Ruin, and specifically, he would find the person in an area close to this. Prince Zion thinks that he made it just in time, as the Purification Festival will start. The Purification Festival is a festival which is held once a month in Ruin, an event to purify sins and pray for future well-being, through beings protecting the city. According to the novel, Ruin would meet its downfall in this Purification Festival, and the Black Forest is the starting point of Ruin's downfall. It's a place that's said to be only known to the Lord of Ruin and his family, and the Lord's permission is necessary to enter the Black Forest. Prince Zion perceives that there is a spy from the Information Guild following him and forces him to come out. He says to the spy that he will add another commission and tells him to find information about the ongoing mercenary recruitment at the Lord's Castle and the location of those bearing a six-headed beast tattoo in this city. Prince Zion says that he assumes it will not take long for him to find the informations, as he is from the best intelligence guilds in the Empire. After saying that, Prince Zion leaves the area. Another castle came into view at the ruin. Rain draw near a character who is having a conversation with her father, the landlord of this city. She says to her father that she got an opportunity, and now she would decimate every purifiers in this land. Rain's father says that even their ancestors who can control the dragons were also lacking in power while facing them. Her father demands to know the reason what she is planning to eradicate this monsters. Rain Dranier replies that she would never let those bastards take any more part of this land. Rian thinks, even if the purifiers are viewed as the hero who subjugated the evil, still, it doesn't change the fact that the purifiers are controlling the country to their own benefit. Then, Rain Dranier leaves the room and went to the outside area where she meets her peers, who are known as the 7 elites of the North. One of the 7 elites asks Rain Dranier for the reason of her face being this irritated. Ragno, one her peers say that the reason she is annoyed might be because she again got scolded by her old man. Lian says to Ragno to mind his offensive words, as the old man he is referring to is the landlord of this city. Ragno says that Lian is being too serious in all matters. Lian replies that he can't disrespect the landlord. Rain Dranier demands both of them to keep quiet and asks them about the requirement, and how is it going, and if there is anyone useful among them. Ragno say that even having 10s of them is useless, and they should do their jobs themselves. A yellow-hair guy says that he is not sure if there is any useful people among them, but there are some interesting guys out there, and one of them might be useful. At that moment, our prince enters the area using a disguise. All people gather near the 7 elites and starts gossiping. They says that Ragno of the Red Palace Wall is here too, and why all the 7 elites of the North has gathered here all together. The young prince thinks that according to the novel, this woman, Rain Dranier, is one of the hero's allies in the future, with the talent given by the heavens that only appears once in 1,000 years, strongest spear user in history. Dragon Slayer, King Godly Spear are all the titles she attains in the future. She stands as one of the strongest character in the chronicles of the hero of Frosimar. The prince, in order to participate in the competition, uses the name Zeon Harness instead of Zeon Agnes. The prince's opponent uses a nickname Human Slaughter, and his name is Uro. In the novel, he was a notorious criminal who was on the wanted list, but even the troops were afraid to arrest him. The prince concludes that the 7 elites only judges people with their skills only. Uro says that Prince is going to die and warns him to retreat, or else it will bring his demise. Uro charges at Zion, saying that he would now break his limbs. He jumps and tries to attack from above. The young prince analyzes his opponent's posture. He analyzes the strength point and says that every movement that exists in this world has strength points, tens of strength points in every move, and disturbing even. Just one would break the movement. The prince concludes that he even won't have to use his black star fall. Zion easily dodges the attack and says that Uro's attack won't work on him. While dodging the attack, Zion uses his legs' movement to stop Uro's movement and punches him straight to the face, and the opponent goes flying away. The watchers get shocked and says, "How did he achieve this feat?" The judge compliments the prince, saying that he only used minimum and basics movements to win against an opponent. The judge concludes that usually people do that when the opponent is very strong, but the prince is using this basics movement because he was born with a weak body and his body cannot keep up with his mind. That's why he is being efficient while using his strength. Rain Dranir agrees with him. "Ragno?" asks Rain Dranir. If she is interested in this young man because it seems he has a good skill and everyone among the 7 elites can do that also. Ragno added that he may not be able to handle the 7 elites with this sloppy body of his. Lian says that he has the same thought. He can see the afford he put on his training, but he was born weak. Lian praises the young prince, saying that he has a great sense of battle, but it will be more efficient for him to become a wizard with much magnificent battle sense. Rain concludes that maybe he doesn't have any talent on that area too. Rain Dranir gets upset because she can't find anyone worthy of joining them, and they don't even have the time to recruit them any longer. At that moment, Rain Dranir notices a man entering the arena. She notices a tattoo on his neck, which implies that he is a person of the Purification cult. Rain Dranir gets angry and says, "What are these bastards doing here?" The Purification cult, a minority group that worships the evil sealed in the Black Forest that Rain is trying to subdue. It is a religion that spreads like a disease in the northern part of the empire, including the city of Ruin. Rain thinks that her troops had already filtered twice. But how is this happening? The person who is from the Purification cult says that 6-headed beast shall arrive, and their duty is to make way until it arrives and purge these ignorant non-believers. The people in this area shall now meet their demise. The person's belly gets bigger to the point of explosion. Rain Drainer quickly kills the monster and handles the situation. Rain thinks she stopped them for now, but she notices another person who was at the point of destruction. She shouts to stop them, and a minor area blast occurs, and the black aura of the Black Star fall. Ragno and Lian thinks that Rain stopped the person from doing further damage. Ragno asks Rain how did she did that and when did she secretly learn something. The yellow guys compliments her, saying it was amazing. Rain intervenes, saying she was not the one who did that, and asks if they really didn't notice what happened. Some time ago, Rain noticed that Zeon Harness was the one who released an attack at the monster and minimized the damage. At the present, the prince thinks that, as he remembered everything in the chronicles of the hero of Frosimar, it was easy for him to predict and change the occurring events and was able to stop the terrorist attack. But merely outperforming other mercenaries isn't enough to capture Rain Dranir's attention. As fortunately, the terrorist attack occurred without any errors, and he simply took care of it. As a result, the prince was able to capture Rain Dranir's attention and was accepted at the subjugation meeting. At the meeting, Rain Dranir announces that everybody present in this meeting will take part in the subjugation. A person selected in the meeting from the mercenary recruitment thinks that besides the elites of the north, 2 of them were selected from the mercenary recruitment, including her and the woman sitting next to her. Rain announces that she would now explain the summarized plan of the subjugation. Rain Dranir explains that a peculiar forest exists between Ruin City and the Salios Mountains, a forest where everything including the trees and grass is stained black. People call this the Black Forest, and those who entered never came out, so it's prohibited to enter and is managed by the city. On of the woman from the mercenary recruitment questions Rain, saying that she knows about the Black Forest, but she wants to the thing they are going to subjugate, and why. Rain answers with only one word: evil. Rain illustrates her answer that they might have heard legends about her family's founder. A legend about a hero who was covered in the blood of a dragon and gained the power of a dragon, destroying evil and founded ruin, city over it, which is pretty famous in the north. She explains further that, actually, the evil didn't perish back then. It was so strong that our founder could only seal it away. As such, Ruin has been paying the price for that with Zeon intervenes, saying that Ruin has been paying the price for that with the Purification Festival. Rain Draenir answers that Zeon words are right and to be exact, the Purification ritual that takes place at the end of the Purification Festival is the price. One of the elites asks Rain that by the Purification Festival is she referring to the ritual where convicts are sent to the Black Forest. Rain replies that yes, and they are sent there as sacrifices to maintain the seal. Ragno says that if there is a need for them to do subjugation, as the sacrifices are all criminals who are destined to die anyways. Rain Draenir explains that the sacrifices are happening 5-person per month, and if this continues like this, there would not be enough convicts for sacrifices. Then, the people with minor crimes, and even some poor innocent one, will be the one for sacrifices, because the quota has to met at all cost. Rain suddenly remembers a day in her past where he witnessed 2-person dragging an innocent person, and she says she would never sacrifice her people to some unknown evil entity. Ragno claps and says that that's a good reason for doing the subjugation. Rain Draenir says that she doesn't know every details of this evil entity, but one thing is sure, that this entity's power has been decreasing for the long-lasting seal. Because of a unique magical barrier, only a handful of people can enter the Black Forest. Rain Draenir says that the people here are the strongest ones she could gather for the subjugation. One of the members says that she understands Miss Rain, but she asks for reason of including Zion in this subjugation. Ragno says that he also wants to know the reason of including Zeon on this meeting. Zion thinks that this meeting is of high value because of the presence of 7 elites of the North, meeting of the elites who are called the Skies of the next generation. With just their name alone, a huge support force can be formed, and 5 among those 7 elites have gathered here. Rain Draenir replies that she had a gut feeling that they will need him. Ragno implies that Rain might be drunk to make such a rash decision. The prince conceives that Rain Draenir still suspects him even though she noticed Zeon's power. The fact that Rain didn't say anything specific to back up Zeon means that she is even suspicious of the other people who are present in this room. Zeon perceives that Rain is right because a man without an identity came inside the palace. It cannot happen unless they have a backing from the inside. Zeon thinks in his mind that he knows who the betrayer is, but he won't tell anybody anything now because all this events occurs to help Rain to grow. Rain announces that she would now start the discussion of planning the routes, so she tells everybody to listen carefully. The day passes and the night arrives. At the night, Zeon releases his black aura and is training his power the Black Star Fall to increase his potency. Zeon sees that he can't control his power freely. The Black Star Fall is at better condition than the first time he woke up in this body, but he still can't be sure if he can beat any of the 7 elites with this level of power. The prince concludes that his future opponents will be even more powerful compared to the 7 elites, and the time will not stop for him. He needs to make the Black Star Fall level 2 as soon as possible. Zeon turns around and sees a mysterious girl wearing a white dress coming towards to him. The girl asks Zeon how is he doing that. You are already released? Zeon questions the woman. The girl gets shocked because she didn't accept Zeon to know anything about her. The girl walks up to Zeon and warns him not to go to the forest as he would be doomed if he enters the forest. After giving that warning, the girl vanishes into thin air. Zeon smiles saying that the situation just got more interesting. He wonders if his actions influence the story or not, but to him, it really doesn't matter. Zeon walks away and gets near a tree and tells the spy to come out. The spy gets out and says to Zeon, how does Zeon even knows that he is here? Zeon neglects the spy's question and asks for the thing he ordered. The spy brings out a pouch and says that inside it there is the highest class spell storage he ordered. The spy added that it was very hard for him to get this on such a short notice and asks the prince what he will do with it. The prince utters a single word, surrender, for the spy's question. The spy wonders what the prince meant by the word surrender and how he should report such a weird incident to the office. At night, they all are entering the forest. The prince perceives that it's really black in the forest. The dirt on the floor, the trees, the grass growing from it, and even the stones rolling around as if it's absorbing all the lights and making it dark. One of the elites says that how come this place isn't known to people? Something as serious as this should be rated by the Empire and not the city. One of the members taunts him for saying that and implies that he is coward. The young prince conceives that Reindranier didn't even give a proper explanation to the other members, but the members are still trusting her. Except Kayla, as she is a person newly recruited from the mercenary recruitment. Reindranier declares that they head in right away. Rain notices that the evil energy has gotten stronger. She thinks that she doesn't know what's going on, but one thing is for sure that they doesn't have time to linger. Leon asks Rain whether they are going in straight as they have planned before. Rain answers, yes, they are going in, but before that, she has something to do. She brings out her spear from which lightning sparks. Rain says that as they are here, they at least need to knock the ground first. Lightning strikes as Reindranier strike the ground and makes a huge crack in the ground. They all see that the road ahead was a trap. Reindranier turns around and says that she would go first and follows the other road inside the forest. Ragno and the other follows Rain. As they are running towards the forest, the furious fox-like beast appears in front of them. They are known as the evil beasts who show up in this specific forest. The beasts charges towards Rain. Reindranier notices that she would not be able to dodge their attack because of being this close. Ragno, who is beside Rain, says to her, not be in front. If she couldn't handle the consequences. We witness a flame in Rango's right arm. He punches the fox with his flame arm. Ragno stands in front of Rain and declares that this forest is now his territory, while we notice falms from all over his body. On the next scene, other beasts appears. One of the elites, whose name is Hart, takes care of it using his dagger. He swiftly pierces the two beasts. After fighting for a moment, they all notice that they are being surrounded by the evil beasts. Kayla, one of the people from mercenary recruitment, alerts everybody to stand clear if they don't want to get burned. She creates 2 blue flame using mana in her hands and spreads the flame all over the place. Most of the beasts gets incinerated. One of the members uses a spear to slash a beast and says to Kayla to stand behind him. Zeon perceives that everything is going as he predicted. All the movements of the elites were in sync because they are childhood friends. Zeon looks up in the leaves of the trees. He senses a bat coming towards him. The bat passes the lady and Zeon and tries to fly away. The prince uses his dark aura and kills the bat using his dark energy from a far distance. Kayla speaks up to Zeon. She demands to know the identity of the prince and how did he kill the bat from that far of a distance with just lifting his hand. Kayla tries to ask again, but suddenly they hear a roar of a beast. They witness an enormous bear. Rain announces everybody to go back to their formation. Zeon thinks that the main event has begun and the forest starts to change its form. Ragno shouts saying that everybody should not panic and stick together as close as possible. The beast who is in middle of them tries to strike Rain and Rango and pushes them back. Hart and Zeon get separated from the rest of the team, and trees covers the area between them. Zeon thinks that the things are going just as he planned, and it will be good for him to act now as the rest of the team got far apart and he couldn't feel their presence. Zeon would now take care of something before going to the sealing ground. Hart gets irritated and says that this is a bad situation for him. Zeon questions Hart why it will be bad. Is it because he can't be able to kill Reindranier? Zeon's question makes Hart shake and turns his first pale. Hart turns around and say to Zeon what he meant by it. Zeon replies that he exactly knows what Zeon is talking about. Ragno worries about Hart and wonders why does the person who went with Hart was Zeon, as Ragno still couldn't trust Zeon completely. Ragno asks Rain what she is planning to do about it. Are they going to find them? Ragno questions. Rain answers no, they would not look for Hart, and they would head deeper inside the forest. Rain thinks if the person who got separated with Hart is Zeon. That must mean Hart is saved, as Zeon power is the polar opposite of evil. Rain perceives. Rain agrees. In her mind, that she has been suspicious of her surroundings, even since the Purification cult's terrorist attack. She conceives that there is no traitor among the members she selected. Leon, who knows, Rain since when she was only 3 years old, and he is like a family to her. The others, Ragno, Hart, Kayla, are all Rain's friends since she was young. They all are like ride or die friends, according to Reindranier, and that should be case Rain concludes. On the other land, Zeon explains to Hart that as one of the rising stars, representing the northern region of the Empire, and the second son of the Sidmail family, a lord family that dominates the northern region. Like the Dranier family, that were the words of embellishments for Hart, one of the 7 elites. But there was another one. He was one of the main executives of the Purification cult, serving the evil of the Black Forest. Hart, after listening to Zeon, goes to say that, how did he know, but stops and says that, this doesn't matter. Who else knows about his true identity? He questions. Zeon replies that he only knows about it for now. Hart, who seems relieved now, says to Zeon that he is a fool for taking action alone and questions Zeon that he would like to know how Zeon will kill him. Hart looks at Zeon with a killing intent and questions that whether Zeon is thinking of escaping from him. Hart explains his plan to Zeon before trying to kill him. He clarifies that the one they are serving was not originally called evil, but just because these foolish humans in power couldn't grasp this strength, they defined her as evil and threw her into this forest. Hart adds that they've been waiting for the day. The evil entity breaks the seal herself and purges this world. He explains further that as one of the Purification cult's members, their duty is to trample and kill any bugs getting in her way. After saying all that, Hart confidently charges towards Zeon. Hart thinks that the attack he is using now is a quick sword. It's so fast that it cannot be seen by an opponent like Zeon's caliber. He thinks that the moment his silver flash appears, the opponent's head would fall off, and the battle would end. His attack was perfect, but how did his right hand get cut off by Zeon, he wonders. Hart seems confused about what just happened now in mere seconds. Zeon explains that he did 2 mistakes. The first one is that Hart thought that Zeon was weaker than him, and secondly, he didn't give his all in his first strike, totally underestimating his opponent. Zeon says this while releasing the aura of the Black Star Fall. Hart gets extremely furious and shouts at him, saying him bastard. Hart then again tries to attack Zeon and thinks that this time his attack will work, as his attack consists of a slash said to cut down the moon, a technique that only the successor of the Sidmail family can use. He was pretty confident that with this, he would win. Zeon speaks that he made one more mistake. Zeon uses his Black Star Fall and outdoes all the slashes of his opponents. In a blink of an eye, Zeon appears right in front of Hart and says to him that he should have run away when he got the time. Hart says that Zeon got him for good, but he can't meddle in his plan because there is still. Zeon intervenes and says that B knows there is still one more person with him among the party members. Hart gets shocked and asks how. Zeon kills Hart as he has to move quickly. He walks while thinking that Rain's party might have moved to the center by now. Zeon comes across a tablet. He introduces it as Evil Spirit Divine Tablet. This tablet was used to seal the evil. Zeon gets confused as he has no idea why this tablet is in this place and not in the center of the forest. Zeon tries to walk away without any further delay, but suddenly the remaining senile spirits who were sealed inside the tombstone attacks Zeon. Zeon runs forward and makes a black aura and attacks the spirits. It was like a small air rainfall as the spirit got exploded. According to the novel, this tombstone will be used by the hero's party to subdue and seal the evil in the near future. Zeon thinks if he could use this top-notch sealing magic in this tombstone, it would be beneficial for him. In the next scene, Zeon feels a strange atmosphere and wonders whether the event has started. On the other hand, Ragno asks to Rain how much further they need to go and wonders whether Hart is still alive. Kayla says Ragno to use his hands to clear the path in front of them instead of his mouth. Rain says that they just need to go a bit further to reach their final destination. One of the members alerts them that they should not go any further than this or else they are doomed. All of a sudden, they witness some spirit combining together. We witness the same girl whom Zeon encountered moments ago. The girl says to everybody that they are late. Rain Draenir recognizes her as the evil spirit. The girl says to Rain that why is she called evil even though she did what she just wanted and walks towards them. Rain alerts everybody to stand clear. Ragno questions Rain that is this girl really the sealed evil entity. Rain replies saying yes, and the girl can't use her full power because of the sealing. Rain Draenir tries to alert everybody again, but he hears a sound of someone falling down. She looks back and witnesses Ragno's dead, and everybody in her team was whipped, except Kayla, and one of the mercenary recruitment by Lian. In mere moments. Kayla shouts to Lian that how can he kill his own team member? Rain gets extremely shocked by Lian's actions and can't keep herself standing on the ground. Lian walks up to the girl, praising her as the mother of all beast. Lian reveals the tattoo of the Purification cult in his body and introduces him as the evil entity's child. Rain's face turns pale as she gets to know that her childhood friend was one of the members of the Purification cult. Lian says to the girl that he killed all those people who went against her and also offer Rain Draenir to her, because the Draenir was the one who sealed her. So, he says that he bought a descendant of Draenir as a present. Lian bows his heed and requests the girl to take his offerings. The evil entity walks up to Lian and says that she doesn't like the gift and questions Lian why did he kill her prey as he pleased. Lian gets confused. On the next moment, she cuts Lian's head by saying that she never a child like him and gives his corpse a death glare. The mercenary girl finds Zeon and says that they must run away as everybody on their team was killed by Lian. Zeon perceives that this girl might have run away. The girl explains that the enemy they are facing are out of their league and they don't have much time, so they must run away. Zeon smiles, saying that this is actually better for him, as he hoped that the evil entity would be stronger. Zeon remembers the story of that evil girl and starts to reminisce the story. He shares that it was from the moment she was born and began to perceive the world. The desire to kill something arose within that woman until a fortune-teller told her that she was fated to slaughter the heavens. Zeon introduces that word, fate. A path determined for a being from the moment it is born into the world. The woman accepted that fate. There was no sense of refusal whatsoever. No, there was no need for that. Why would she turn away from something that gave her such joy? Zeon concludes. Even if that fate turned her into an enemy of the world and led to her sealing, she didn't regret it. Because the more they gathered together, the more lives she could kill, Zeon explains. The evil girl to Rain that she is quite weak for a descendant of the Draenir family. The girl says that after killing Rain, she is going to destroy the ruined city. She adds that she was sealed for many years, and now she is starving, and one city might not be enough. Rain brings out her lighting spear and attacks the girl, piercing her body from the middle. Rain says to the girl how many sacrifices should be made until she is satisfied. The evil girl says that now Rain is acting like one of the Draenir family. The girl says that now she likes Rain because she is resisting and has a desperate look on her face. The girl throws her foxes at Rain from the hole in her heart, which was made by Rain's spear. Rain thinks that she would die if the evil girl's attack hit her, thus Rain dodges her attack. Rain uses her lightning spear to attack the foxes, but she notices that her spear, which was made of black iron, was torn apart by the foxes. The girl releases her foxes and Rain jumps upward and starts to accumulate her lighting. Rain thinks that she must end this with a single strike, as the evil entity's powers are sealed, and before she loses more strength, she must end it right here. So, Rain makes the huge lighting strike hit the girl. As Rain used most of her, she can't keep up her posture and falls to the ground and coughs blood. Rain thinks that the girl might not be able to handle and must be in a weak condition now because of her seal. But suddenly Rain hears a voice from her back, which startles her. The girl predicts that Rain might be thinking that this is her last chance to kill the girl, and she must muster all her strength to kill the girl. The evil girl asks Rain if she is right in her prediction. But the girl answers that she is wrong because the seal was lifted a long time ago, and she was only testing the waters instead of acting on a whim. The girl concludes that Rain Draenir was completely doomed from the beginning of this battle. Rain conceives that this entity cannot be defeated by humans. The girl releases her huge snakes at Rain. How can a monster like her get sealed? Rain wonders. Rain loses all hope of survival and remembers her father in her mind. Suddenly, he witnesses a dark energy, and she faints. On the next scene, Zeon thinks that the shock Rain received from this incident will be enough to awaken her full potential. The girl reminds Zeon that she told him not to come to Forest unless he wants to die. Zeon calls the girl by her name, which is Lyoshina Bloodwalker. Lyoshina says that she is quite surprised to know that Zeon knows her name. She says that if Zeon knows her name, he might also know the other names that people gave Lyoshina. Zeon remembers that Lyoshina is an entity that has killed the most humans in the world, Queen of Evil. One-man army, mother of beasts. She has been called by many names, but she had one representative alias, the Witch of Heavenly Slaughter. The witch says Zeon is stupid for not listening to her warning. Zeon says that why would he listen to her? Lyoshina replies that she would kill Zeon otherwise. Zeon says to Lyoshina that he doesn't have any plans of dying here, but he has one particular desire. Zeon says that from today onwards, Lyoshina would serve him. Zeon explains that he was considering Lyoshina Bloodwalker as his subordinate from the beginning. He also thought of Rain Draenir as a subordinate, but Rain Draenir is an entity who will be a comrade in the hero's party. Lyoshina says to Zeon if he wants her as an ally, he have to make her submit to him. Lyoshina tries to attack Zeon, but Zeon throws a stone which he got moments ago. The stone opens up a new dimension known as Grand Soul Annihilation Circle. Zeon explains that this is a great magic spell that hero of Draenir family used to seal the Witch of the Heavenly Slaughter in the past. It's a supernatural technique that extracts only the soul of the caster and the target and isolates them in another world. Zeon explains the thing he did in the past. He says that he transferred the magic dwelling in the tombstone to the spell storage stone he received from the spy of Eye of the Moon. It was so difficult to cast the spell that he only brought the essentials parts, and according to Zeon, it should be enough. Lyoshina says that she was aware about every moves Zeon took from the very beginning, because she doesn't only dwells on this forest, she is the Black Forest herself. She let Zeon to do everything he wants because she knew that Zeon's actions were all useless. Lyoshina explains her conclusion that the Grand Soul Annihilation Circle isn't a sealing spell to begin with. It's a magic that destroys the target's soul while using the Carter's soul as a collateral, which means that it's useless if the Carter's soul is weaker than the target's. Lyushina conveys that this was the reason why, in the past, the hero of Draenir was also incompetent to seal her completely. She concludes that centuries had passed since that sealing, and her story has now become even stronger. Lyushina questions whether Zeon's soul can overpower hers. Zeon says that he isn't quite sure and accumulates the black star in his hand, while saying that he is putting that into test now. Zeon thinks that he has always been curious about something. He wonders whether the soul trapped in this body of Zion Agnes is the soul of his original body, the emperor who reigned over the world, or the soul of the incompetent prince who merely inherited the emperor's memories. He wonders whether the emperor's soul truly lost its existence. He concludes that the Grand Soul Annihilation Circle is a place where only the soul's exits, not the physical body, and he must now be able to know the answer of his questions inside this circle. Lyushina taunts Zeon, saying what test he is blabbering about. Lyushina say that how can Zeon test the powers of the Witch of the Heavenly Slaughter with a power of his which was barely above the elites? Lyushina adds that she was not planning to kill Zeon for the time being because of his interesting powers, but now Zeon was successful to upset her. Lyushina says that she would kill Zeon, and while she is at it, she would also get rid of this Grand Soul Annihilation Circle. Lyushina smirks and questions Zeon. How many does he have, because she has plenty? She transforms her right hand and releases an attack known as Sangria Requiem. As the snake was going to engulf Zeon, it completely disappears, and Lyushina gets astonished as she watches that her right arm also entirely disappeared. Lyushina thinks that, how can this be happening? Zeon didn't even lift any of his fingers. Zeon says to Lyushina that her stomach will explode if he tries to swallow him. Zeon conceives that since he is inside the circle, he can feel the power of Black Star fall stretching out. He feels a sense that expands endlessly and becomes finer, creating hundreds of ways to eliminate the enemy in front of him. It was definitely the power of the Black Star Emperor who ruled over the world in the past. Lyushina gets furious and restores her arm while asking Zeon, how did he do that? Zeon replies that she must know the answer herself. Zeon's answer angers Lyushina even more. Lyushina screams at Zeon while Zeon lifts his hand to trap her. Lyushina feels that she can't move her body. In mere seconds, Zeon appears in front of Lyushina and smashes her head into pieces. Lyushina regenerates her head. She becomes furious and calls Zeon a bastard. Zeon destroys Lyushina's body again and again. Lyushina gets scared to death because no matter how far she runs away, her body is getting destroyed endlessly. Lyushina had never experienced anything like this since reaching the highest realm, the pinnacle of blood magic. Lyushina wonders how she ended in a situation like this. She gets terrified as she feels that she might actually die today. She then realizes that there is no might, or maybe she is actually going to die. Zeon again starts to use his power of Black Star Fall and kills Lyushina every time she recovers. Lyushina begs Zeon to stop. Zeon questions Lyushina what she meant by the word stop, because she has many lives. Zeon explains that the attack Sangria Requiem is one of the unique magic spells of the Witch of the Heavenly Slaughter that takes a part of the life of a killed opponent as her own. Lyushina gets horrified as Zeon is killing her endlessly. Zeon thinks that an oath or contact engraved in the soul has never been broken, as normally it's really difficult to manipulate one's soul directly. But Zeon concludes that this place is a dimension where only the soul exists, and this is where he would teach Lyushina how to be obedient to her master together with absolute fear. Zeon says that for now, he would reduce half of Lyushina's life source. Much time has passed since this incident. Zeon was able to engrave obedience to Lyushina, but it still needed some work. The Grand Soul Annihilation Circle was destroyed. because it was unable to withstand the power of the Black Starfall. According to the novel, Liucina would be awakened as the Witch of Demise and will become a huge hindrance to the hero's party. But now that Zeon has intervened in this matter, he says he wouldn't let that happen. Liucina has a desperate look on her face. She realizes that she was utterly defeated, and she can feel the seal of submission engraved into her soul. She wonders where Zeon came from, as she never witnesses such power until now. Liucina stands up and says to Zeon to not let his guard down from now on, because one day she would release this seal imprint on her soul and will rip Zeon's head apart. Zeon answers that she can try her luck any time and orders her to call him master from now on, and Liucina agrees to that. Liucina stops and says that she has one last question. Zeon permits her to ask. Liucina explains that from the moment she was born, she liked killing things. She says that it's not a hobby, but her fate, which is the reason for her still being alive. Liucina adds that the stronger her prey are, and the more they are in numbers, the more joy she feels. She asks that if she follows Zeon, how many lives she would be able to kill. Zeon answers, while smiling, that the quantity will be more than enough to satisfy her. At the ruined palace, Rain's father asks Rain how long will she stay like this. Her father reminiscent that 3 days have passed since Rain was discovered alone, unconscious in the Black Forest. There were only clues and traces of a fierce battle in that place, but not a member from the party was seen. He understands that this is not the right time for him to ask Rain about the incident earlier. He says to Rain to at least eat something for her sake and leaves the room. Rain releases that it's all her fault, all that happened because she was weak and couldn't do anything. Rain blames herself for everyone's death. Rain says that the people she lost were all who had been with her for decades and who were like family to her. Rain realizes that everyone died not because of Leon's betrayal or the small number of the subjugation unit, but it all happened all because of her being this weak. She clenches her teeth as she feels frustrated and says she must get stronger, whatever it takes. Rain feels that Liucina isn't dead yet. She says that someday she will rip this witch into pieces by her own hand. She remembers that the man who came to save her was definitely Zeon Harness. She says that there is a high chance that Zeon was also killed by the witch, but maybe there is a slim chance that he survived. Rain wonders if Zeon survives, then maybe she will be able to meet him again. At the Information Guild, named the Eye of the Moon, the waiter, who happens to be a messenger, gives a report to the branch manager named Evelyn. The report includes that the Black Forest completely disappeared, along with the dark energy which was spread all the over forest was entirely washed off. Evelyn questions the messenger to confirm whether the witch inside the Black Forest is also dead or not. The messenger answers that his informants couldn't go inside, so they are not sure enough to draw any conclusions, but by seeing that the evil energy inside the forest is gone, maybe the witch is dead. The messenger concludes. Evelyn wonders how such a strong figure, known for decades as the Witch of the Heavenly Slaughter, disappeared. She feels that she cannot take this matter lightly. The branch manager says that perhaps the royal blood of the Agnes who came to visit her that day maybe was the reason for the witch's disappearance. She wonders how strong a person might be able to kill the Witch of the Heavenly Slaughter. She conceives that it should only be possible for that royal blood to kill the witch if he is the direct descendant of the Agnes family, because each of them is a freaking monster with unimaginable potential. She concludes that, in order to find the reason how and why he killed the witch, she first needs to find out who he is. The informant says that he found out through investigation that the person in this picture is none other, the Prince Zeon Agnes, who is also called the Imprisoned Prince. At the Pointer Palace, Imperial Wizard Troop Captain of the 4th Division of the Icarus Fernando Pringham says to Fredo that he would only leave this palace after seeing the prince with his own eyes. He adds that he needs the prince's signature for the succession ceremony. Fredo thinks that it's been almost a week, and there is no news about the prince's whereabouts. He worries for the prince's safe arrival. The captain reminds Fredo that today is the last chance for the prince to participate in the succession ceremony. He adds that if the prince doesn't sign this paper by the end of today, he will be disqualified in the succession ceremony. The captain conceives that he has been coming here for 3 days in order to get Prince Zeon's signature, but the knights always make excuses that the prince isn't feeling well, or the prince is very busy in his basement for his training. The captain concludes that Prince Zeon is not at the Pointer Palace, and to be exact, maybe he is not even at the Royal Palace. The captain, whose name is Fernando, thinks that a royal blood who hasn't gone through a succession ceremony isn't allowed to roam around freely in the outskirts of the streets. And if Fernando can prove this thing, he will be doing the third prince a great favor. Fernando asks Fredo, "Where is the prince right now?" Fredo answers that the prince isn't feeling well, so he is resting in his bedroom. Fernando pushes Fredo and runs towards the prince's chamber. Fredo shouts him to stop. Fernando smiles while running in the stairs as he thinks that today is the end for Zeon Agnes. Fredo worries that the prince isn't in his room. Fernando goes near the prince's room and shouts that, "Your Highness, he knows that this is rude of him, but the matter is urgent," and he opens the door. The prince was sitting in his room and he says to Fernando that if he knows it was rude of him, he shouldn't have done this. The captain asks for the prince's forgiveness. Fernando gets quite terrified as he thinks that everything he heard from others about Zeon Agnes were completely false because of the aura and pressure the prince is emitting is not of the imprisoned prince he knows and heard about. The prince moves his hand forward, asking for the paper to give his signature. Fernando walks near the prince and gives him the paper. The prince reminds Fernando that he doesn't like anyone who touches his stuff while signing the paper. Zeon warns Fernando to be extra careful about his behavior towards the prince. After the captain's departure, Fredo asks the prince where he was for almost a week as people were looking for him for several days. Zeon thinks that it was quite close, as he almost couldn't make it in time for the succession ceremony. He thinks that Liushina must have also arrived at the capital, and by the time she finishes the order the prince gave her, the prince would have already finished the succession ceremony. The prince asks Fredo that the thing which he ordered is ready or not. Fredo questions whether the prince is referring to the 1,000-year-old ogre's heart, which was given by Princess Evelyn. Fredo says that of course the thing is ready as per his order. Zeon says that he has to completely absorb the power of the 1,000-year-old ogre's heart, and it was worth waiting for it to be completely processed. By absorbing the power of the heart, the prince will decrease the penalty he will have on his body, and he says that before the succession ceremony, he has to reach the 2-star mastery of the Black Star Fall. At the Knights' hideout, these knights, who are the real assassins attacking the Pointer Palace, are working under the third prince. The assassin says that the third prince is really angry as they have failed twice to kill Prince Zeon, according to the report they received from their fellow assassin, which said that the Pointer Palace has a strong figure who have been backing Prince Zeon. One of the assassins says that the prince is as good as abandoned, but why there is a powerful figure protecting the prince, he wonders. The main assassin, who happens to be the knight at the Pointer Palace, tells everybody to stop further discussions and says that they should focus on the present orders they got from the third prince. He thinks that this would be their last chance to finish their order. The assassin in charge tells everybody to pull themselves together. The bald assassin asks how much time is left for the succession ceremony to take place in the royal palace. The main assassin says that it will happen today, and just like always, they would receive the information about the route and complete the given order. Suddenly, the assassin in charge hears a voice saying, "Who is the one providing them the route?" By hearing the voice, the assassin quickly swings his sword. The unknown voice they heard was Liushina's. Liushina says praises the assassin for having quick judgment, but she says it still isn't good enough. All of the assassins positions themselves to kill her. They asks for Liushina's identity. Liushina answers that it would not matter whether they got to know her name or not, because everybody in this room will die today. All 4 of the assassins charges at her. Lisuhina smiles while thinking that if she gets orders for killing people like this, she would gladly accept it. Liushina uses her snake to kill one of the assassin. The other assassin jumps over the snake and tries to attack her. Liushina uses her other hand and slashes the assassin's throat. 2 of the assassins blocks her with their knife, and the main assassin cuts her head off, while regarding Liushina as a monster. The assassin in charge tells the other to take care of the body, but suddenly he hears Liushina's voice again, even though her head was still on the floor. Liushina restores her head, and by seeing Hat, all the assassins get horrified. Liushina says that they didn't even seen the real monster yet, but today she would show them what a real monster looks like. She releases around 7 snakes at the assassins. The assassins gets all terrified upon witnessing their death in form of them. Lastly, Liushina finishes her job happily as she got a wonderful meal today. The succession ceremony, the qualification test that the direct descendants of the royal family take to become the emperor. The ceremony happens when the direct royal blood reaches the legal age. But not all have to take the succession ceremony mandatorily. Even the non-direct royal blood scattered around the empire can have the succession ceremony. They can't inherit the throne, even if they pass, but the reason why they still take the test is simple. The only way for the branched royal blood to enter the royal palace is by passing the succession ceremony. At the royal palace, where the succession ceremony is going to take place, one of the candidates says that she didn't accept Vale Ilones to set foot in the royal palace. He replied that he also didn't accept her, Lynette Ilones, to attend the ceremony. Lynette says while smiling that she couldn't miss this opportunity. She says that she thought the succession ceremony wouldn't be happening for a while. Vale Ilones replies that he was quite surprised too. He says that he heard the imprisoned prince will also have a succession ceremony this time. Vale adds that the prince is the worst pure blood in the history of Ainge's empire, the most incapable and the shame of the royal Ainge's family. Vale says that if the rumor are true, there is no reason for a weak prince like him to take part in the succession ceremony. Lynette says that Prince Zeon has a reason to participate as he is from the Agnes family, but it's better for him not to take part in this ceremony. Lynette thinks that with Zeon's meager skills, he could even die in the middle of the succession ceremony test. He doesn't have the qualifications that an emperor should have. The charisma that can lead the people, the judgment of being able to differentiate truth from lies, the tolerance of being able to embrace the whole world, and the most important thing that the Agnes royal family prioritize, overwhelming strength. Lynette says that such tradition has been continued since the first emperor. Thus, the succession ceremony test, which is required to become an emperor, also prioritizes strength, and if you aren't qualified enough, it can lead to death. But there is no history of someone's death in the royal palace till now, and Lynette wonders what the young prince is thinking. Vale says the prince will not be safe even if he hides like a rat in the den, but he wonders why Zeon is drawing everyone's attention now. The other candidates notices that everyone is here except Zeon. They assume that Prince Zeon is scared now, and maybe he is converted, in fear under his blanket in his bed. They thinks that this would be the first time the ceremony will occur without the direct descendant, as Zeon is the only direct descendant of the Agnes family. They laughs while thinking that it's better for them. The person in charge of handling the ceremony announces that the ceremony will start as Prince Zeon is not here, and in a second, an announcement is made that Prince Zeon Agnes has arrived. The door opens, and the prince steps in. Lynette gets surprised as she was seeing a totally different person she heard from the rumors. She sees that the prince looks very different and dangerous, and the aura he is emitting is truly like a ruler. He wonders, is this really the same guy who was regarded as the weak imprisoned prince and often said as the shame of the royal blood? Prince Zeon walks inside the room and says to start the ceremony. The person in charge for taking the test announces that Prince Zeon is here, and now he will explain the rules about the succession ceremony, and it will commence, here, in the place of qualification. Prince Zeon was almost late for the ceremony, as he was enhancing the potency of the Black Star Fall to reach level 2. Now, his body will be able to withstand its power, as he was finally able to reach level 2 after absorbing the 1,000-years-old ogre's heart. Prince Zeon came prepared because the book of the hero of Frosimar didn't mention any information about the succession ceremony, because the original story begins with the death of Zeon Agnes, so the ceremony never happened. Prince Zeon thinks that all the people will feel contempt and surprise as they are thinking that Prince Zeon will not be able to succeed in this ceremony. Prince Zeon thinks that his recent actions might not be enough to change this people's heart and how they view him. The person in charge announces that only the top 3 people who will arrive at the top of the floor will be passing the ceremony, and the test of each floor will be overlooked by the supervisors. Lastly, he wishes good luck to everyone. Prince Zeon says that he knew that the rules will be like this. It's just as he expected. The examiner says that he met Prince Zeon a few months ago. He remembers that Prince Zeon's had those eyes which weakly stare at the floor, and a body that would break with a slight push. His sword and magic skills were all terrible, and he was clearly the shame of the royal blood, according to the examiner. But presently the examiner says that he felt the naturally flowing scent of a conqueror that was coming out of the prince's whole body, and the silent stare that looks down on everything. The examiner noticed that Prince Zeon also has a slightly trained body now. He wonders what really happened to Prince Zeon this last month to change him this much. He says that this won't change anything because this succession ceremony is a huge trap. A trap that the young prince can't ever escape from nor go through. He concludes that it's not just a few people who want Prince Zeon dead. Prince Zeon will eventually die in this ceremony, no matter what. At the test, everybody starts running towards the stairs reach floor 1 first. On the other hand, Lynette notices that Prince Zeon is not in a hurry and taking another route. Vale asks Lynette whether she is going with him or not, because he is going in either ways. Lynette answers that she would go with him and follows him. Prince Zeon walks up the stairs while thinking that each floor will be testing the qualifications to become an emperor. He reaches a dark place, a floor of flesh-eating bugs. Prince Zeon thinks that this is a little hard for the first test, and he is sure that the supervisors have left some clues for completing this floor in a simpler way, but he would not pick the easy route because the Black Star has already reached level 2. Zeon says that Black Star reaching level 2 is not an easy feat. Black Star level 1 is one world, and being able to reach level 2 is like opening a new world. He unlocked a new power, the Dark Ocean. This power denies all existence. He says that he just have to extinguish each and everything. Prince Zeon wonders what faces the supervisors are making right now. He walks up another stairs inside the floor and witnesses a huge maze in front of him. Is this the starting point, he wonders? And suddenly, a Death Knight swings his sword at the prince. The Death Knight attacks Prince Zeon without stopping. Prince Zeon uses dark vision and finds out the core of this Death Knight. As the knight charges towards the prince uses his new power and completely annihilates the knight. Only cracks of slashes were left on the floor. Upon defeating the knight, this time 4 of the knights appear all together. Prince Zeon laughs and says that the supervisors are being too obvious while trying to kill the prince. Prince Zeon expected this kind of situation, but he didn't know that the supervisors would go this far. Zeon conceives that the supervisors are intentionally showing that they don't have any plans to spare the lives of the participants, but to know the truth, they are planning to kill Zeon. Prince Zeon thinks that there is no way a test that requires a bare minimum in air would be this hard. Prince Zeon perceives that they are using Death Knight to kill him because they don't want any witness. Zeon says that this would be fun, because now he doesn't have to abide by the rules either. 3 of the knights moves forward to attack Zeon. One, the knight swings his sword at Zeon, and Zeon dodges it by moving his legs slightly left. On the other hand, at the maze, Lynette is extremely exhausted as tens of thousands of flesh-eating bugs rushed at them as soon as they entered. Lynette says that this definitely not a level for a succession ceremony. She survived until now because she hid herself with a skill, or otherwise she would have become a corpse at the beginning. Presently, Lynette is being chased by a death knight. She got surprised to see a undead in the middle of the royal, but now she looks terrified as this undeads are stupendously strong. She wonders whether all the succession ceremonies have been like this. This is just like killing the participants, she concludes. Lynette barely managed to escape from the knight, but she witnesses that Prince Zeon is completely surrounded by 4 death knights. She watches Prince Zeon is not losing at all against the death knights, and to be exact, he is actually winning. Lynette sees that Zeon's movement aren't just natural, but beautiful. At that moment, she wonders whether a mere animal of land can touch something like a star by staring at it every day. It is hard even for Lynette to chase Zeon's movement with her eyes. Lynette thinks that Prince Zeon was hiding his powers until now. Those strengths and skills that Lynette is now witnessing can't be made in just few days. She concludes that everybody, including the royal family, are being fooled by Prince Zeon. Lynette wonders why Prince Zeon endured all the harassment and insults, even if he had this overwhelming strength. Prince Zeon thinks that a simple attack won't work on an undead, and he have to completely destroy it. Prince Zeon uses a new power storm. He says that he have to remove the magic that buffs their ability first. Zeon charges at the knight and cuts its head while dodging another attack from a knight. As one of the knights was going to attack Zeon from above, Prince Zeon accumulates the dark energy in his hand and releases it at the knight, completely destroying the knight. Another knight swings his sword at Prince Zeon, and Zeon releases another dark energy at this knight. 3 of the knights were deflated by Zeon in mere seconds, and as for the last one, Zeon knows that it's attacking from the back. Lynette shouts at Zeon to be careful, but Prince Zeon didn't listen to her voice because of other noises and completely annihilates 4 of the knights. Prince Zeon says that the supervisors are unlucky as they have lost the Death Knights without going anything from it. He says that the supervisors have to pay for their crimes today, and as they started it, Prince Zeon will end it. All the supervisors were watching Prince Zeon's power from a crystal. They witness a power they have never seen before. The examiner wonders whether the blood of Agnes finally awaken at Zeon's body. The examiner gets furious as his plan failed. He tells the others to notify Prince Zeon's current location. He asked again and turns around as there was no answer from the back. He sees that his comrades is already dead, which terrifies him. Prince Zeon's right hand was already soaked with blood of the examiner's comrade, and Zeon replies, whether the examiner is referring to the guy he just killed. At the third prince's castle, the informant reports that the knights which he put to kill Zeon are all dead. He says that excluding the ordinary guest floor, there were no traces of any humans. The informant adds that the weird thing is that there were traces of a fierce battle but no blood. The prince wonders whether the blood tower is involved in this matter. The informant bows his head down and says that they are still looking at the matter. The third prince of the Agnes Empire didn't expect to lose such useful cards like this. The prince says that recently matters regarding Prince Zeon are not looking good these days, and if Prince Zeon passes the succession ceremony, it will be a nuisance, as things will be changed by his family on his mother's side. The prince thinks if Prince Zeon got lucky, or is he hiding something? He gets furious and gives an order to the informant to take care of the matter regarding the succession ceremony. At the qualifications test, the examiner orders his comrades to kill Prince Zeon. He thinks that it's better that Prince Zeon came here all by himself. Prince Zeon announces that assassination attempt of the direct blood and manipulation of the succession ceremony are both punishable by death, and he kills one of the people. The others get shocked, and one of the supervisors swings his knife at Zeon, and the prince kills the supervisor. Another supervisor uses fire to attack the prince, and Zeon dodges it. The one who attacked the prince feels terrified to face him. The supervisor didn't expect Prince Zeon to attack right away, but the supervisor thinks that as soon as Prince Zeon touches this field fire, his whole body will burn into ashes. Prince Zeon charges straight at the supervisor as the fire didn't affect him in the slightest and kills the supervisor. The examiner gets astounded as he thinks that the power Prince Zeon showed against the Death Knights were not the full extent of his powers. The examiner gets on his knees and wonders how they are supposed to even kill a monster like that. He realizes that they can't kill the prince, and it was impossible from the very beginning. Prince Zeon walks near the examiner and says to him that they must have a boss who ordered them to do this, but Prince Zeon tells him that right now, the boss is not the one whom he should be afraid of. The examiner gets horrified as tears come out of his eyes. He says that he would tell Prince Zeon everything about the person who ordered them to kill the him. Zeon says that the examiner doesn't have to explain anything as Prince Zeon already knows who the main culprit is. Zeon cuts the examiner's head off. After killing the examiner, Prince Zeon looks back and tells a dead body to stop pretending to be dead. The body transforms into a monster. The monster says that he didn't expect the mere imprisoned prince to harness such powers. Prince Zeon noticed that this supervisor is a monster when previously he crushed his heart and a weak evil energy flew out. He perceives that this monster is stronger than the last one he faced at the Pointer Palace. The monster says that upon witnessing a demon inside the royal palace, Prince Zeon didn't even flinched, so he knew it all along. The monster was planning to leave quietly, but it changed its mind and says that he has something to ask. Prince Zeon replies that the monster doesn't have a say in this matter because Prince Zeon will decide its fate. Meanwhile, at the maze, Lynette is running as she lost Prince Zeon. She thinks that she would need Prince Zeon in order to survive this crazy succession ceremony. The only problem is that she doesn't know where the prince went. Lynette Ilones senses a danger behind her and quickly slashes her knife at it. Vale blocks her attack with his sword and says to Lynette that she should at least check if it's a monster or a person behind her. Lynette seems confused to see Vale alive, and on the other hand, Vale thought that Lynette died on the first floor. Lynette questions whether Vale have seen Prince Zeon. Vale answers that he didn't know, but he thinks that Zeon died already. Lynette says that Prince Zeon is still alive, and in order to survive this weird ceremony, they have to find him. Vale questions Lynette what that she meant by it. Lynette says to Vale that they would need Prince Zeon because he is the strongest of them all. Vale asks Lynette what nonsense she is blabbering about. On the other end, the monster screams, calling Zeon an insect. This monster is stronger than the low-class monster Zeon defeated the other day, but it's much lower than the middle-class monster described in the book of the hero of Frosimar. Prince Zeon thinks that this monster's healing power cannot be compared with Liushina's, as it's quite weaker. Prince Zeon realizes that if the battle drags on, the people on the outside will certainly notice and will come in a flock, so that's why he has to end it quickly. The monster attacks Prince Zeon as it seemed Prince Zeon was distracted. The monster says that he would not even leave the prince's body behind today and throws a punch at Zeon. After throwing the punch, the monster notices that his attack didn't hit Zeon, and Prince Zeon vanished in front of him. Prince Zeon gets behind the monster and says that previously what the monster said to Zeon was Zeon's line because he would completely annihilate the monster today. Prince Zeon destroys the demon's core. In the next moment, Vale watches Prince Zeon defeating the monster and shouts, "How did the monster enter the Imperial Palace?" Prince Zeon notices them and turns around. Both Lynette and Vale flinched and looks down at the ground while thinking that it was a one-sided massacre. Vale wonders how strong Prince Zeon might be to have taken care of a monster like this all by himself with such ease. Prince Zeon points at Lynette and says that she is second, and then he moves his finger towards Vale and says that he is third. Prince Zeon congrats them on passing the ceremony, and as he killed all the supervisors, there is no one left to announce the result, and they were the first 3 people to reach the top floor. Prince Zeon walks forward and stops to say that today's incident is a secret, and both the siblings agrees to that. Zeon leaves the area. On the next scene, Prince Zeon is traveling in a car. Prince Zeon changes his black robe into a new dress because of Fredo's stubbornness. Fredo made a huge fuss about it. He said that now he can die happily as he witnesses Prince Zeon entering the White Star Palace while he is still alive. The issue of assassination of the royal blood was a big news, so the matters of the demon tribes entering the royal palace was overlooked and neglected. Prince Zeon's eyes fall on the bracelet, which is a protective charm given by Priscilla. Priscilla said that their engagement has yet to be cancelled, so it's right of her to give Zeon something as a present for passing the succession ceremony. Prince Zeon suggests her to give up if it's her attempt to keep staying at the Pointer Palace. On top of that, he says to Evelyn Agnes sitting beside him that she really doesn't have to come. Princess Evelyn questions if something happened at the succession ceremony. Prince Zeon answers, no. Evelyn says that she felt a demonic energy coming from the Palace of Qualification. Prince Zeon replies that he doesn't have any idea about it. Evelyn says that the White Star Palace is a hell because it's teeming with power-hungry specters ready to climb over each other for authority. Brothers scheme to kill one another, and power-hungry brokers weigh the flesh of others among themselves. Princess Evelyn asks Zeon whether he could survive at the White Star Palace. Evelyn knows that Zeon is now a completely different person, but she still worries for her weak little brother, who always receives her help, and on top of that, she is certain that someone is targeting her brother. Prince Zeon replies that he is not going there to merely survive, but he is going to devour it. Prince Zeon gets out of the car. Evelyn says that due to inspection, she cannot accompany him any further and says Zeon to take care of himself. At the White Star Palace, a person named Ronier greets the young prince and says that he is assigned to serve the prince. Ronier says that he would escort the prince immediately. The more Prince Zeon looks at this place, the more familiar it seems to him. Except for the slight color difference, it is very similar to the palace he stayed in when he was the emperor. He wonders, is it because the novel used the real Imperial castle as a motif, but he senses something beyond this explanation. Ronier says from this point on, Prince Zeon has to go alone. The security knight at the Emperor's chamber announces that Prince Zeon is entering at the Emperor's chambers. Prince Zeon enters and meets Emperor Urdius Agnes, the sovereign of this enormous empire and the owner of this world. Prince Zeon observes that the Emperor has a shabby appearance compared to his grandiose titles. He remembers that there is about 2 months left for the Emperor to die. The Emperor opens his eyes and asks Zeon who he is. Lyushina arrives at the White Star Palace as per Zeon's orders. Lyushina thinks that the assurance Zeon gave her was certainly not a lie, but it's not to the point that satisfies her. Lyushina says that she has killed many people recently and hopes that it will only get better. The security knight blocks Lyushina and asks her to confirm her id or to show a permit for entering the palace. Lyushina says that she doesn't have any of those. The knight replies that Lyushina will not be permitted to enter the palace then. Lyushina says that her master ordered her to enter the Imperial city. The knight asks for her master's name. Lyushina forgot her master's name, but she showed through facial expression that he is skinny and a scary man who opens his eyes like this as Lyushina is showing. The knight thinks that this girl is a complete weirdo and tells Lyushina to return. Lyushina gets angry and tells them that if they are going to be like this, she has no other choice but to face them. At the Emperor's chamber, Urdius, the Emperor of Agnes, says that the person standing in front of him is certainly not Zeon Agnes. Prince Zeon observes that Urdius is sharp and wonders is this the authority of a ruler, even though he is on the verge of dying. The Emperor says the constitution a person is born with cannot be changed, but he notices a completely different and strange aura coming from Zeon's body. Prince Xeon perceives that the Emperor is the only one who can notice Xeon's change the most. Xeon says that as soon as the Emperor noticed that Xeon had no talents, Erdius was the one who confined Xeon to the Pointer Star Palace and turned a blind eye to the countless assassination attempts. Xeon asks Erdius who is responsible for the Emperor's current state. Erdius says to Xeon that he thought Prince Xeon was on the same side as his enemies, but now he realizes that he was mistaken. Erdius shares a story about an incident that happened 400 years ago. Erdius says that since the first emperor, Agnes founded the empire, only one kingdom existed in the world, but one day, at the southern end of the continent, a place called the World's End, a demon realm emerged. No one knew why the demon realm emerged, but the demons born from the demon realm invaded the continent, and the war between demons and humans began. Numerous heroes were born and disappeared. However, about a century ago, the demon realm abruptly stopped all invasions. No one knew the reason, but humans were happy and rest assured. But they shouldn't have done that, says the Emperor. Prince Xeon says that it is because the demon realm never stopped the invasion, they just pretended to stop it. Erdius says that Xeon is right as the demons secretly infiltrated and hid themselves among humans, gradually to the point that no one noticed. And by the time Erdius discovered the truth, he was already poisoned by the demonic poison and couldn't do anything about it. He says that if he had attempted to root the demons out clumsily, the empire would have collapsed in an instant, and adding to that, there is no accurate way to differentiate the demons among humans either. Prince Xeon asks Erdius, is this the reason that he has not selected a successor either? Erdius replies that yes, because he cannot ascertain among the candidates who had come in contact with the demons, and says that maybe some of them have already become the hands and limbs of the demons. Erdius asks the one who disguised himself as Xeon what he is planning to do with the Imperial city. Xeon answers that he is going to devour it. He is going to devour the White Star Palace, the Imperial city, and even this empire, without any exceptions. By hearing the answer of Prince Xeon, the Emperor laughs, while saying that it's better for Xeon to devour this palace rather than it having collapsed due to the demon realm's invasion. Then we have complete silence for a moment, and the Emperor asks Xeon to find the shadow because they're the final watchmen who have been passed down through generations to prepare for such an event. Erdius severed his relationship with the shadow, the moment he was poisoned to avoid being caught by the demons. But he says that Xeon should be fine. They are also known as the Eternal Shadow. They are the limbs of the Emperor who operate in the shadows, the intelligence organization that would form a double wall with Eye of the Moon later. Prince Xeon replies that he would surely find them. The prince thinks that the more information he has, the better it would be for him, as he cannot always depend on the novel, and by saying this, Prince Xeon leaves Erdius's chamber. After the prince's departure, the Emperor laughs and says that he would be looking forward to what Xeon does in the future. 2 advantages are granted to those of the Imperial family who pass the succession ceremony. One is the audience with the Emperor, and the other one is a place called Starry Dreams. It's a place that can't be infiltrated unless they are from the Agnes's direct descendant. Upon reaching the Starry Dreams, Prince Xeon meets with Vela, the warehouse keeper, who greets the young prince. The warehouse keeper congrats Xeon for passing the succession ceremony, and she says that this place is where all the treasures beyond his imagination lies, and the best of all the treasures in the entire world. She says that he can only take one item from this place. Prince Xeon asks the housekeeper that this isn't all there is to it. She says that of course not. But the treasures further inside are steeped in myths and legends, so the weapons are said to choose their masters. If an unchosen forcefully tries to use the weapon, they may lose their lives. The warehouse keeper asks whether Prince Xeon wants to venture inside even after hearing this. Prince Xeon tells her to take him inside, Vela says that she understood, and she bears no responsibility if anything happens to the young prince. Prince Zeon enters further inside, along with Vela, and looks at the heavenly fall sword Rigveda, one of the 3 mythic grade weapons in the greatest treasury, the Starry Dream. As he was going to touch the sword, he senses his own sword, Eclaxia, which he used to use when he was the emperor. He wonders how could the sword he used when he was the emperor exists in this novel. Vela says Zeon not to touch this sword, as it belonged to the sword that was once used by the first emperor of the Agnes Empire. It wasn't put there to be taken by anyone, and tells him to watch out, and we witness a black aura coming out of the Eclaxia. At the estate, the 3rd prince's personal knight and messenger is traveling in a car which is going near the front gate of the estate. He is traveling while reminiscing that, when he shared the information about Zeon, who passed the succession ceremony, and also all the supervisors who were ordered to kill Prince Zeon were all murdered. This news made the 3rd prince very angry. The prince asked the informant whether he has any further news about the knights who were also murdered. The informant answers that he is still looking at the matter. At present, the knight is thinking that there are only a handful of people who are capable of using blood magic, and it's extremely rare, and even there are no particular movements from the blood tower, the knight concludes, while noticing that some knights are running towards the front gate of the estate. The driver says that someone is trying to trespass into the palace at the front gate, and the knights are trying to stop that person. The messenger asks how many people are trespassing. The driver replies that there is only one person, and she is a girl in her 20s, and by seeing that it looks like getting rid of that girl is taking longer than expected for the knights. Only one, the informant repeats and asks whether there is any other particular or strange thing about that girl. The driver answers that he is not sure, but according to him, that lady uses blood as a medium for her attacks, and there are some dangerous beasts around her. The word blood magic surprised the messenger. He says that it's rare for the citizens of the capital city to use blood magic, and if he can capture that girl, he might be able to gather some news about the knight's disappearance. He orders the driver to take him near the front gate, as he has to see with his own eyes. The driver says that he would gladly follow Sir Regan's order. In the next scene, the history of Eclaxia came into view. Prince Zeon says that when the entire world lost its light due to the solar eclipse, a meteor fell from the sky onto the earth. That meteor could not be affected by any kind of power, and its surface was shrouded in deep darkness, like a pitch-black aura. The weapon made from such meteor was none other than Eclaxia, also known as the light-extinguishing sword. This sword expelled all power, except the power of the Black Starfall, and was only receptive to it, and to be exact, it even amplified Zeon's power. Why Eclaxia is here, and where is the other half of Eclaxia, Zeon wonders. Now there is one more thing for Zeon to figure out. He says to Vela that he would choose this sword, and he asks that whether choosing it would be a problem or not. Vela seems confused and replies sure he can. Prince Zeon leaves the Starry Dreams. Then we hear the screaming of the knights to stop Lyushina, even by killing her if needed. The knights charge at Lyushina, but all of them are sent flying with a single slash. The remaining knights wonder how the honorable knight troop, who are in charge of protecting the Imperial Palace, is being pushed by merely a single woman. Lyushina says that she was ordered not to cause any trouble, and it's really getting hard for her to fight without killing anyone. Suddenly, the ground under Lyushina's feet shakes and an earth golem appears and crushes Lyushina. The person who attacked Lyushina with that golem is Sir Regan. Regan orders all the knights to stand back as he is going to take care of the matter. Lyushina breaks the golem into pieces as she feels intrigued because she got quite a strong opponent. She says that she can't hold back her powers now and jumps straight right up while releasing an attack at Regan. Regan asks Lyushina whether she is from the Blood Tower, while covering himself with his Earth's power to withstand the attack. Lyushina answers that she doesn't know anything about the Blood Tower. Reagan asks Leoshina whether she was the one who annihilated the knights. Leoshina replies that she has no idea what he is speaking about. Reagan says that he will cut Leoshina's limbs first, and then he is going to ask her again while summoning a huge bull. Leoshina tells Reagan that she would not stop with only one of her limbs being cut off, as both of them were going to release their ultimate attack. Prince Zeon interfered with his dark energy and orders them to stop. Reagan becomes quite surprised by Zeon's appearance. He thinks that, rather the imprisoned prince, Zeon looks more like a destined ruler. Reagan concludes that the royal Agnes blood might have awakened within Zeon, and that's why all the assassination attempts on him have failed until now. Leoshina calls Zeon her master and asks why he is late. Reagan thinks why Leoshina is calling Zeon her master. Leoshina meets Zeon and tells him that she didn't know Zeon is one of the royalty, while Reagan wonders whether Prince Zeon was the one who ordered his servant to kill the assassins. All of the knights bows down in front of Zeon and greets him. Zeon states that he would take Leoshina with him. The Imperial Knight blames Leoshina for trespassing into the Imperial Palace without any authorization, and he also tells Zeon that Leoshina is responsible for killing the knights. Prince Zeon replies that he would like to know the name of the person who said that Leoshina trespassed without any authorization, because Leoshina was trying to get into the Imperial Palace under Prince Zeon's permission officially, and furthermore, Prince Zeon personally notified the knights about her arrival today. Prince Zeon says that the knights are the one to blame here, as they were the one who failed to confirm Leoshina's identity and caused all this mess. Leoshina speaks from Zeon's back that she tried so hard not to kill them. Prince Zeon solves the misunderstanding and says that he believes there shouldn't be any further problems regarding this matter. All the knights apologize to Zeon. Zeon points out Regan and says that all the things he spoke a few moments ago applies to Regan as well. Regan bows his head down and replies that he would never dare to defy Prince Zeon's will. Prince Zeon enters the palace along with Leoshina, and lastly, he reminds Regan to watch his behavior from today onwards. In the next moment, at the estate in a yellow car, Leoshina tells Zeon that she has done everything as per his orders, and she has also taken care of the extra that Zeon told her about. Zeon told Leoshina to leave traces of her blood magic intentionally when she was destroying the knights. Zeon also told her not to hide her blood magic if a fight breaks out at the main gates of the castle. By doing this, people will notice Zeon's intervention through Leoshina. Everything seems to be going well for Zeon. He remembers that Regan was the henchman of the third prince. The prince would have caused another attack at the Pointer Palace and even at the succession ceremony, but Zeon interfered in his plans. Zeon thinks that the third prince might be gathering news about the knights' murderer, and he wonders what will be next. Move of the third prince. Prince Zeon and Leoshina enters the Pointer Star Palace. Leoshina tells Zeon that this palace is a bit too cramped considering the fact that he is a prince. Priscilla comes down from the stairs and greets the young prince, saying that it's been a while since they last met. Priscilla sees Leoshina and asks what is a woman doing with Zeon, and why she has come along with Zeon. Leoshina replies that he followed Zeon here because Zeon is her owner and master. Priscilla misunderstood the word master and seems confused. While Zeon asks Fredo, "Why is Priscilla still inside this palace?" Fredo replies that the princess said that she stopped by because her divorce procedure wasn't finished yet. Zeon thinks that Priscilla is making an excuse. He walks up the stairs while ordering Fredo to kick Priscilla out kindly. Priscilla says to wait, but in the next moment she thinks whether she has the right to hold back the prince now, as they have already agreed to get divorced. But funny enough, from the day they announced that they would break off the engagement, Prince Zeon had been on Priscilla's mind, and according to Priscilla is more like curiosity than love. She says that Prince Zeon hadn't left her head since that day of the monster attack. At present, she doesn't even know the exact reasons why she has being like this. At one of the chambers of the Pointer Palace, Prince Zeon tells Fredo that he is getting in contact with the shadows. Fredo asks Zeon what does he meant by shadows. Lyoshina intervenes and says that shadows are called the assassination or intelligence groups. She points at Zeon and asks whether she is right or wrong. Zeon says that she is right, and the Shadows of Eternity are an information organizations who are also called the Eye of the Empire and can only be handled by the Emperor. He adds that the Shadows of Eternity's headquarters is stationed inside the Empire. Fredo says that if the Shadows of Eternity's hideout that's secretive. Then, Prince Zeon need to find out their locations first. Zeon replies that he already knows about their locations. Prince Zeon knows this information because it was clearly described in the book of the hero of Frosimar. Lyoshina praises Zeon, saying that it was expected from her master as he knows everything. Fredo questions Zeon whether they will be heading there right now. Prince Zeon answers saying no, he is going to wait because a certain someone said that they would help. At the White Star Palace, where all the direct descendants of the Agnes family have gathered. Princess Evelyn thinks that this the first time everyone has gathered like this, other than the state meeting, and everyone present here seems more like opponents rather than allies. The first prince of the Agnes Empire hasn't even attended the meeting. Why on earth has the Emperor suddenly summoned all of them here today? Evelyn wonders. The fifth princess, Diana Agnes, pokes the third prince, whose name is Enoch Agnes, saying that he still has those eyes as gloomy as a corpse and the same messy hair. Enoch replies that Diana also has that same disgusting smell that reeks from hybrids. He questions whether all fairy hybrids smell like her. Diana laughs and tells Enoch that her smell is not as bad as Enoch's hobby, one of Enoch's hobbies which is making the youngest look miserable. How is it going these days? Diana questions. That question makes Enoch extremely angry. Enoch says that the young prince is the royal family's shame. His mere existence puts a scratch on the royal family's name, and Enoch also says that if Zeon knew that, then Zeon would have killed himself by now. The fourth prince, Udican Agnes, laughs while saying that Zeon still managed to pass the succession ceremony all by himself, which is new. Diana also laughs, saying that for a person like Zeon, passing the test was really unexpected. And to be honest, Diana thought that Zeon wouldn't even try to participate in the ceremony. Diana glares at Enoch and says that Zeon still managed to pass it, despite the fact that someone manipulated the ceremony. Enoch replies, even so, that won't make a difference because Zeon won't be able to survive in this palace, even though he passed the ceremony, and according to Enoch, Zeon still doesn't know his place. Evelyn intervenes and says that Zeon has changed a lot lately, which is continuously surprising her. She also says that Zeon probably won't stay put in this place like he used to do at the Pointer Palace. Enoch smirks and asks Evelyn if she wants to make a bet for how long she thinks Zeon will last in this palace. All of them look back as they hear Prince Zeon's voice. Prince Zeon enters the White Star Palace with Lyoshina and says that he also wants to know how long he would last in this palace. As Zeon meets his siblings, Enoch taunts Zeon, saying that this palace's standards might have been lowered, that's why Zeon can even set foot in this palace. The fourth prince, Udican, tells Enoch not to taunt Zeon as Zeon rightfully passed the succession ceremony, and he deserves to be here. Diana also agrees with Udican and says that Enoch's prejudice is too much. Diana notices that Zeon has changed, as the rumor said, but she feels relieved as Zeon still can't change anything. According to Diana, Zeon might have that ominous aura, but it's still lacking when compared to her other older brothers. Evelyn walks up to Zeon and tells him that he is late. Zeon replies that he had some errands to run. Zeon sees that the Emperor has not arrived yet as his throne is empty. Previously, the Emperor told Zeon to look for the shadows, and he also said that he would give a helping hand to Zeon as it would be difficult for Zeon to find them. In this meeting, Zeon has come to find out what the Emperor meant by the word help. As Zeon was thinking about these things, Liushina calls him from his back. Liushina tells Xian, as all of the people present here are Xian's enemies, wouldn't it be a better idea to kill them all at once? Xian perceives that the people in this room are so powerful that they can't find another person strong enough to rival them, which is the reason for Liushina's sudden lust for killing. He realizes that he brought the wrong person along with him. Utakan grabs everyone's attention towards him and says that he thinks the Emperor will come a little late this time, so wouldn't it be boring just to wait for the Emperor to arrive? He says how does the idea of light sparring sounds because he wants to check Xian's abilities through which he passed the succession ceremony. Diana smiles and praises Utakan for such a wonderful idea, because she also wants to see how much powerful her younger brother has become. Utakan says that if Xian fights with his brothers, he will be put under a lot of pressure, so Xian's opponent will be one of the guys they brought as their escorts. Enoch smiles and says that he would choose the opponent for Xian. Evelyn gets angry and asks Enoch what he is trying to do. Xian replies, saying sure, and that he doesn't have any problem with that. Xian thinks as his brothers and sisters are trying to turn this event into a spectacle, he would gladly oblige. Xian says that he doesn't like simple sparring. He says, if he is going to spar, it has to be a proper fight. Evelyn questions what nonsense Xian is blabbering about. Utakan cackles while saying that a man must have his spirit. He tells everybody to make space for the spar in the middle. Evelyn tries to stop Xian. She says the wizard that Enoch brought with him is not someone Xian can handle with his current abilities. Liushina tells Xian to leave the fight to her, and she would handle it in his place. Enoch tells the wizard to teach Xian a lesson. Utakan announces that the fight will now commence. Evelyn thinks how can she stop the fight now, while on the other hand Liushina seems disappointed as she wanted to fight the wizard. Suddenly, Evelyn notices something that astonishes her. In mere seconds after starting the battle, they all witness that Xian's hand was stained with the blood of the wizard, and the wizard's head was cut off. At present, the wizard's head is lying near Enoch's feet, which surprises Enoch the most. He wonders how can Xian be so fast without using any magic ability or special techniques that his opponent can't even react to his attack. Xian reminds Enoch that he told him that this will be a real fight. Enoch becomes furious and tries to attack Xian, but at that moment, an announcement is made that the Emperor has arrived. Everybody greets the Emperor. The Emperor tells Enoch to clean this mess. Evelyn asks the Emperor how he has been these days. The Emperor says that it has been many days since they haven't met each other. So, considering that they wouldn't know that his health is not that good these days, he says that he would get straight to the point. The reason he called everybody here is to choose a successor, and to be exact, he has already decided. The Emperor announces that the successor of the Agnes Empire will be Xian Agnes. Xian realizes that it was the Emperor's intention from the very beginning. That's interesting for Xian because when it comes to legitimacy, that would get Xian closer to being the next emperor, and controlling the shadows will become easier for him. But the problem is that Xian's brothers and sisters will not acknowledge him as a successor. Both Enoch and Utakan get shocked and ask the Emperor why he made Xian the successor. Diana also shouts, saying that it's ridiculous because Xian is the imprisoned prince, and the Emperor was the one who imprisoned him at the Pointer Palace in the first place. So why now he is making Xian the successor? Diana questions. Evelyn politely asks the Emperor why he chose Xian as the successor. The Emperor replies that according to his judgment, Xian is the most suitable one to be the next emperor among them. Enoch shouts that he can't accept this and will never accept Xian as the emperor. Diana thinks that the Emperor has made up his mind, which can't be reversed, so she wonders what she can do next. Diana speaks that she understands the Emperor and will follow his wishes, but she asks for the permission to make a suggestion. Diana says that everyone present here most likely knows what names people gave Xian. People used to call Xian the imprisoned prince, the cowardly royale, Agnes shame. There are no good words there, and in fact, Xian has acted according to them until now. She says that Zeon has changed recently, but not many people know of it yet, and if the Emperor chose Zeon as the successor and declares it to the public, the royal family will get backlash from the assembly, the nobles and the knights. Diana says that there will be no end to the doubts and complaints and the resistance, so she asks the Emperor whether it's a good decision to make Zeon the next Emperor. Diana says that they should give Zeon a chance to prove his worth as a successor. She says that Zeon should prove himself with the trial of the 7 great calamities where rebellion, conflict, monsters with transcendental powers, etc. exists, the term that describes the greatest dangers and disasters in the Empire. She says that it's a trial Zeon needs to overcome eventually in order to become an emperor. So, if Zeon resolves it now, the rebellion will disappear, and it'll serve as a chance for Zeon to gain supporters. Zeon expected that this kind of things would happen. Both Enoch and Uticon agrees to Diana's suggestion. Prince Zeon says that it's not a bad idea because it's something he has to do eventually. Zeon says that he would take this chance to prove himself. However, he says that, next time, they have to prove themselves to him. 1 week passed since the meeting with the Emperor. Prince Zeon is in his training ground, and he had been training his body and researching Eclaxia this past week. At present, with the current condition of Eclaxia, it's difficult for Zeon to use it in a real battle, and if he wants to use Eclaxia, he would need the other missing half of this sword. Zeon can manifest the other half of the blade with Black Star, but it would be difficult for him to maintain it for long because of his sloppy body, but fortunately, he can still utilize other effects of this sword. Zeon says that this sword has 2 effects, which is Black Star's storage and amplification. If Zeon uses these 2 effects, he can increase the effectiveness of the Black Star fall much more rapidly and efficiently. Zeon realizes that he only needs to improve the physical aspect and the absolute quantity of the Black Star's energy. He says that if he uses Eclaxia now, solar eclipse might not be possible, but at least he should be able to use lunar eclipse. He didn't use these techniques very often in his previous life because it took a lot of toll on his body. He realizes that the current Zeon needs a technique to use these effects, so he tries to use Eclaxia by providing it the power of the Black Star. He feels a sudden uneasiness in his body as he was able to create a lunar eclipse for a short moment. He says that if he had gone any further with Eclaxia, it would have genuinely taken a toll on his body. Zeon feels relieved, knowing that at least he would be able to use lunar eclipse. Lastly, Zeon says that it's his turn to confront the eyes of the Empire, and he leaves the training ground. In the next scene, Diana feels that she needs to look further into Zeon's recent activities. She orders her informant to focus on Zeon's present actions rather than the past, and she tells them to give her the reports as detailed as possible. She asks one of her informants about the search of the eye. The informant tells Diana that he found a tail for now, but they haven't progressed beyond that. She orders them to put fire on that tail so that it will reveal its whole body. Diana says that she is curious to see what will happen next. At the Imperial Palace, it's the first time for Zeon to see a place as deserted as this. Zeon is seeing the statues and portrait of the past emperor who ruled the Agnes Empire. There were not as many emperors as Zeon thought. After walking for a while, he comes near the portrait of the Eternal Emperor. The first emperor of Agnes Empire in the novel of the hero of Frosimar, as well as the mythical figure who unified the world. Zeon notices that this emperor's name is Aurelion Khan, Agnes, which was Zeon's name in his previous life, when he reigned as the first emperor of Agnes in the real world. Prince Zeon kind of expected this ever since he discovered Eclaxia in Starry Dreams. He thinks that maybe his name was used here, just like the writer inserted the whole Agnes Empire directly in his novel. Zeon was staring at the portrait while someone speaks from his back. The voice says that the Eternal Emperor, the founder of this empire, and the unifier of this world despised leaving any records about himself. This portrait is hung for appearance's sake, but in reality, it holds no meaning. Xian looks back at the lady. The lady greets Xian and introduces herself as Thierry Ilonès, the curator of this Agnes History Museum. Thierry says that she didn't expect Prince Xian to have an interest in the Agnes royal family's history. She adds that the other royals don't visit this place anymore. Xian replies that he also feels the same way as her, because there's not much to see in this place. Thierry says that she agrees with Xian, but she considers that this place is not simply a place where items from past emperors are displayed, but a place where people like the royalty can infer and learn about their lives through the records the past emperors have left behind. Xian replies saying, really, then he would like to ask one thing. He says he would like to know about the eternal shadows of the empire. Thierry Ilonès asks Xian by saying shadows whether he is referring to the organization that is rumored not to reveal themselves. She says that the emperor of the empire certainly maintains such organizations. Xian tells Thierry that she is playing innocent because the eternal shadows are also known as the eyes of the emperor and the best of the empire, the last information organization, and Xian reveals that the leader of this organization is none other than Thierry Ilonès herself. After hearing that, Thierry starts to walk and tells Xian to follow her. Xian follows her further inside that place. Thierry, while opening the magic seal on the door, tells Xian that ever since the emperor appoints Xian as his successor, she knew that Xian might come to this place because there was no reason for the emperor to appoint someone as his successor this quickly. Thierry tells Prince Xian that they are the most secretive and excellent eyes in the empire. They solely answer to the emperor's commands, and even then they retain the right to refuse if they determine the order endangers the empire's prosperity. She tells Xian that they, the eternal shadows of the empire, have been observing him for longer than he might think. But they also can't even completely fathom the recent shifts in Xian's actions. She says that Xian's actions were impossible from what they have understood so far. Thierry says that if Xian wants to acquire the trust of the eternal shadows, then he has to prove himself first, that he, Xian Agnes of the Agnes Empire, is not an evil entity in disguise. Many swords come towards Xian. Xian says his favorite word interesting and dodges the attack. As soon as Xian dodges the attack, he comes across many golem knights. Xian perceives that the golems are made from a very sophisticated magic spell, but he cannot understand why the eternal shadows would use mere golems to test him, because it's making Xian's work more easier. All of the golems charge at Xian, and one of them swings their sword at him. Xian successfully dodges the attack and uses his Black Star fall power to create a magic spell to destroy the core of the golem knight. The eternal shadows are all watching Xian's movements while staying behind in a magic barrier. Thierry asks one of her comrades to inform her how Xian is doing right now. Her comrade replies by asking Thierry to see with her own eyes the skills Xian is showing. Thierry watches how Xian is destroying the cores of the golems with such ease. She wonders how can someone defeat the golems that easily because in terms of strength and defense the golems are on par with the Imperial knights. Xian finishes his test and he notices someone with a threat, so he releases his Black Star's dark aura at the magic barrier. At first glance, Thierry thinks that Xian is using Celestial Star C, but after looking properly, she realizes that the power Xian is wielding is completely different from the Celestial Star C. The magic barrier shatters. Xian enters the area. He says that the eternal shadows told him that he has to prove himself, but he tells them that he is not the one who should be proving himself while attacking one of their members. Xian says that the eternal shadows should be the ones who need to prove themselves to him. Xian uses his hand and pierces the heart of the lady with his dark aura. He thinks that, according to the novel, the eternal shadows were disbanded even before the war began. Due to the demonic species hiding themselves, even inside the eternal shadows, Thierry gets scared and asks whether it's a demonic energy, as she wonders how the demons infiltrated the eternal shadows. The monster screams at Zeon, calling him a scoundrel, while Zeon brings out his sword, Eclaxia. Thierry recognizes that sword. Zeon uses Eclaxia and completely annihilates the monster. Zeon thinks that he was right in his judgment when he said that Eclaxia will take a huge toll on his body. As Zeon looks back, he seems confused as he watches the leader of the Eternal Shadows, Thierry Ilonès, along with other members, bowing in front of him and greeting him as the successor of eternity. Zeon says that the Eternal Shadows, as the name suggests, was founded by the Eternal Emperor. They served many emperors even after the Eternal Emperor passed away, but the Eternal Emperor was the one whom they truly devoted their lives to serving. They have been waiting for the true successor of Eternal Emperor to appear and lead them. Zeon becomes the successor of the Eternal Emperor, and he asks Thierry again to be sure. Thierry tells Zeon that from today onwards, he is the successor of the Eternal Emperor, and tells him not to deny that he used Eclaxia. It's a fact that Eclaxia is a sword which only accepted the touch of the Eternal Emperor or the first Emperor of the Agnes until now. This fact is known by all the shadows. Thierry says that since Zeon has used that extinguishing sword, refuting this fact will only make it weirder. Zeon thinks that it's actually making his work easy. Zeon tells them that he would provide them a list of names who have infiltrated the shadows. He says that the list will contain the names of the demons lurking in this palace. They just have to remember the names and be vigilant. Then, Zeon asks for the current state of the shadows. Thierry explains regarding the eternal shadows, beginning with a general review. She ends her report and says that there is one current matter which is proving to be troublesome and needs Zeon's attention. She says that not too long ago, Princess Diana discovered one of their branches. She tells Zeon that normally, in this case, they'd just abandon the branch, like cutting a tail, but they couldn't do that now, because they're a small, elite force which are always short-staffed. She tells the prince that, when they tested him, they were forced to resort to golems because they had no manpower. Thierry adds that, in this kind of situation, if they abandon an entire branch, it would significantly impact their intelligence-gathering capacity. Thierry says that she has a solution. If they eliminate any traces and evacuate every one of their members from that branch, they will be safe. But the problem is that Princess Diana's forces will strike before they can evacuate. Zeon says that if they need someone to buy them some time, he can easily resolve it because he happens to know the prefect person for that. At the Pointer Palace, after finishing Zeon's order, Liushina comes to meet him. She sees Thierry and asks whether Zeon got a new slave while she was away. Zeon asks Liushina how her mission went. Liushina replies that she killed them all, and to be exact, she wiped them out as per Zeon's wish, and she even left a trail. She asks, Zeon, will it even matter if she leaves traces of her blood magic or not? Zeon claims that Diana Agnes is a cynical person. Diana doesn't trust what she sees. She'll focus on the hidden 1% lie rather than the obvious 99% truth. Thierry tells Zeon that the trail that Liushina left behind will lead Diana to the third, Prince Enoch. Zeon replies that she is correct. Enoch and Diana are not on good terms, so it'll be effective in clouding Diana's reasoning. Zeon thinks that this incident will help him when he decides to eliminate Enoch in the future. He says that today will serve as the starting point to manipulating Diana later for his benefit. Zeon demands to know the name of the person who brewed his coffee because it doesn't taste good. Fredo replies that it was a new servant assigned to the Pointer Star Palace. Zeon thinks that it is a drink that didn't exist in his original world, so it's his only pleasure in this world. He perceives that his rivals might have put another spy in disguise of a new servant. Thierry says that she would dig up the background of the servants who recently came into the Pointer Palace. Zeon thinks that it doesn't really matter who the spies are or how strong they are, he can handle them with ease. Outside the Imperial Palace, two of the monsters disguised as humans are having a chat. The girl says to the man with the black robe that he is lucky that he didn't get caught with that face up until now. The man replies that there's no need for him to make faces in front of her. The girl asks why does he wants to meet her, because their meeting has not been scheduled yet. The man says that he has lost communication with a person named Dekarn, and he thinks that she might be dead. The girl replies that it's strange. The man says that he is still looking at the matter. He says that not only that, but even signals from several subordinates have been cut off too. The girl replies that it means someone is hunting them. The man says that the person who is hunting them is Zeon Agnes. He says that except Dekarn, who was at the Imperial Palace, most of their subordinates were people who were close to Zeon Agnes. The girl says that the exiled Imperial Prince is hunting them, so it might be worth looking into. The man says that then he would leave this matter to her. The girl smiles and says that the situations are getting more interesting. In the next scene, Diana receives the news that the 6th Battalion that was headed to the branch of the Shadows has been completely wiped out. Diana gets so furious that she breaks her teacup. She asks whether the informant really said the word wiped out. She says that she sent the Igracia, which is one of the best military groups of the Empire and the highest ranking even amongst the elementalist divisions. She says that the well-known Igracia, didn't get any injury caused a close encounter, but they simply got completely wiped out. How can it be, she wonders. She asks the informant what information he has about the discovered branch of the Shadows, because if her side was wiped out, the Shadows' side must have taken the equal damage. The informant says that judging by the evidence left at the scene, it was suggested that the 6th Battalion Igracia didn't even make it inside Shadows Branch building. There were traces of a fierce battle, and the bodies of the 6th Battalion members were discovered right in front of the building. He says that those traces do not lead inside the building, but it appears that they lost their lives right there, fighting the enemy. Diana realizes that the branch was a trap from the start, and she, Diana Agnes, walked into such measly trap. The informant adds that there were strong signs of blood magic at the site, and they've also received intel that the woman who recently joined Prince Zeon also uses blood magic. Diana asks whether he is referring to the woman she saw with Zeon in the throne room. The informant answers saying yes, and that woman is the only blood magician active inside the capital city lately. Diana says that, according to the circumstantial evidence, it should be correct to say that Zeon and that woman are responsible for this incident. But Diana suddenly seems confused because the information were fitting too perfectly, as if the main culprit are blatantly telling her to suspect Zeon. She wonders why would Zeon target Igracia in the first place. She asks the informant for any other clues. The informant tells her there were also some traces of summoning techniques. Diana says that's it. The person who uses that technique is the true culprit. She asks, who else in the capital right now is a summoner strong enough to wipe out the 6th Battalion? The informant answers that it's Regan, Ursula of the 3rd Prince's faction, and the Summoning Magic Towers. Upon hearing that name, Diana becomes furious and screams Enoch's name, as she thinks he is the main culprit behind this incident. At the Imperial City, Fredo says that they will manage everything as per Zeon's orders till he returns. Lyushina says that she didn't expect them to depart from the Imperial City so soon after arriving. Zeon is going out of the Imperial City to give his test, as he said in the ceremony, that he would take the test of the calamity. The citizens say that they got information that the two of them would get rid of the calamity. The people think that Zeon and Lyushina have really gone insane. The people wonder whether Zeon and Lyushina are that detached, because they've only been staying at the Imperial City. One of the girls thinks that Zeon and Lyushina just choose the difficult way because they won't be able to resolve it in the first place. Regan greets Zeon and asks whether he is departing now. He tells Zeon that his forces seem a bit inadequate to deal with the calamity, but if it's your highness, he trusts that Zeon would succeed somehow and wishes Zeon good luck. Zeon reminiscence that Thierry had told him that Reagan is suspicious regarding the source of Zeon's powers. Zeon thinks that Reagan might be here to see Zeon's power. Then, he thinks that he can show him some of his power now. Zeon replies to Reagan that he wishes good luck to Reagan too, while releasing some aura of the Black Star. Then, Zeon leaves the area with Liu Shina. From one of the building's window, Evelyn sees Zeon leaving the Imperial city. She orders her henchmen to get the Ashen Lion division to tail Zeon and Liu Shina. She tells them to follow Zeon and protect him. Regan delivers a news to Enoch. He says that he thinks Zeon has learned black magic. Enoch asks how much sure is Regan in his judgment. Regan replies that over 90%. Regan explains that it's a well-known fact that Prince Zeon, who used to be so weak that he couldn't harm a spider, but he changed so ruthlessly that he doesn't even flinch at taking a life now. The unknown power that Prince Zion uses, the darkness looming over him, and even his uniquely atmosphere. Regan's claims that it's absolutely impossible to change this much unless Zeon is involved with the demons, and as far as he remembers clearly, Regan says that it was only for a split second, but Zeon's eyes were engulfed in a dark energy. Enoch asks Regan whether he is aware of the magnitude of the words he is speaking right now, because demonic energy is the source of black magic. He says that sorcery is the source of demonic energy, and borrowing power from the demons means turning mankind into their enemies. He asks, what would happen if one accepting this demonic energy was the direct bloodline of the Imperial family? Regan thinks that, then, the authority of the entire Imperial family would hit rock bottom, but it will also offer a valid excuse to officially dispose of Zeon. Enoch asks Regan whether he has planned everything or not. Regan replies saying, of course, they will send out a group of bandits after Zeon so that they don't get caught. In the city, Zeon arrives at the gate of the Information Guild, named the Eye of the Moon. Liu Shina asks whether Zeon is hungry, as according to her, it's looking like a restaurant. Zeon replies that he is not hungry, but there is something he needs to order here. Zeon enters, and the same waiter greets him. The waiter says that they have been waiting for Zeon's arrival and tells Zeon to follow him. Zeon asks whether the waiter is going to throw a knife at him like last time. The waiter replies, that won't happen. Liu Shina seems disappointed and tells Zeon that they actually didn't came here for eating. As she is saying this, both the waiter and Zeon leaves Liu Shina behind. Liu Shina shouts at them to wait for her. Both of them arrive at the chamber of the branch manager, Aileen. Aileen greets the young Prince Zeon and says that this time they are recognizing him unlike last time. Aileen says that if they still didn't know who Zeon was this time, it will be a shame on their name, as the Information Guild. She asks what brings Zeon here. Zeon replies that there's only one reason he would be here, and the Information Guild might know that reason. Aileen says that if it's related to the Phantom Legend, they can't tell Zeon anything either. Zeon replies that he is aware of that. Aileen asks what does he mean by it. Zeon even knows where the Phantom Legion would strike next, and originally, the hero and his party were supposed to resolve it, but Zeon has no intention of handing over the reward to the Information Guild. The prince says that there is something else that he needs them to investigate. Zeon hands Aileen a list of names and tells her that by the time he returns to the Imperial City, she must learn everything she can about the people written on this list, down to the smallest details. Aileen looks at the names which were from the Light Star Council, the most powerful people after the Emperor. Aileen asks whether Zeon is trying to make a hit list. Zeon replies that he is not sure, but the more information she gathers, the more benefits she would acquire. Zeon asks for the identity of the informant Aileen assigned to Zeon last time. Aileen replies that by informant is she referring to Nari? Zeon tells Aileen to assign Nari again this time, because he might need to place an additional request. Aileen tells Zeon that she understands the request, and as they are in that topic, she asks How was Xion's venture into the Black Forest? She says that the forest purified overnight, and only 2 people know the story, he and Reincarnated. Aileen notices that the woman with red eyes has been sticking by his side ever since returning to the Imperial city. Her appearance is absolutely like the witch of the heavenly slaughter. So, she perceives that the 1,000-year-old witch isn't dead, but serving Xion. Xion puts a finger on his mouth and telepathically says that she is right, but she will get hurt if she knows too much. At one of the battlefield, there are traces of a fierce battle. One of the knights on the brink of dying tells to the others to, please, stop sacrificing himself to protect others, and tells him to live his own life for now. The other knight wonders whether he should retire now. At a village, a young kid tells a middle-aged man to teach him swordsmanship. The man tells the boy to stop disturbing him. The boy says that he would even offer the man a teaching fee, but the man refuses. The boy gets angry and walks out of that place. He says that the man could at least teach him a thing or two about swordsmanship. He says that he must quickly become strong because it's a peaceful-looking small village which is weak and poor with no security personnel at all. And he hates living in this powerless village that can't even stop a group of thieves. He says that he would become strong enough to leave this village one day. Xion and Liushina enter the village and pass the young boy. He realizes that they must be outsiders. The aged man is thinking that the young boy does remember that woman, so it must be true that they are blood-related. He was wondering if he could meet her sooner. Xion goes near that man. The man thinks that they must be outsiders and judging by Xion's hair color. The man thinks Xion could be of the Imperial family. The man asks for Xion's identity. Liushina, as usual, is getting ready for killing that man. Xion orders her to wait. He introduces himself as the Xion Agnes. The man wonders if the person standing here in front of him is Xion Agnes, the abandoned purebred. Then the rumors were wrong, or Xion has been hiding his true self all this time. He asks the reason for Xion's arrival. Xion replies that he would be straightforward and get to the point. He offers the man to come under him. Xion says that this village will perish soon, and if the he comes under him, Xion will save him and this village. The man refuses. He explains that he doesn't believe in Xion's words, and also if this village were to perish, they could just avoid it before that happens. Xion says, very well, and leaves. Liushina asks why Xion didn't make him submit to him as he did with Liushina. She says that she had no idea that Xion would pull back like this and asks whether he would give up like this. Xion questions her, whether heroes are born or made. Liushina replies, what he is taking about all of a sudden. Xion says that he thinks it the former. The destiny of a hero is decided the moment they are born, and because of that, that man won't be able to resist in the end. While talking, Xion suddenly watches an assassin in disguise and attacks him and says that he would take care of this bastard's first. Liushina says that she has been desperately waiting for Xion to say that. All of the assassins charges at Xion, and Liushina takes them both down. One of the girl attacks them with magic. Xion uses his dark aura and sprints straight to that woman and takes her life by piercing her heart. Two of the assassins try to block him. Xion uses dark vision and shatters a part of the assassin's sword with only his finger. He also attacks that assassin in his heart. One of the assassins thinks that the Xion Agnes he knew by rumors has completely changed. He brings out a mysterious object like a ball induced in magic to help the assassin teleport. Xion notices that the assassin is going somewhere and breaks the magic ball and the circle surrounding. Xion says that he didn't expect them to appear so blatantly. Xion did predict that there would be some interference because his siblings will want him to fail his test the most than anyone else. Suddenly, Nari appears and says that these assassins have a separate main force. She says that their other force is waiting nearby and will attack the village soon. The young boy hears their conversation while hiding in the bush. He runs to alert the village because he doesn't want the same scene to repeat for the second time. He picks up his pace while repeating that he must alert the village at once. Zeon shows Nari some places that he wants them to investigate. Zeon says that from this point on, they will move as previously discussed. Liushina asks what he will do about the village then, as Nari said it's going to be attacked soon. Zeon replies that his current work comes first. Zeon says that there is someone in the village who will hold the attackers off. At a cliff, the demon's party are planning something. The demon named Caneless tells comrades that who would have thought that the Ghost King would be residing in such a remote location after his retirement. He curses the foolish Empire bastards because not only did they disregard such power, they even treated the Ghost King as a lowlife. The girl demon says that she heard that the Ghost King retired on his own accord and came here, which is good for them as they will be able to kill him much easily. Caneless thinks that they are obeying the orders of the 5 demonic spirits, those who command all monsters within the Empire, so their mission will definitely succeed. Caneless says that originally, they wouldn't even be able to hold a candle to the Ghost King. But with the help of the thing in his hand, the story will shift. The thing in his hand coordinates to summon the Phantom Legion. He says that even they are dealing with the Ghost King. The Ghost King will not be able to handle an entire army by himself. One of the demon tells them that he heard in order to prove himself as a successor, Imperial Prince. Zeon chose the Phantom Legion catastrophe. Caneless says that the disposed prince won't be able to get rid of the army, and the girl intervenes and says that the young prince won't stand a chance against the Phantom Legion. The monster says that maybe Zeon never planned to solve the catastrophe in the first place, because he only brought one subordinate when he left the Imperial Palace. The monster explains there's no way for the Imperial people to know where the Phantom Legion would appear, so this is a perfect excuse for Zeon. The monster doesn't think that Zeon will come, even if they provide him the coordinates. One of the demons says that they must be careful of Zeon because an order regarding Zeon has arrived from the higher-ups. The girl questions what orders. The demon answers. He received an order to place Zeon on the watch list, and it came after Zeon departed from the Imperial Palace. The girl replies that those above must think that the disappearance of the demons inside the Imperial Palace is related to Zeon Agnes. Seanless says that it means Prince Zeon has been hunting down the demons. The demon replies that it may be hard to believe, but if it's true, Prince Zion must have completely figured out about their existence in advance. Caneless goes on to say that there is no way Zeon could do that, but suddenly gets interrupted by Zeon. Zeon kills the monster in front of the demons so fast that they couldn't even react. Zeon tells them that he is curious about something. The prince says that he thought he has blocked all method of leaking information about him, but he asks them, how did they manage to find about his whereabouts? When the boy reaches the village, it was already under attack. People are screaming to spare their lives. The boy cries as he sees the same things repeating in front of his eyes. He thinks that he doesn't want to lose the village again. He charges at the monsters disguised as humans with a weapon. One of the attackers grabs the boy's neck. The attacker says that he loves the boy's gaze, so he would especially gouge the boy's eyes first. The attacker moves his hand towards the boy's right eye. The boy thinks that in the end, he just wanted to protect this village. The boy hears a voice telling him to close his eyes. In mere seconds, the middle-aged man who used to be the captain of the knights in his prime days deals with 2 of the monsters. The captain, reminiscent his past, when he was told by one of his fellow comrades to live his own life happily and not to sacrifice himself in order to protect others. The captain says sorry to his dead comrade because now he can't grant him that request. The girl demon asks Zeon who he is. The demon tells her that the man who attacked them is Zeon Agnes. Caneless seems confused by Zeon's ambush. He wonders how Zeon came here, and if he knows their identity or not. He also thinks, what they will do now, and moreover, he doesn't know the source of Zeon's power, which is unlike others. Cainless says that one thing is for sure: the power Zeon is showing is not something like the disgrace of the Imperial family, as they've heard of so far. He thinks that they must kill him. Zeon thinks that the demons he is facing now are certainly different. Their power is on a whole different level compared to the demons he has fought up until now. At his current level, he can handle 2 of them at most. Zeon wonders what he should do now. 3 of the demons attack Zeon altogether. Zeon has no other choice. He wanted to save his trump card as best as he could. Zeon brings out Eclaxia, a mythical weapon which contains the power of its owner and is passed down, greatly increasing the power of the user recognized by the weapon. Then, Zeon wants to see how different his power is when he holds Eclaxia, the light-extinguishing sword, in his hand, compared to when he is not holding, so he uses Black Flash, which hits one of the demons. He then goes to attack the girl demon and completely overpowers her. Both the demons try to attack Zeon at that moment, but Zeon teleports himself to a safe place. Zeon realizes that he must end this quickly, because he can only maintain this blade for around 10 minutes, but he can't afford to spend a whole 10 minutes in this place. The real game is yet to commence, as he has only 2 minutes left to spend in this place. Zeon attacks the demon. The demon says that he will not fall for the same trick twice and releases a grass attack at Zeon. On the other hand, Cainless stretches his hand to attack Zeon. Cainless smiles as he thought Zeon might have taken a huge damage, but the next moment he gets surprised to see Zeon perfectly standing as if nothing had happened. Zeon gets behind Cainless and slashes his back. Cainless thinks he can dodge this one, but Zeon suddenly appears in front of him and swings his sword at Cainless. The demon attacks Zeon to stall some time. Zeon says that the light-extinguishing sword nullifies all demonic energy. It touches, but right now, it can't sever all of those tentacles. But it really doesn't matter to Zeon, because he has another trick up his sleeve. He uses a new power named Dark Stream, Savage Form, which completely overwhelmed his opponent. Cainless watches. The ominous sword, absorbing all the surrounding light, is one thing, but he says that the strange power surrounding Prince Zion is like pitch-black darkness. He thinks that power is certainly not the celestial star C that the descendants of the Agnes Imperial family use. How could Zeon possess such power, he wonders. He says that even among monsters, notorious for their murderous intent towards everything, there is probably no one that uses such a terrifying power like Zeon's. Then he remembers that there was one person. He wasn't an existence of evil, but he harnessed a power similar to that. He was the eternal Emperor Aurelion Khan Agnes. Cainless decides to run away because he must alert the higher-ups quickly. As he was running, he notices that both of his hands are being covered with a dark aura. Cainless loses both of his hands due to the dark aura. Cainless thinks that at this rate he will really perish. At that moment he uses his last resort and summons the Phantom Legion. He tells Zeon to dodge that attack if he can. Phantom Legion appears from the night sky. Zeon perceives that Cainless probably planned to steal the coordinates of the Phantom Legion before he showed up, but Zeon thinks that he will never let Cainless go, even if he calls the Phantom Legion. Lastly, before killing Cainless, Zeon says that he has been waiting for Cainless to summon the Phantom. The young boy recognizes that the person standing in front of him and protecting him is Uncle Liam. Red Hat leader Yuquan says that he has never heard of someone like Liam. His comrade says the word Ghost King. Yuquan repeats that the Ghost King is Liam Raynor. He is the captain of the demon exterminating squad, one of the Empire's heroes who survived and put an end to the battle against the demons. Yuquan says that he didn't hear anything like this when he received the commission. The commissioner said that they will just turn a small village upside down. Yuquan realizes that it's too late for running away now, so he charges at Liam with his spear. Liam throws a punch which didn't even come in contact with Yuquan's spear, but the pressure he exerted was enough to break Yuquan's body into pieces. Liam asks the young boy whether he is fine or not. The boy replies, while nagging, that how can Liam not teach him swordsmanship when Liam is this strong? Liam tells the boy that he doesn't know swordsmanship. Liam remembers that Zeon said that this village is going to perish. The Ghost King perceives that Zeon wouldn't have warned him like that just because of a few assassins. Then, what in the world is happening right now? Liam wonders. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake, and they witness a barrier covering the entire village. The barrier is so advanced that Liam can't fathom it, and the range is so wide that he can't even sense anything outside of it. As the entire village gets quarantined, Liam thinks that it might be the Phantom Legion. Liam says that the Phantom Legion consists of people who have been cursed by Kronos, the ancient god, those who are forced to live as they were forever, an army of those who cannot live or die. Liam thinks that he can't stop them with his own power. Unless he could ascend to heaven, there's no way he could stop that legend all by himself. Liam Rayner wonders whether Prince Zion knew that this catastrophe would appear in this place from the beginning. The people are panicking as they can't find a place to run. Liam tells the boy to stay safe. The Ghost King releases his aura and says to himself that he must protect the village. Lyoshina stops Liam while saying that he is not supposed to steal someone else's prey. Lyoshina says that she has waited for a long time for this moment. Liam Rayner tells Lyoshina that she alone cannot handle them. Lyoshina replies that she can handle it and she is not alone because she has her minions who will do the job for her. Lyoshina uses blood magic and summons her beasts. Lyoshina says that she would wipe them all out today with her army of beasts. Suddenly, the barrier cracks at one point and Zeon is responsible for it as he enters the village by breaking the barrier. An enormous energy that Zeon can feel, even when he is this far, is certainly worthy to be called one of the 7 great calamities, according to Zeon. Zeon remembers that, in the Chronicles of Frosimar, the hero wiped out that phantom legend together with his comrades. Although Zeon has no such comrades, but instead, he has the most important key that he has prepared to attack the Phantom Legion. Zeon says that he has the Witch of the Heavenly Slaughter, Lyoshina Bloodwalker, while landing on the ground. Upon landing, Zeon looks for something and finds it. Zeon feels that its energy and atmosphere is on a different level from those other phantom warriors. It's a unique presence that can be clearly felt even from afar. The prince says that the knight who is riding the black horse is the ruler of this phantom legend and the king cursed by Kronos, the ancient god. Zeon smiles and says that the ruler of the Phantom Legion was his target all along.
Lyoshina smiles as she kills the soldiers of the Phantom Legion. She says that she is glad that she followed Zeon as her master. Zeon says that they still need to push further forward. Lyoshina tells Zeon that she would open up the path for him as she accumulates her blood mana and releases all of it at once, which clears their path forward. Lyoshina tells her master to move ahead. Zeon rides the black horse and rushes towards the Phantom Legion. There is only one reason why Zeon made the demons summon the Phantom Legion and is running there himself. Zeon is doing this because this is the only way to obtain the Kronos' tool, and to be exact, someone with the coordinates to summon the Legion must directly engage in the eternal battle. This is the first condition that needs to be met in order to obtain the Kronos' tool. Zeon uses dark vision and orders the shadows made by Black Star fall to stop the arrows flying towards and take care of the rest. He summons Eclaxia and uses a new power named Black Dot. Zeon doesn't want to stop and orders the horse to keep going forward, as he will take care of the other nuisances. He uses an attack named Dark Coating Return. Some other entities try to stop Zeon, but he uses Black Flash. As he reaches near the boss, he extends Eclaxia's range by using the Black Star's aura. He jumps straight in front of the boss and deals a full force attack. Due to the clash between them, the knight's red sword scatters into pieces. The knight accumulates his aura to support the sword, while Zeon concentrates the black star into Eclaxia and uses black flash. The knight notices that Zeon is up in the sky, but by the time he notices Zeon vanishes, leaving his dark aura behind. Zeon suddenly appears in front of the knight and tries to attack, but the knight blocks and deflects Zeon's attack. Zeon jumps backwards and attacks the knight one more time. The knight holds Zeon's sword with his hand, then leaves it as the knight decides to deal a counterattack. Zeon notices that the knight is going for a counterattack, so he decides to dodge the attack. The knight surprises Zeon by telling him that he won't lose to Zeon. The knight says that he has been looking forward to fighting Zeon. The knight says that he was looking forward to it because he thought that just maybe his endlessly repeating punishment may end today. But he feels disappointed and asks Zeon why he is so weak. Zeon realizes that the gap between their basic skills is definitely big, and even when he amplified Black Star, the attack itself didn't work. Zeon says that there is only one way left to deal with this king of the Phantom Legion, as he again amplifies Black Star Fall's aura into Eclaxe, which creates a sudden burst of dark aura. On the other hand, the captain of the Ashen Lion Division, captain of the 5th Unit, Karen, together with the vice-captain of the 5th Unit, Paulo, followed Zeon and are now searching for Zeon's whereabouts. Karen tells Paulo that it's a shame that they are out here looking for the deposed prince. Paulo laughs and tells him to never mind that and enjoy the surrounding scenery. As they were talking, Karen gets shocked as he sees a huge barrier in front of them. Karen, the captain orders his 5th Unit of the Ashen Lion Division to approach this barrier first. Inside the barrier, both Zeon and the king tries to attack each other with their halved sword. As the king tries to swing his sword, he realizes his hand fall off along with his sword. Finally, Zeon is now using Lunar Eclipse. It is one of the ultimate amplifiers and one of the best reversal techniques that Zeon has, exploding all the black star that exist in his body in an instant, raising all his abilities beyond their limits due to that Zeon is currently at his peak. Zeon gets behind the king. The king notices and turns around, and Zeon strikes first. The king thinks that he blocked Zeon's attack for a brief moment, but he notices that Zeon's dark aura is overpowering his blue aura. Zeon tells the king that he has something that he wanted to ask. Zeon asks the king who is the weaker one now. On the other hand, the knights appointed by Princess Evelyn is struggling to break the barrier. The captain says that even when fighting giants, he didn't need to put in this much effort. The vice-captain conceives that Zeon is inside the barrier and thinks whether he is dead or not. Suddenly, the captain shouts at them to move aside because he has to try one more time and decides to focus all his power into one point. As a result, he successfully cracks the barrier. The vice-captain orders the soldier to focus their attacks in the crack regions before the barrier restores. They manage to break the barrier and enter the village. As they enter, they witness some monster they had never seen before and watch Prince Zeon fighting a knight. Zeon and the king fight vigorously, and the king finds it impossible to dodge Zeon's attacks. As the king decides to do something, Zeon reacts to it and tells the king that his cheap tricks will not work this time while swinging his sword. The king ducks, and Zeon attacks the king's face with his elbow. Zeon is running out of time as he has only 1 minute left before the lunar eclipse disappears. The king wonders how could this happen so suddenly, because everything about this fight is different from before and got way above his level. The king uses his blue flame again while Zeon slides backwards. The king says that at first he determined Zeon was weak, but now he became a little expectant and says that Zeon is indeed worthy to be called the owner of the coordinates Chronos Judgment, and at the same time, the savior who will save them from this hellish battlefield that repeats forever. The king says that if Zeon succeeds to withstand this attack too, he will truly acknowledge him. The king uses an attack named Black Flame Ocean, which can even pierce the sky. The captain who was watching the fight says that it's complete madness. Zeon thinks that there is about 5 seconds remaining from his lunar eclipse, so he has no other choice but to crush this attack head-on. The king of the Phantom Legion, who was stuck in an endless loop of battle, was waiting for the person to show up who will end his cursed fate. Zeon absorbs the king's mighty attack with his lunar eclipse. Zeon calls the king by his name, the Abyss. The Abyss thanks Zeon for this battle and for freeing them from their cursed fate. The Phantom Legion army was destroyed as per Zeon's plan, and he enters a portal to finish the next objective ahead. As he enters the portal, he meets an unknown person who asks whether the cursed army have met their demise. Are you not going to ask who I am? The person questions. Guardian is the only name which came to Zeon's mind because this person was regarded as the Guardian in the novel. The 5 questions? Where are they? Zeon questions. The Guardian asks Zeon how he already knows what is the reward for defeating the cursed army. The Guardian points at Zeon and tells him that he is not a hero. How did this happen? How can the destiny be changed? The Guardian wonders. According to the destiny, the hero should be the one to destroy the army and come here. A destiny? What do you mean by it? Zeon asks. The Guardian explains that all records of one's past, present, and future are their fortune. The time when a being exists in the world is their life. If you combine the two together, it becomes their destiny. Destiny is decided from the very start, so it can be tweaked slightly, but not changed. He says that the commonly used phrase that you decide your own destiny, it's all nonsense. So, originally, the hero defeated the cursed army and Zeon shouldn't be here right now. Destiny cannot be changed, these words repeat in the Guardian's mind. Zeon thinks whether the Guardian is referring to the novel when he is talking about destiny. The Guardian comes to a conclusion and says that all the things that is happening right now means there has been a variable in destiny, and for that to be possible, a transcendent being has to interfere. The Guardian looks at Zeon and gets astonished as he finds out that Zeon's destiny is not visible at all, as if he didn't even existed in this world. Are you saying you won't give it to me? Zeon asks. The Guardian replies that's not the point because just by coming here, Zeon is already deserving of that. The Guardian gives Zeon a bracelet. Kronos, the ancient deity, asked mankind 5 questions, which is known as Kronos's 5 questions and the mythical item whose power embodies them. Kronos's 5 questions. The 5 colored gems embedded in the bracelet are each a question. The power inherent within each is a natural disaster organ. More than that, the 5 colored gems are consumable and can be used only once each. It's an item fitting the name mythical. The Guardian explains the function of the bracelet to Zeon. He says that the question will be filled in when Zeon brings in the coordinates because, to begin with, the Phantom Army came from the power of the question. Before Zeon's departure, the Guardian says that he has one last question. Who are you? The Guardian asks. Zeon smiles and leaves without giving a proper answer. In the village, Karen is still in shock as he couldn't fathom what the hell happened here. He thinks that previously a sword of destruction created by the king of the Phantom Legion was crushed by Prince Zeon's single blow. How can this be possible? The captain wonders. He looks for Prince Zeon as he disappeared along with the king. Are you here to kill my master as well? Are you master's enemy? Lyoshina asks the captain in a deadly voice. The vice-captain replies saying no and tells Lyoshina that they are the knights sent by Her Royal Highness Evelyn to protect Prince Zeon. As they were talking, General Liam speaks up and says that Karen would never take on missions like assassinations. General Liam, why are you here? Is this really the place you came after retirement? The captain asks abruptly. Liam answers by saying yes, and he says that he didn't think that they would be fighting against such a huge army. Karen replies that he is glad seeing that General Liam is safe. What happened here? Can you explain it to me? Karen asks. Liam replies while pointing at Lyoshina that a phantom army appeared, and they were completely annihilated by this woman and Prince Zeon. Karen replies that this woman and Prince Zeon must be monsters to be able to fight such an army. In the meantime, Lyoshina turns as she looks for Zeon and wonders where her master might be. Zeon comes out from the portal. As he comes out, Prince Zeon says that he needs some time to rest first. 5 days have passed since the army invasion. Prince Zeon decides to leave the village. General Liam says that he would follow Zeon as he made a promise. Prince Zeon tells Liam to stay in the village for now. Zeon looks at Liam and thinks that the purpose of coming out of the palace this time was to get Kronos's 5 questions along with his proof of succession. Liam is just a side benefit for him, and for now, it's good to have him, but it does not really matter if he doesn't. But of course later it might be different when there is a full-scale war with the demons. So Zeon tells Liam that someday he would find Liam when he needs Liam's assistance. Liam replies that he won't refuse Zeon's judgment and tells Zeon that he would always be ready whenever Zeon will need him. Zeon feels like the seeds must be close to ripping, those seeds that he has sowed before he left the abandoned palace. So now it's time to harvest one of them. The news that the Phantom Legion disappeared reached the Information Guild of the Eye of the Moon. Evelyn, manager of the Information Guild, asks the informant for the report on the Phantom Legion. The informant gives her the report and tells Evelyn that it was submitted by the special intelligence agent, Neri, who followed Prince Zeon, so there shouldn't be any mistake. According to the report, Prince Zeon's party reached the village and summoned a barrier and the army not long after. By the time the barrier disappeared, the Phantom Legion had been annihilated. No one remained besides Prince Zeon and his underling, a woman with red eyes, along with Liam Raynor, the Ghost King. The Ashen Lion Division also revealed themselves. After reading this news hasn't been revealed somewhere else yet, right? Evelyn asks. The informant replies, saying yes. Evelyn thinks that if this information leaks out, not only will it shake up the Imperial City, but also the whole capital. What about Prince Zeon? Evelyn asks. The informant says that he doesn't think Prince Zeon will stop by this place, as he will presumably head straight to the Imperial City. Does Prince Zeon want me to directly report to him at the Imperial Palace and convey the information to the members of the Assembly? Evelyn thinks deeply. Lastly, the informant says that he has one more news, and the news is that a man who is believed to be a hero has shown up. Evelyn asks the informant to elaborate. In the training ground, Zeon is trying to increase the potency of his Black Star Fall. He finds it hard to break through and attains the potency level of 3 stars. Zeon understands that he must develop. Priscilla enters the training ground and says that she has heard that Zeon has defeated the Phantom Legion this time. What brings you here, Priscilla? Zeon asks. Priscilla replies that she would like to aid Sir Zeon in his endeavors. Zeon asks Priscilla how she is going to help with her magic skills, which can't even handle assassins, let alone a low-class demon. Do you perhaps have wonderful information-gathering skills? If it's neither, do you have the authority to mobilize your entire family or the magic tower? Zeon questions and tells Priscilla that he doesn't mind her roaming around his palace, however. If she desires anything more than that, then Priscilla must prove herself worthy of it. Priscilla says that she understands and leaves the training ground. Prince thinks that this should be enough incitement for her. According to Zeon, if Priscilla doesn't want to become the Princess of Misfortune like she did in the novel, she'll have to put in bone-shattering effort. Thierry Ilonès, leader of the Eternal Shadows, tells Zeon that the cross-verification that Zeon ordered is done. Additionally, she says that it seems that a coronation ceremony to officially acknowledge your status as the successor will be held soon. But in the process of preparing for that ceremony, they've detected movements from Third Prince Enoch and Regan Ursula's side. Are they finally on the move? Zeon wonders. Zeon says that he would go to the Imperial Palace alone. But before that, he asks Thierry whether the things that he ordered are ready. Thierry replies that everything's ready, but she asks, will everything really go as per Prince Zeon's plan? Of course, it's my master who devised it. Has master ever been wrong before? Lucina speaks up as she suddenly appears. She asks Zeon whether she can come with him. Zeon says that he doesn't want Lucina to go and tells her that the things that Lucina always looks for won't happen this time. Zeon pats Lucina's head and tells Lucina that there's something he must do by staying here, so he tells her to wait a little longer and leaves. In the Imperial Palace, many guests and all the nobles have gathered. Prince Enoch and Regan look at each other as they think that all the preparations are planned perfectly. Everyone is waiting for the main character, Prince Zeon Agnes of this coronation. But he is a bit late. They gossip how Zeon subjugated the Phantom Legion. One person says, who would have thought that the imprisoned Prince Zeon would subjugate a catastrophe of such difficulty? They assume that the Emperor might have known about Zeon's potential from the very beginning, which is why the Imperial Emperor chose Zeon as his successor. While some people think that Princess Evelyn might have orchestrated everything as the Ashen Division, and also the Ghost King Liam Raynor was present. As they were gossiping, suddenly an announcement is made that His Highness the Imperial Prince Zeon Agnes has arrived. Zeon enters and sits on a chair beside Princess Diana. Diana tells Zeon that it's her first time meeting Zeon after the throne room. She congrats Zeon for subjugating the Phantom Legion. However, she says that if Zeon keeps giving off such intimidating vibes, no one here is going to dare approach him. Why would I want to attract these people? I don't think they'll be very useful, Zeon answers. The event manager announces that Prince Zeon's succession ceremony shall commence. He requests Prince Zeon to take the stage. The person reads that, "The great Agnes Empire that has persisted for 400 years from the first emperor, His Majesty Aurelian." Regan intervenes and attracts everyone's attention and says that first, he would like to extend his congratulations for the achievements of this coronation's main character, His Highness Prince Zeon, on his subjugating of the Phantom Legion. The manager tries to stop Regan by telling Sir Regan that wait for the ceremony to finish, but Regan doesn't listen to him. Regan says that up until recently, no one would have thought that His Highness would be able to tackle one of the catastrophes and was called the imprisoned prince became a public laughingstock. Up until a few months ago, His Highness, Prince Zeon, became a completely different man. Regan accuses Zeon by saying that Prince Zeon passed the succession ceremony with confidence and even tackled a disaster. But just how could His Highness have changed so much within such a short period of time? Regan questions. Additionally, Regan adds that even if Prince Zeon gained some strength due to his Agnes blood awakening, it is impossible to acquire such power in such a short period of time. Lastly, Regan concludes that Prince Zeon is possessing a realm of strength that cannot be achieved through conventional means. Are you implying that Zeon has learnt some corrupt power? Sir Regan? Enoch questions. Regan replies, "Yes, sir. Zeon Agnes must have signed a contract with a demon to learn dark magic." One of the people tells Regan to elaborate what he is trying to say. Regan explains that there are two places related to Lord Zion where demonic power has been detected. One is where he stays, the Pointer Star Palace. The other is the Palace of Qualification, where the succession ceremony took place. A normal person never even makes any contact with demonic power their entire life. Yet, it was detected twice around Lord Zion. Regan concludes that Lord Zion is already exhibiting symptoms that are a result of borrowing a demon's power. Is that true? How? Did Lord Zeon really borrow powers from the demons? The people question as they get confused. Dark magic is forbidden throughout the Empire. Additionally, Regan says that someone of the royal lineage learning it will only ruin this empire's reputation. Can we continue with the ceremony when there may be a chance that my suspicions are right? Regan questions as he already called some priests from the church. Who are they? The people wonder. Regan explains that these people are high priests of the church that serve the light, who will check if Lord Zion has really learned dark magic. Regan reassures the people in the meeting not to be surprised by saying that the magicians behind them have only been stationed for their own safety. Regan thinks that this is his perfect victory against Lord Zeon, because his evidence is concrete and everyone here will bear witness. Regan then tells the priests to start checking Zeon. Regan thinks that restraining a member of the royalty in public is a crime that would usually get him killed. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can prove that Zeon learned dark magic. O light of the divine who sees all throughout this world, the priests recite as they create a magic circle surrounding Zeon. The priests use the holy spell, Arbat Dior, which discharges evil power, and if the spell is cast on a person who has made a contract with a demon, the light will disappear and the evil power will appear around Lord Zeon. Enoch smirks as he thinks that Zeon is really done for this time. Regan orders the magicians to be prepared because Prince Zeon might go crazy if the evil power takes over. "Yes, sir," the magicians reply. Regan is eagerly waiting for Zeon to show his true form. The light shines even brightly and then disappears, and Regan orders the magicians to restrain Prince Zeon, but in the next moment Regan gets extremely shocked as he sees Zeon completely fine without any evil aura whatsoever. Why's there no evil power? Reagan asks. So I guess it didn't go as you planned, Sir Reagan? Zeon questions. Reagan realizes that he was played by Zeon. Zeon didn't try to stop Reagan because of this specific moment. The tide of the battle has now changed, and the one who tried to restrain Zeon is being restrained himself. Get them! Zeon orders his escorts to capture Regan by putting shackles in his hands. Then Regan was taken to the prison. Diana conceives that Zeon made a trap using his opponent's plan and totally tricked Regan. Princess Diana perceives that the reason why Regan was suspicious of Zeon is because Zeon has become a completely different person, which is quite understandable. Zeon asks the person in charge to continue the ceremony. The person says that as Emperor Erdia's substitute, he grants Zeon Agnes the right to succession. Enoch's right hand shakes as he gets completely dumbfounded. Prince Zeon steps out of the stage and leaves the Empire Palace. As he is about to enter the Pointer Palace, he gets greeted by Leoshina. "Are you back, Master?" Leoshina asks as she runs towards Zeon. Zeon tells Leoshina that he has something for her and shows her a map. Leoshina asks, "What's this for?" Zeon replies that it is a map with the Blood Tower's location. Zeon thinks that the location of the Blood Tower, where blood magicians gather, is a secret, but the Eternal Shadows helped him to find it. Zeon tells Leoshina that he wants her to go there. "Me? Why?" Leoshina asks as she is unaware. Zeon smiles while telling Leoshina to take over the Blood Tower. In the next scene, Regan is in prison, thinking that Prince Zeon has completely defeated him. How on earth was he able to hide it? Regan wonders, as he was sure that Zeon definitely contracted the demons because there were clear signs. But how did this happen? Regan shouts. He now regards himself as pathetic because he will be punished for insulting and hurting a royal, an attempted assassination of a royal, and maybe even treason. He then thinks that if the third prince, Enoch, used his power, maybe his life would be spared. At that moment, Enoch enters the prison while saying that it's heartbreaking to see Regan in such a pity state. "Prince Enoch!" Regan shouts. Enoch says that if only he had known that Regan would insult and attempt to assassinate a royal, then he would have cut off Regan's head himself. After hearing this, Regan gets confused because he thought that Enoch was on his side. Enoch blames Regan by saying that everything which happened is Regan's own doing, and it has nothing to do with Enoch. Do you get it? Regan? Enoch questions as he leaves the prison. After that, Regan loses his only hope of survival. He never expected that after working for the third prince for so long, he would thrown away like this. At the palace's underground chamber, Enoch kills some of the people who might be a threat to him in the near future. He realizes that there are so many people that he needs to keep in check, and his top priority will be Zeon Agnes. Should I look for advice? Enoch questions himself. In the next scene, another two of the demons is seen. The male demon notices that his comrade Cainless's traces has completely vanished along with the Phantom Legion. The female replies saying yes, and it was done by that guy named Zeon Agnes. She wonders how on earth Zeon found out something that's a top secret even among the demons. The male demon thinks that from all intelligence groups of the Empire, even the highest power can't stop them because they don't know who they are, but in the contrary, he realizes that Zeon goes beyond normal, as he is actually hunting them as if Zeon knew about what will happen in advance. The female demon AKs whether Zeon has something like their future sight. The male demon replies that having future sight like them doesn't mean that someone will know everything. Wait, then what if everything we know about the prince is false? The lady demon questions. The male demon says that they need to figure out what to do with Zeon in the future, and the same goes for the hero's party. The female demon remembers that regarding Zeon Agnes, there's an information that he would visit the University of Magic Tower. Her comrade replies that he has heard that too, but he couldn't fathom the reason behind it. Isn't Hiduk there? There is no way he would be caught. right? The female demon questions. The male demon replies that it should be fine, but they must be on alert. In the next scene, Zeon arrives at the University of Magic Tower, and a person named Claude Lindell greets Zeon and welcomes him for his visit. Claude introduces himself and says that he teaches Frost variant magic here. Priscilla is also inside the Magic Tower. She is thinking how she can find a quicker way to increase her skills in a short time, and at that moment, she hears some voices of some people. "Who is that? Who has a professor to meet you? Is it someone from the Imperial City?" the people question. After hearing this, Priscilla goes near the window to see who is the person that came from the Imperial Palace. She gets surprised to see that it's Zeon Agnes. Claude informs Zeon that currently the Magic Tower Master is not here, so Claude tries to offer Zeon a guest room where he can stay until the Master arrives, but Zeon replies that he wants to look around the Magic Tower in the meantime. The reason why Zeon has come to the Magic Tower is because he knows that something is going to happen. Zeon thinks that the story of the warrior and his party that's written in the Chronicle. One of the important points of the tale will happen here tonight at the Imperial University Magic Tower. It's not on the same scale of a whole city, like the case with Raindra or a village, like with the Phantom Legion, but the thing that's going to happen will make a big difference in the future. Is it possible for me to attend a lecture? Zeon questions. Claude replies by saying yes, but at the same time he thinks that Zeon won't be able to understand a single thing in the lecture. Zeon enters the lecture room and finds someone he was looking for. Tyron Vlihalden, or can also be called Heinrich Whisperer. Breaking all the limitations of the already existing magic system up to rank 9, he's the first great mage to reach rank 10. Of all the mages that have ever existed, he's known to be the closest to the truth, a legendary figure who is said to know of all the secrets of the world and even the abyss's end. If one had to choose the strongest mage in the Empire's history, he would be mentioned. That's this person's past life also. The mage will become one of the hero's companions in the future, Zeon concludes. Zeon thinks of Tyron as a sloth, because that's Tyron's nature gained with this rebirth. For someone who's been carrying the memories of his past self with him since birth, his magical prowess is ridiculous. This will naturally be resolved by joining the hero's party, however. The problem is the incident that takes place tonight at the Magic Tower. The meeting between Tyron and the hero will be pushed back even further. Tyrant was the last to join the group. At that time, the war against the demons had already begun. Before he could match up with his party, he'll be off on a wild chase. He will become one of the reasons for the hero's failure to kill the Demon King, and if the hero's party fails, the Empire will also perish. Zeon thinks that there are two main things that can prevent the destruction of the Empire, or to be more specific, the world. The first is ruling the entire Empire and preventing the division. The other one is changing the tale of the hero and his party. Zeon thinks that the novel Chronicles of the Hero of Frozimar ends in a failure, so this time, Zeon has to change the ending from the beginning. Zeon attends the lecture. The lecturer gives lecture to his student regarding gravity-based magic. Then, do any of you students wish to share your thoughts on this? The professor questions. A student named Essen raises his hand. Firstly, Essen asks for the professor's permission to speak. He says that if other people can speak too, then he'd like to hear what His Highness Prince Zion, who is currently attending the class, has to say. He shares that he heard that the imperial family of Agnes receives extensive education from a young age, and thanks to the special powers that they possess since birth, they show exceptional abilities in any field. Additionally, Essien says that if that's the case, Prince Zeon must have a basic understanding of magic. Then he must have understood the formula written on the blackboard. Perhaps he may be able to offer a fresh take regardless of his level of expertise in magic. After all, the man sitting in the lecture is a prince of the great Agnes Empire. Lastly, Essien adds that since it's a hopeless problem. Anyway, listening to several different perspectives will be worthwhile. This boy, Essien, is a Priscilla lover, although it's one-sided. How dare the worthless prince show his face here after canceling his engagement with Priscilla, Essien thinks. He thinks that even if Zeon accepts, he won't be able to answer, and if Zeon doesn't accept, he'll lose face in front of everyone. The lecturer tries to intervene by saying that, up until now, there has never been a case where an observer has been questioned directly about the contents of a lecture, so he tells them that they can address the question later, but at that moment, Zeon gets up from the chair. He says that he would gladly oblige as someone wants to hear his thoughts so badly. Zeon then starts to write a magic formula that no one has ever seen, which astonishes Tyran. The formula that Zeon is showing now is the relationship between spatial distortion and time in gravity-based magic. Involving all three concepts of gravity, space, and time, it is a theory that cannot be properly defined with their current level of magic. According to the Chronicles, just before the war against the demons broke out, the perfect answer to this formula appeared. Even though it's the Chronicles, it is very rare to find a description of a formula like this. But still, Zeon thinks that Tyran must be interested in this. After all, the person who created this formula is none other than future Tyran. He has been endlessly studying it since his previous life. The only lingering attachment he has yet to let go of is the magic related to space and time. In the future, after Tyrant meets the hero, this formula will become the starting point that will ultimately result in a satisfactory ending. After finishing the formula, Zeon hopes that Tyran will awaken a bit sooner after seeing this. The lecturer thinks that he must write this formula down because he has never seen such a formula until now. "Bring me a pen and paper," he shouts desperately. Priscilla thinks that it's expected from Zeon, who is truly a man of limitless ability, but due to this, Priscilla feels like she absolutely can't stand beside Zeon as an equal. Zeon climbs up the steps and goes near Essien. Essien thinks that he had definitely heard that Zeon has never learned magic at all. Zeon tells Essien that he dislikes being tested. Essien gets terrified and falls to the ground. After that, Zeon leaves the lecture room to meet the Tower Master. Zeon has successfully grabbed Tyran's attention. Zeon thinks that the second reason why he came to meet the Imperial Magic Tower University's master may be even more important than meeting Tyran. After waiting for some time, the Tower Master arrives and apologizes to Prince Zeon for his late arrival. Zeon introduces Ahmad Ozlima, the Tower Master of the Agnes Empire's Magic Tower University, who is an archmage and who was also able to glimpse the secrets of the world, the endless seeker of truth, the White Flame Emperor, etc. The holder of various such titles, he is one of the strongest people in the Chronicles. Ahmad Ozlima explains that he was late because he was reading the formula Zeon wrote on the way here. He praises Zeon by saying that it was an answer that even he could learn a thing or two from. "Where were you?" Zeon questions. Ahmad replies that he had to address a minor family which he considers as a small problem, so he tells Zeon not to worry about it. Zeon shares that Ozlima is a prestigious family with a long lineage of magicians, a family that boasts their power among the top 5 families in the empire, and the maternal lineage of the third prince, Enoch. Zeon conceives that Ahmad will certainly never exploit his power for his family or Enoch, because he's someone who's sick and tired of his family and power struggles. Zeon remembers that Ahmad announced his disassociation from his family 20 years ago and stopped all external activities since then. He became a professor and devoted himself to training younger students. Perhaps his purpose behind visiting his family this time was breaking off his family's attempts to appease him, Zeon concludes. Then, "Shall we get straight to the point?" Zeon questions. Ahmad replies that there's something that he would like to ask Zeon. "Your Highness, do you believe that the essence of a person exists?" Ahmad asks. Zeon didn't answer that. Ahmad says that he believes it exists. In fact, after glimpsing the secrets of the world, he believes he has glimpsed a fragment of a person's essence as well. He says that he has met Zeon in the past, unlike the other princes and princesses, because the essence was so clear, he couldn't forget it at all. Additionally, Ahmad speaks that a person's essence is unchangeable, much like fate. And if that essence changes, they can no longer see them as the same person anymore. So, he asks Zeon who he really is. Zeon replies that the essence of a person is not important right now. What's more important is the fact that the person before him is called Zeon Agnes of the Agnes Empire, who has survived in the Imperial Palace until now. Don't tell me. Is his essence really the only thing that has changed in order to survive at the Imperial Palace? Did the blood of Agnes in him awaken late? If it was enough to even change his essence in order to survive, just what kind of hellish things are happening in the palace, the Tower Master wonders. Ahmad understands his mistake and apologizes to Zeon for saying something like that. Then he asks Zeon why he came here. Zeon explains that there are 3 things. Firstly, he wants the whereabouts of the strange doctor, along with a point of contact. Secondly, he wants to improve a magic circle. And lastly, he just needs Ahmad's help once. Zeon introduces the person regarded as Strange Doctor. He's a doctor who was considered one of the top 3 in Chronicles, but his behavior is so eccentric and free-spirited that it earned him the nickname Strange Doctor. His location is always hidden and ever-changing. There's no way to meet him without the help of one of his acquaintances, and Ahmad happens to be one of the few close friends of the Strange Doctor. Ahmad replies that he may consider it if Zeon tells the reason behind him wanting to meet the Strange Doctor and the Magic Circle. However, Ahmad says that it'll be impossible for him to help Prince Zeon directly because he has solely devoted himself to this Magic Tower University. Ahmad explains that if he, who doesn't answer to his family or the Imperial Palace anymore, helps Zeon, then he will be breaking his pledge. Zeon asks Ahmad, what if the task he needs help with isn't related to the Imperial Palace, but the Magic Tower University? What do you mean by that? Ahmad questions. Zeon replies that it also has to do with the magic that Ahmad needs to improve. In the next scene, Professor Plaud asks Tyran to meet him. Should I just return? Tyran thinks. But then he decides that since it's related to an important aspect of his studies at the Magic Tower University, he might as well go. Tyran tells himself that he needs to review the formula that Prince Zeon wrote, but it will be impossible to do that without a complete understanding of the formula. Tyran thinks that it didn't seem like Prince Zeon was well-versed in magic, although thanks to Lord Zeon, Tyrant was able to glimpse a way forward. As he is entering a class, Tyran gets shocked to see the flow of demonic energy. Is it demonic energy or black energy? He wonders. Then he figures out that the one who called him here is certainly Professor Plaud. Tyran, what in the world are you doing here? Professor Plaud questions as he pretends not to know anything. Professor Plaud, along with all the other professors, enters the room and sees dark energy around Tyran's hands. What is this? They all wonder. The person who was giving the lecture previously also suspected Tyran for killing the other students using demonic energy. Tyran realizes that he has already set foot on a trap led by Professor Plaud. He finds himself in a troublesome situation where if he gets caught, he will be framed and named as a criminal who slaughtered his own classmates. He perceives that it's clear that Professor Plaud is the real culprit, but there's no prop, so Tyran has no choice but to escape from here first. All the professors promise Tyran that they would not use force on him if he surrenders obediently. In the meantime, Claude smirks as he thinks that his plan is an epitome of perfection. Previously, Claude called some of the students, and Essien was among them. Essien asked the professor why he has called them, and why is it so important. Claude walked near Essien and said that it's something more important than educational matter. More important? Essien repeated. Claude said that today's the time for Essien to be finally useful. Essien screamed in pain as Claude already pierced Essien's body by transforming his hand into a blade. Ah! Spare us! Ah! The students screamed as they got killed one by one. Presently, Claude is thinking that from the very beginning, this was a trap set for Tyron Vlehalden. Claude could have easily killed Tyron by calling him alone, but he couldn't because the higher-ups doesn't want that. At that moment, Zeon enters the classroom. Claude thinks that they must be cautious because Zeon is hunting the demons, who are hiding among humans. Claude then thinks that it's good Zeon is here. Claude perceives that if Prince Zeon is really going around hunting monsters and demons, then cornering Tyran would be more easier by framing him as a demon, and if this goes well, Claude might not need to dirty his hand. So, Claude starts his seemingly ingenious plan. He tells Zeon that it's dangerous for him to go near because Tyran is the culprit. Zeon replies saying yes, the culprit has to be dealt with. Claude smiles as he thinks that everything is going as planned, but at that moment, Zeon slashes Claude's throat with his hand and takes out Aclaxia. Your Royal Highness Prince Zeon. What on earth is going on? The lecturer questions. Everybody gets confused by Zeon's actions. Zeon replies that he has found the culprit. Zeon thinks that Aclaxia imbued with the power of Black Star Fall is working well. Zeon says that no matter how high level the demon is with his Black Star, there is no way the demon can withstand it when it's working from the inside out. After some time, the demon named Hiduk comes out of the vessel. The bloodline of the Agnes is cursed. Now that things have come to this, I can kill you all, Hiduk shouts in anger. All the other professors get horrified as they feel the immense pressure Hiduk is emitting. The demon slides backwards as he intends to make a good distance between him and his opponent. Zeon starts to use the ace up his sleeve, Lunar Eclipse, from the very beginning. Hiduk rushes towards Zeon with a straight punch. Zeon uses Lunar Eclipse along with a new attack named Black Island to slash the demon's body. Hiduk finds it hard to match Zeon. Hiduk tries to speed up while changing the direction of his attack, and as he is about to land the second punch, Zeon notices Hiduk's fist and uses Lunar Eclipse's black spot on it, which makes a huge commotion. Tyron and the other professors are using high defense barrier magic to withstand Zeon's attack. Tyron feels that he doesn't even qualify to give assistance in such a fierce battle, which is clearly out of his league. Tyron thinks that although the ominous darkness is troublesome, the power gap is too large. Hiduk says that he would win. Your true opponent isn't me. What in the world is this? Ahmad Oslima questions. Zeon thinks that a term used to refer to the strongest beings in the world. Excluding the demons is the seven heavens. Among them, a magician who possesses enough power to annihilate an entire city alone gained the title of Mage of Destruction, and that was Ahmad Oslima, the White Flame Emperor, the fifth heaven. You're prepared to pay for your sins, right? Oslima asks angrily. Ah! Hiduk screams while burning because of Zeon's blue flame. Zeon recognizes Hiduk as a powerful entity, who is still able to maintain his existence till now inside that fire. In fact, if an ordinary person were to touch this fire, their entire body would be incinerated. The Tower Master asks Hiduk how dare he commit such a deed inside his magic tower while getting closer to the demon. Hiduk rushes forward and tries to attack Oslima. Did you think you'd be able to reach me? The Tower Master asks, while lifting only his index finger. Hiduk's physical body gets incinerated and his soul tries to escape, but at the right time, Zeon uses his dark vision to locate the soul. Upon finding the soul, he pierces it with eclaxia. Hiduk dies while cursing Zeon and the family of Agnes. After killing the demon, Zeon stares at Tyran as he thinks that, with this, Tyran won't have to delay his meeting with the hero. Zeon can't find out how it may vary the course of the future, but at least Tyran won't be framed as the culprit and be taken away. Moreover, according to Zeon, Tyran must have figured that the demons are targeting him, so he won't keep being as lazy as he's been until now. "Are you all unharmed?" the Tower Master asks. The professors reply saying yes, but they all seem confused as they couldn't fathom what in the world just happened right now. Oslima tells them to keep this incident as a secret for the time being, and he promises to bear all the responsibilities regarding this matter. He then tells Tyran that he must be exhausted after what happened. So, he may leave and rest for now, and he will be summoned tomorrow to discuss the details. Tyran says that he understands and leaves. After everyone's departure, the Tower Master tells Zeon that, it seems, they need to continue their conversation from earlier. Zeon replies that he'd also like that. At the chamber of the Tower Master, he asks, "Whether is it true that the demons are hiding? Then what should I do?" he questions. Zeon replies that he can just do the 3 things which he was asked earlier. Zeon perceives that having taken a magical pledge to not get involved in any matters outside the magic tower, Ahmad can't interfere in the conflicts of the Imperial Palace at all. Moreover, enhancing the color identification array is also of utmost importance. As he is about to leave, he gets called by Tyran from the back. Tyran says that there's something he'd like to ask. Zeon puts a finger near his mouth and tells Tyran not to ask because only those who are worth may ask something. Zeon hesitates to help because not only will it not help at all right now, but Tyran's development is designed in a way that his potential can only be fully realized by staying by the hero's side, so he decides not to help Tyran. Moreover, Zeon has no plans to cultivate Tyran either. It won't be too late to think about it after everyone in the hero's party complete their respective awakenings. Well, having one of them on my side isn't a bad idea after all, is it? He wonders. Tyran enters his home, and the words that Zeon said about him being worthy or not is currently roaming in his mind. He thinks that the Magic Tower Master's strength was so amazing that it engraved itself into his mind. But there is something about Prince Zeon that's beyond amazing, as Prince Zeon. He knew the exact answer to the theory that even he hadn't been able to answer yet. Zeon certainly knew from the beginning that Professor Plod was the culprit because it was an action that would be impossible without being certain that the person was both the culprit and a demon. Tyran understands that this time he was really lucky, but he won't be as lucky next time. Only those who are worthy may ask. This phrase again rings in Tyran's ears, and concludes that Zeon might be right about this. He realizes that he must get stronger, so that he doesn't lay helplessly like this if it happens again, and also so that next time he can confidently visit Prince Zeon to demand an answer. Inside the car, Zeon is feeling the after effects of using lunar eclipse last night, and he perceives that this state will likely persist for around 4 to 5 days. It has never been this severe before, but Zeon Agnes's constitution is naturally weak. Maybe if Zeon hadn't consumed the heart of the 1,000-year-old ogre, he wouldn't have been able to use lunar eclipse at all. So he decides that he must visit the strange doctor soon. For now, this is the most effective way to improve his physical condition. Moreover, he gained something from this battle, too. The Black Star Fall has now been upgraded to Stage 3. Was it stimulated after I destroyed the King of the Phantom Legend and used lunar eclipse once more? Zeon wonders. Once his body recovers, he will be able to ascend to the 3rd stage. Upon reaching the Pointer Star Palace, he is received by Fredo and Thierry. Zeon asks whether all the things have been prepared. Thierry replies that the preparations are already done. At Deanna Agnes's place of work, She is wondering about the black sword that Zeon used previously. She is certain that the sword was the light-extinguishing sword. That sword is known to have been used by the first emperor of the Empire, the Eternal Emperor. When she visited the underground treasury, she only saw a part of it. Who would have thought that the light-extinguishing sword would fall into Zeon's hands? What exactly happened? Diana wonders. Diana realizes the light-extinguishing sword was the one and only favorite weapon of the Eternal Emperor, the first emperor of the Agnes Empire. It holds such tremendous symbolism, and the fact that the light-extinguishing sword became Zeon's can't be overlooked just like that. She clearly understands that it's only quiet due to the fact that there are only a few people who are aware of the sword's existence and appearance, and in her opinion, if the truth gets out, the turmoil will be beyond imagination. She calls her assistant, whose name is Lloyd, and tells him increase surveillance on Zeon to the same level as the other royal family members. Lloyd replies that the orders will be taken care of as per her wishes. The National Affairs Assembly is coming soon, isn't it? Diana asks. Lloyd replies by saying yes. Agnes National Affairs Assembly is the second largest assembly held in the Empire. It's an important event where direct descendants of the Imperial family and a variety of influential figures gather and decide the Empire's future. A greatly symbolic assembly of such significance that one's attendance reflects their influence. The Agnes National Affairs Assembly is primarily run by the direct Imperial family members, and their right to speak is determined by the number of assembly members supporting them. In order for a direct Imperial family member to participate in the National Affairs Assembly, the support of at least 10 assembly members is needed, and Zeon lacks in that particular area as he has yet to gain the support of even one person. Diana speaks with absolute confidence, and certainly that they don't have to worry about that, because she is certain that Zeon won't be able to join the National Affairs Assembly. In the next scene, we see a local noble traveling in a red car. Is the time for the government conference already up? Kalan Habas asks, as he wonders what kind of offers will come up this time. He thinks that he is only here as a supporter anyways, so he just has to stay neutral this time. He concludes that it looks like the fourth prince or the fifth princess might show up with good offers this time around, and also, according to him, Prince Zeon won't be able to attend. Regardless, that's likely the extent of his influence as a royal without any substantial backing. Cologne. Habas notices that the lights are shining bright despite the hour. He says that it's just like the Empire's future that will last forever and also his own bright future. Huh? What? Where on earth are we going? Stop! Stop right there! He screams loudly as he is extremely shocked. What's this? He wonders. The sight of his car being demolished by that unknown dark aura terrifies him. What the hell is happening right now? He shouts out of fear. He then sees a man walking towards him whose identity is still unknown. He then uses a summoning-type magic to summon his backups. He says that he doesn't know the person who is attacking him, but he won't stand still after seeing all that has happened now. After the arrival of his escorts, he orders them to capture the man. Two of the soldiers rush straight at the intruder upon hearing the order from the noble, but all of them were cut down in mere seconds. The others then hesitate to fight. Kalon Habas orders them not be scared of a single individual and keep attacking. Zeon, on the contrary, is defeating every one of them with ease, as if they are some measly ants. After defeating everyone, he walks near the noble. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Kalon Habas asks while being extremely horrified as he crawls backwards. "What do you think is the reason for this?" Zeon questions. At that time, the noble notices that it's the imprisoned Prince Zeon of the Agnes family whom he is talking to. Zeon explains that numerous instances of bribery, illicit wealth accumulation, and even though slavery has already been abolished, Not only does Clan Habas have many slaves to satisfy his twisted hobby, he even murdered his political enemies. How did you know all about this? Habas asks. Zeon replies that Sir Habas doesn't have to concern himself regarding those matters, as he will be provided with a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In the next scene, a person laughs. Do you know who I am? He asks while laughing wholeheartedly. Ha! Of course, aren't you the noble Bukel Izzard? Thierry informs. Bukel Izzard says that it takes nerves to kidnap a noble person like him. Despite knowing all about it, he informs that his knights must be on the move looking for him already. It won't take more than an hour to discover this place. Thierry says that it probably won't happen, and even if it happens then, Izzard will be bound to send the knights back himself. What the hell are you talking about? Why would I send them back? Izzard asks. Thierry, while ignoring the questions, brings out a paper. First of all, Thierry says that it would be better to look at this and talk a bit, while removing the mask from Izzard's face. In the next moment, Enoch receives a news from his personal informant. She informs that it looks like Prince Zeon will be attending the conference. There should be no lawmakers backing up, right? Then how come Zeon is attending? Enoch questions. She replies that it seems that the neutral lawmakers are being recruited in the shadows. How dare Zeon even try to attend a government conference? He asks angrily. He thinks that among the 11 lawmakers who claim to stand neutral, it's impossible to be able to recruit 10 people so quickly. But then again, when it comes to Zeon, it cannot be quite certain yet. He perceives that these matters should be handled properly. He orders her to make sure to get the information on the neutral lawmakers. He says that he will see the report once he has returned from the underground. Enoch then opens a portal to travel to the underground. At the same time, Zeon is thinking that it's the best moment to increase the potency of the Black Star, or else it would have to be postponed until the government conference ends. If everything goes as he planned, it won't take long, as something will switch the course of events. In his opinion, if he doesn't reach 3 stars until then, his further plans won't go smoothly. He starts to manifest the Black Star's aura around him, and after some time, he focuses all of that in one point. He realizes that if he was weaker than now, he wouldn't be able to break through. Finally, he says that now, it's the last one and the last shot he needs to make. Both Fredo and Thierry look at the night sky in amusement, as if the stars are looking more beautiful than before. At the Blood Tower, Master Kerma de Choles says that if the things goes on like this, the very existence of the Blood Tower is in danger. He wonders what he should do now to make things better. He says that in such times like this, all blood mages should unite, but even in such small numbers, there is no unity. It would have been nice if there was at least one person who was like the 1,000-year-old witch now. No, he wishes that the witch came here herself instead. At that moment, he receives a news that there's an intruder who has entered the tower. What? An intruder? Kerma repeats. He then goes on the balcony to check the scenario and witness people getting tied up by blood magic. Liushina tells Kerma that he sure took his time to show up. Are you really Liushina Bloodwalker? He asks. Liushina replies by saying yes indeed, who else might it be in a critical time like this? After hearing this, all the members start to shout, "Oh, see, it's the 1,000-year-old witch, the mother of beasts. It's the queen. Our queen has finally arrived." Thanks to that, now the control over the Blood Tower was easily taken over. But would it be useful taking them with me? Liushina wonders. Liushina explains that those who have inherited blood magic have turned so weak, so she doesn't like how this is looking. It's annoying, but there's no other way. The only way left is to simply make them stronger, and specially Kerma. The news of Hiduk being killed reaches his comrades. Was it Zeon Agnes again? The male demon asks. The girl demon explains that, to be exact, Their contact with Hiduk was cut off around the same time Zeon Agnes visited the Magic Tower Imperial University. The man says that he warned Hiduk in advance, but it seems that it didn't work that much. Then he asks about the magician whom they were supposed to kill. The girl replies that Hiduk was aiming for the magician from the beginning, and that might be the reason why Zeon killed Hiduk in the first place. He says that they also managed to find out some information related to the hero through the future eyes. The girl assumes that Zeon might also have the power of the future eyes. The demon man replies that it's not possible for Zeon to possess the future eyes. But still, the girl says that who would have thought Zeon Agnes would get that strong? The male replies that he didn't expect that either. He assumes that Zeon may have received some external help. Do you mean that monster from the Magic Tower University might have stepped in? The girl questions. The demon replies that it's a matter related to the Magic Tower, so there's no way that monster doesn't know. Even so, judging by how no information has leaked out, it's highly likely that the Tower Master had something to do with it. The girl conceives that there's also a high chance of Ahmad being related to Zeon Agnes. The boy explains that's probably not the case, because the Tower Master even pledged that he won't involve himself with anything that happens outside the Magic Tower. He must have stepped in because it happened within the Magic Tower. But still, the reason this matter wasn't made public is because the Imperial Prince has a lot to do with it, because it also seems that Zeon is reluctant to reveal their existence to the world. We share something common in that sense, I'm not sure why. But we certainly need to remove him, right? The girl demon asks. The boy demon suggests that there's one way to remove Zeon without them having to step in. He says he heard that Prince Enoch is preparing to kill Zeon Agnes, and Prince Enoch seems to almost loathe Zeon. Then we can just nudge him a little. That demon is in charge of Prince Enoch, right? The girl asks. The demon boy replies that he hates that demon because he is a bit strange. Are you going to have a talk with that person? The girl questions. The male demon answers by saying sure. She notifies him that soon the hero will appear, so before that, it'd be better to erase as much of the annoying things as possible. At the National Assembly, magical powerhouse, Ozlema family's first successor, Groud Ozlema greets Count Alstein. Groud says that it seems like the Imperial family hasn't arrived yet. He assumes that it will be the same people participating again this time. He notices that Emperor Erdios and the first prince, Rubrios's seats are vacant. He assumes that the Emperor may not participate because of his ailment, but he finds it hard to think of a reason for which the first prince won't be participating in the National Assembly. Was the rumor about the first prince obsessively devoting himself to the Order of Light and forsaking everything else true after all? Groud wonders. Groud tries to talk with his other comrades about the news that are currently circulating. He says that this time, Prince Zeon himself took care of Regan Ursula and the entire Icarus Magic Division. Isn't it amazing? He asks. Additionally, he explains himself that it's quite amazing because Prince Zeon Agnes was called the Imperial family's disgrace up until very recently. But in just a few months, he passed the succession ceremony and even subjugated the Phantom Legion, one of the 7 great calamities, and there are even more praises besides these. Moreover, he says that Zeon even dealt with the Icarus division, so Count Alstein must be pleased. Count Alstein tells Groud Ozlema to stop this nonsense because it has nothing to do with them, so he says that he would appreciate it if Groud stopped talking about this. At that moment, an announcement is made. Her Highness, Princess Diana Agnes, the 5th princess, is entering, the guard declares. Upon entering, Diana notices that no one has arrived yet. They've long been engaging in a battle of ego with no benefits to see who's gonna enter last. Should I prepare a rule about that in this meeting? Diana thinks. Another announcement is made that Her Highness, Princess Evelyn Agnes, the 2nd princess, is entering. I'm not late, now am I? The fourth prince, Utica Agnes, questions upon entering. The third prince, Enoch Agnes, apologizes to everyone for being late. As expected, he has not come, Enoch says about Prince Zeon. How dare he try to participate in the assembly without knowing his place? Enoch asks, while smiling wholeheartedly as he thinks that Zeon won't be able to attend the meeting. Enoch says that if he just got 2 of the 11 neutral councilmen on his side, Zune will be left with the support of only 9 councilmen and won't be able to participate in the assembly. According to Enoch, it's a simple but effective method. He thinks that with this, he has reclaimed the councilman whom Zeon had won over to, so nothing will go wrong. He is curious and eager to see the kind of face Zeon will make after a complete defeat. Princess Evelyn tries to say that they should begin the National Assembly, but gets intervened by yet another shocking announcement that shook everyone. The gate guards declare that His Highness, Prince Zeon Agnes, the 6th prince, is entering. Everyone attending the assembly gets completely baffled. Upon witnessing the charismatic way of Zeon walking towards his seat, all of his siblings had the same thought. How in the world did Zeon Agnes enter the assembly hall? They all wonder as they get puzzled. Wait, how is this person here? Just how? How did he enter the assembly room? Enoch shouts out loud in complete anger. One of the person from the magical powerhouse informs that Prince Zeon has obtained the support of at least 10 councilmen and therefore fulfilled the requirements to participate in the National Assembly. Enoch disagrees with the report and tells the boy to verify it again. The organizer replies that it's true, and in fact, it's 11 people who has signed to support Prince Zeon instead of 10. This news came as a sudden shock to Enoch, as if the ground under his feet has turned upside down. He then realizes something and turns around to see the look at the face of the people who promised to support him. Just who? Were there more neutral councilmen who I had failed to notice? Moreover, it's not 10, but 11 councilmen? What strings did Zeon pull this time? He wonders aimlessly as he can't find any conclusion. Zeon says that he has something to ask. Why did you assume I'd only garner support from the neutral ones? He asks, while smiling. Moreover, he tells Enoch that he should have worried about his own supporting people first. Enoch then notices that the so-called trusted people of his are now hiding their eyes from Enoch. The look on Enoch's completely defeated and furious face is a scene that is worthwhile to notice. Zeon declares that the time has come to begin the assembly. Princess Evelyn speaks up. She states the list and the items that were presented in the last assembly's agenda. Groud notices that Zeon Agnes isn't the same as before, as if he has become a different person. He says that now he understands why Regan claimed that Zeon practiced dark magic. Is that why Icarus was defeated? He wonders. Zeon feels that this may be troublesome as he sees a lot of familiar faces. Among them, about half of them, can be categorized into those whom he must kill and those whom he must save. Those who will be of help on the path he is about to walk, and those who won't. Those who are related to the demons, and those who are demons themselves. He decides that first and foremost, he must get rid of the easiest target. Evelyn announces that they'll conclude the agenda from the previous assembly and proceed with the review of the new agenda. Firstly, she says that they should review the agenda proposed by Utica Agnes regarding the increase of the military budget, and along the way in their conversation, Princess Diana and Prince Enoch share their thoughts regarding military budget. Diana feels strange because it's too quiet, and the assembly practically ends once the submissions and reviews are over. So, according to her, Zeon must have participated in the National Assembly because he wanted something, but he didn't even submit an agenda beforehand. That's what confuses Diana the most. Evelyn declares that the agendas are now complete, so they must conclude. Zeon intervenes and says that he wants to propose an agenda as well. Right here and now? What might it be? Evelyn asks. Zeon suggests that they must push the parade forward. By the parade, do you mean the Imperial family parade? Princess Evelyn questions. The routine parade of the Agnes Imperial family, an event where the Imperial family, accompanied by their forces, like the Night Orders, parade before the citizens outside the Imperial city. While demonstrating the Imperial family's splendor to the citizens, it also announces the Agnes family's well-being. It is also used to announce that a direct descendant of the royal family has had their right to ascend to the throne recognized in order to gain the citizens' acknowledgement. It was a significant event, but it wasn't seen as anything exceptionally important. Moreover, in order to conduct the parade, one must basically have full control of their force. But Zion lacks such a force, and even if it's postponed, it may not be of any help to him. Why would he want to advance the routine parade all of a sudden? Is he being serious now? Evelyn thinks. Zeon replies by saying yes, and he believes that a week will suffice. Udican happily agrees. Diana states that she is against it. She explains that if they suddenly push forward the Imperial family parade, it will disrupt the existing schedule. The main reason why Diana is against it is because she thinks that Zeon couldn't have proposed an idea without a plan. She thinks that she must be careful until she figures out what Zeon is planning. Evelyn then asks Enoch about his opinion. Enoch replies by saying yes. Enoch thinks that Zeon is trying to make an opportunity for himself, and because Enoch was going to propose it anyway, he thinks that Zeon must be planning something again, but it doesn't matter, because this time, no matter what it takes, Enoch makes an oath that he is going to destroy Zeon. After the Nation Assembly, Evelyn talks with Zeon that she thought Zeon wouldn't even pass the succession ceremony, but it seems like her judgment regarding Zeon was wrong. She remembers a past incident when Karen said that Prince Zeon's skill are increasing at a monstrous rate. It seems now that the things Karen said back then wasn't a lie. You wouldn't have summoned me just to say that. What do you want to tell me? Zeon questions. Evelyn says that she summoned Zeon because she has something to ask. She says that she wants to know the reason why Zeon made such a proposal during the National Assembly. Zeon asks whether she is referring about pushing the parade forward. As far as I know, apart from a few knights guarding the Pointer Star Palace, you don't have any forces. Why did you push the parade forward? Evelyn asks. Zeon replies that he did that because that way he can draw them in. Evelyn says that she doesn't understand anything Zeon is talking about, but she asks whether Zeon needs any knights for the parade. Zeon replies that it won't be necessary. Instead, there is something that he needs to tell her. What is Zeon planning this time? I don't get why he made such a suggestion at the National Assembly, Diana thinks. She hadn't even detected any kind of movements from Zeon up until now. Is Zeon really planning to participate in the parade alone? She wonders. At that moment, she is informed that she has a guest. A guest? Who is it? Diana questions. The knight says that it is Prince Zeon Agnes. Diana gets surprised as she quickly orders the knight to escort Zeon inside. Diana says that it's been quite some time since the two of them met by themselves like this. She suggests that as they aren't close enough for idle chit-chat, so they must cut to the chase. What brings you here? She asks. Zeon says that he is going to fight the third prince. What did you say? You're going to fight the third prince? The third prince, Enoch? You must realize that it sounds ridiculous, right? Diana asks. Zeon says that he is going to make it make sense, and in order to do that, he tells Diana that he wants to borrow her power until he strikes Enoch. After hearing this, Diana laughs loudly. She says that if it is a joke, then it is a funny one. My dear little brother, why should I risk a full-scale war with a royal family member and lend my forces to my little brother who lacks any significant power? If I lend you my power, what do I gain? And in the first place, why did you think I would lend you my power? Diana questions constantly. She says that for someone to suggest such a thing, the two parties involved have to be on equal footing. You surely don't believe that we're on the same level. Do you? Diana asks while releasing her aura to intimidate Zeon. Zeon also starts to release his aura. He says that there is something that he would like to ask. Who gets to decide that level? He asks while releasing his tremendous dark aura, which shakes up the room. Diana realizes that it's neither magic, martial arts, or even the celestial star sea. It's similar to the celestial star sea, but it's something even darker than that. Am I the one getting afraid? She wonders while being terrified. Zeon tells Diana that she doesn't need to personally intervene in the battle. She just has to lend Zeon the elemental army, also known as Igrasia, under her command. Let me ask you one more thing. Why did you look for me? Diana asks, while making a serious, rough countenance. Zeon replies that it's because he knows that she loathes the third prince, Enoch, the most. Diana asks whether it's just because of this reason. Zeon adds that it's also because of what's under the Red Star Palace, the same Red Star Palace where Enoch stays in. Zeon asks whether these reasons aren't enough to persuade her. In the novel of Chronicles, Diana attacks Enoch, who had left the Imperial Palace during the royal parade a month from now. Of course, it wasn't a full-scale battle where she intervened herself, so she failed. The factor behind Diana deciding to secretly attack Enoch wasn't revealed in the Chronicles, but according to Zeon, it definitely had something to do with what's under the Red Star Palace. Diana thinks that Enoch is certainly the most annoying, and his insolent actions have been growing worse, so she was going to make him pay anyway. Moreover, considering the fact that one unit of Igrasia, the Elemental Army, has already been annihilated, and the vague information she has regarding what is under the Red Star Palace is also a concern which needs to be dealt with. You surely have formulated a plan to execute this, right? She asks after thinking deeply. Zeon then explains his plan to Diana. After Zeon's departure, and after listening to Zeon's plan, Diana says that she didn't expect him to have prepared a plan of such large scale. She thought he was scamming a simple ambush attack. Moreover, he wasn't even aiming for the parade. It's destructive and yet extremely dangerous. But if this really works out, Enoch's existence itself will be completely erased from the Imperial Palace. When she thinks about it, it's not completely impossible, rather, in another sense, a better opportunity than this may not arise again. So she thinks that now that she has agreed to it, she can't back out anyway. How many elemental armies are currently at our disposal? Diana asks her manager. The manager replies that all units except for the 7th and 8th that are carrying out their missions outside the Imperial City. Diana orders him bring them to the Blue Star Palace immediately, and he must make it seem natural, like they're doing it for the parade. The manager bows down his head and leaves the room while saying that he understood. Diana says that since she is at it, it's best to go all out from the beginning. Betrayal, are you there? Enoch calls for his assistant. Where else would I be if not in this Imperial Palace? Betrayal questions while smiling. In addition, he was trying to meet Enoch anyway, and as expected, it seems like both of their thoughts coincided. Enoch gets irritated as he tells Betrayal to stop this nonsense and asks how the experiment is going on. Betrayal replies that, thanks to the continuous supply of test subjects by His Highness Enoch, they've made significant progress, but they will need more time for perfection. How much longer? Enoch asks. Betrayal answers that he supposes that they'll need a few more weeks at least. Enoch thinks that it'd be perfect if it could be completed before the royal parade, but well, at the same time, it doesn't really matter to him now as he doesn't know why Zeon suddenly advanced the royal parade, but he decides to use it thoroughly against Zeon. Right, how are the preparations for the parade going? Diril questions. Enoch answers that it's perfect, and it's just as Diril said, Zeon's motive behind executing the parade. Sooner is likely to force Enoch out of the Imperial Palace. To prepare for that, Enoch planned to secretly withdraw all his forces from the Red Star Palace tonight to get them out of the palace. Of course, according to Enoch, even with only the forces mobilized at the parade, it is possible to easily trample on the traps set by the likes of Zeon, but that sly fox has already exceeded Enoch's expectations a few times. Enoch is damn serious to completely crush Zeon with his overwhelming power this time around. He smiles while thinking that even if Zeon doesn't attack him, he can just attack Zeon first. Diril, while dancing, says that, at this rate, as long as no unexpected variables arise, they'll certainly be able to kill Prince Zeon. Suddenly the mood changes. Diril seriously advises Enoch to be careful, as the rumors regarding Prince Zeon recently have been unusual. Enoch reassures by saying that it doesn't matter. Even if Zeon is 10 times stronger than the rumors, he is confident that he can crush Zeon just fine this time. Enoch thinks that he won't grant Zeon a swift death. Rather, when Zeon falls into complete despair, Enoch will drive him into a corner which he can no longer escape from, and take his time killing Zeon so that he experiences the worst pain possible. Outside the Pointer Palace, Zeon receives the news that the third prince has started to take actions. "What about Lyoshina?" he asks. The informant replies that Lyoshina has already arrived at Hubris, which reassures Zeon that she would be able to arrive in time. "Are you going to leave immediately?" the informant asks. He suggests that it would be wise to wait for the Witch of the Heavenly Slaughter to reach the Imperial City. Zeon replies that it's not needed, as the attack must be done now. Zeon thinks that annihilating a unit of Diana's elemental army and proposing to host the royal parade sooner at the National Assembly was all done for this day. He explains that the reason why Enoch is his first target, although he is the easiest target in the Imperial family, after some time, Enoch will become the most difficult opponent to take on. The third prince has been conducting experiments on humans with the demons under the Red Star Palace. Soon, Enoch will achieve a substantial result from that experiment and grow stronger rapidly. Originally, the peak of his power surge would be when the royal parade was supposed to be held, precisely in 1 month time. At that time, Enoch will be as challenging to eliminate as one of the world's strongest beings, Evelyn. That was also why Diana's attack failed in the Chronicles. The 1 week that Zeon had the National Assembly move up the royal parade by his window of time to kill Enoch. Finally, the time has come to start the first Imperial family hunt. The gatekeeper of the Red Star Palace, Albert, is having a chat with his fellow worker. Even if Icarus is in ruins, shouldn't the lesser knights from the Imperial City be sent to stand guard duty? Albert asks. The other gatekeeper tells him to stop grumbling. He says that, to be honest, he is just thankful that they're still alive right now. Albert agrees with his friend and says that it's true. But still, this is too much because it's not like it was their fault. So why they are the ones being punished for their superiors' poor choices, he asks. The gatekeeper tells Albert to be quiet. For now, at least because they should keep a low profile, and once things calm down, they may be moved to different magic divisions. Suddenly, Albert notices something, as he points out in front by using his finger. Zeon enters with the army of Agrasia. As the gatekeeper's mind is processing the gravity of the situation, in mere seconds, his friend Albert is beheaded, and so is he. Zeon, with his army, infiltrates the Red Star Palace. Every knight protecting the Red Star Palace, after noticing that they are under attack, charges straight at Zeon. "How dare you attack the Red Star Palace in which His Highness Prince Enoch resides?" one of the charging knights asks. The commander knight of the Agrasia orders his troops to attack the ones that are charging first. They use water elements to make sharp tips of spears and launch an attack at the enemy knights. All the enemies get a sudden shock. Agnes Empire's strongest elemental army. Why is Agrasia here? They wonder as they get puzzled. The first wave of the enemy knights were dealt with ease, due to Agrasia's mighty power. The enemy team didn't even think that tonight they would get an ambush by the strongest elemental army of the Empire. Zeon thinks that the strongest elemental army in the Agnes Empire, Agrasia, was named that because just a few hundred of them have strength comparable to that of a squadron. The commander informs that the third Prince Enoch's office and bedroom are all located at the palace's top floor, and they'll immediately open up a path to it for Prince Zeon. Zeon tells the division operator of Agrasia that they should head to the basement as there's something that Diana wants to confirm there. The division is left in the dark as Zeon runs towards the stairs. The enemy knights are being burned by fire and killed by water element magic. The commander of Agrasia orders the magicians to destroy the enemy knights in order to head in. As he enters the basement, he gets furious to see that the third prince was using human lives as an experiment. "How could they use people's lives to do this?" he shouts furiously. The monsters who were once humans attack Agrasia. The first division operator declares that today, Agrasia will wipe out everything here and they will leave no traces behind whatsoever. In the meantime, Zeon is climbing up the stairs while killing the knight with his dark aura. Zeon realizes that he must reach Enoch as fast as possible, as most of the remaining forces in the Red Star Palace are probably underground, where the black magic laboratories are located. The enemy magician team shows themselves to stop Zeon. "How dare you look down on and antagonize us?" one of the magicians asks. He says that it seems Zeon desperately wants them to kill him. He shouts that he will crush Zeon at once. Zeon replies that he thinks that they are the desperate ones here. Zeon uses dark light to annihilate the enemies. When the Black Star leveled up from 2 to 3 stars, the Dark Circuit formation was the most significant change. Dark Circuit is a network formed within the user's body that's dedicated to channeling Dark Star's energy. The 3-star Dark Star is achieved by activating all the Dark Circuits. They allow for much faster speeds and more incredible efficiency compared to blood vessels which were initially used for conducting Dark Star's energy. So, Zeon thinks that this should be enough to handle these weaklings. Agrasia's 1st Division operator Laguth feels that there is no end to these monsters. He says, "Who would have thought that the third prince would join hands with black magicians?" The human experiment lab is already shocking, moreover. The disgusting dark energy that fills up this entire basement floor is unbearable. He stumbles across a door. What is this place? He wonders, as he feels the dark energy radiating from it. He feels that something is going wrong inside this place. Betrayal, from the other side of the door, says that he did assume that Zeon might aim for the gap when the Red Star Palace is empty due to the parade, but he never predicted a full-scale attack. What should I do now? He thinks deeply. He thinks that the elemental army wouldn't be much of a problem, but the moment his existence is revealed here, the fact that this place has demons will be revealed too. If something goes wrong, there will be an enormous setback to the grand plan. So unfortunately, he has no other choice but to flee from this palace. He uses a stealth ability and makes a run outside the palace. He realizes that it'll be better if he approaches the third prince after things calm down later. Of course, it will only matter if they can survive this brutal battle. Firstly, he decides that he must get out of this Imperial palace as fast as possible. Suddenly, he gets attacked with blood magic. "Who are you?" Leoshina asks. She says that Betrayal is looking very tasty to her. At the palace, Diana is wondering whether she has to go into the battle herself. What this battle stands for will completely change if she steps in herself. And well, to be honest, the moment she sent out Agrasia, she already realized that she essentially declared her involvement. But how in the world is Zeon planning to fight against Enoch, she thinks. According to her, Zeon can't handle Enoch alone yet, because Enoch is one of the outliers who defy common sense as he mastered the celestial star sea as well as magic simultaneously. Well, if Zeon dies, it won't be too bad for her either. But she is also curious about what's under the Red Star Palace. She thinks that at the very least Enoch has to die tonight. After hearing the news of the attack, Evelyn gathers with her army. What? The Elemental Army? In the Red Star Palace? Was this what you wanted, Zeon? Evelyn asks as she stands on the hill. She remembers what Zeon has told her, that no matter what happens at the Imperial Palace before the parade, Evelyn mustn't get involved at all costs. Judging by the countless elemental energy emissions, Evelyn wonders whether Diana is involved too. She thinks that nobody could have thought that things will blow up to such a proportion. While running inside the palace, Zeon wonders whether the magicians just now were the last of the forces. He then thinks that there's no way the infiltration of this palace will be this easy. Suddenly, he gets attacked by a girl demon and blocks it. The girl demon compliments Zeon for having such sharp senses as he was able to block this kind of ambush. She then jumps backwards and another orc-like demon attacks Zeon. Independent Demon Squadron Mid-Tier. Male demon Adum and Independent Demon Squadron Mid-Tier female demon Kazanya ask Zeon whether he has come here alone. Adum asks whether there is any need for them to fight with Zeon. Kazanya agrees with him and questions whether Diral doesn't know his own capabilities. Adum replies that Diral is being too much as he sent them to fight with such a weakling. Kazanya says that she thinks that Diral must have not thought that Zeon would have come here alone. Well, she guesses that this is perfect, as there were some annoying rumors about Zeon anyway. So killing him when they have a reason doesn't sound bad either. Adam agrees with her. He suggests that they should get rid of Zeon and go down, as there seems to be quite the ruckus in the basement. Kizanya replies that she thinks that Adam will be enough to take care of Zeon. At that moment, Zeon speaks up. He says that there's something that he needs to ask them. He asks them, what do they think about bugs that crawl around on the floor? He sets an example by saying that, let's suppose those bugs are blocking your way and talking strange nonsense about not knowing one's place, killing you and whatnot. How would you feel? Wouldn't you be extremely annoyed? He questions while transforming. On the contrary, Kizanya doesn't understand what Zeon is blabbering about. Zeon replies that's how he is feeling right now, extremely annoyed by some bugs. Zeon moves as fast as lightning and grabs Kizanya heads to push her down. The enemies didn't even notice when Zeon moved. Adum gets angry as he releases his demonic mana and rushes towards Zeon while saying that he will tear Zeon apart till there's not even a trace left. Zeon unlocks a new power, the armor of the deceased. If the light-extinguishing sword, Eclaxia, is Zeon's weapon, the armor of the decreased is Zeon's armor. While boosting all kinds of physical abilities, it also completely protects the user's body from all external influences. He uses the attack pitch Dark Thunder to eliminate Adam, which traumatizes Kizanya. He says that the bugs are quite tenacious too while grabbing Kizanya's. Finally, he finishes the Kizanya with an impactful punch. It occurs to him that Enoch is blatantly calling for him by doing all sorts of things. Upon reaching Enoch's chamber, Zeon sees that Enoch is sitting on a chair, waiting for him to come. Enoch says that he expected that it was Zeon who will come here. Who would it be if not me? Zeon asks. Enoch bids Zeon welcome. He says that he must treat his precious guest with utmost care. Meanwhile, Leoshina is attacking Diral with her snakes, using blood magic. Where did someone like her suddenly appear from? Who is she? Diril wonders as he dodges the snakes. It terrifies Diril as he realizes that Lyoshina is almost as strong as the seven heavens. He gets perplexed as he thinks that there's no way he hasn't heard about someone this strong. Was there someone in the Empire? No. In Imperial Palace who could wield blood magic to this extent? He wonders while being clueless. He realizes that his first priority is leaving the Imperial Palace, and if he wastes more time here, the Imperial Palace Night Order will come swarming. He then uses his demonic energy to cut Lyoshina's body. He gets surprised to see that he defeated the girl that easily, without lingering. He decides to run quickly. As he turns his back to run, he hears a voice. "Going somewhere?" the voice asks. Diril turns around and sees that Lyoshina is restoring herself. Lyoshina says that she is not done yet. She uses her ultimate attack, the Sangria Requiem. Diril tries his best to block the attack with the power of his human form only, but he finds it really hard to do so. He understands that if this goes on, it'll be impossible for him to take on this red-eyed woman unless he returns to his true form. However, the problem is that his demonic energy will explode if he does that. As he is thinking about all of this, Lyoshina appears in front of him, telling him that he will die if he hesitates this much. At the Red Star Palace, Enoch explains that, at first, he thought that Zeon was just a flying bug. Someone who wouldn't cause any problems if left alone. But now, if he does that, Zeon's existence itself would continue to be an annoyance. At some point, how he perceives Zeon began to change. Still, he didn't care. He assumed that Zeon got lucky during the succession ceremony and believed Evelyn had helped Zeon during the Phantom Legion subjugation. He considered the Regan incident a mistake in his own judgment. However, he can see it clearly now that he was dancing in the palm of Zeon's hand from the very beginning. Enoch states that he acknowledges Zeon, and that's the solitary reason why he should harness all of his powers to kill Zeon right here and right now, while realizing his tremendous aura, a power mastered by the direct descendants of the Agnes family, the celestial star Sea. Before Enoch's succession ceremony, he was less talented in wielding it than his siblings. He could understand that Rubrius, the first prince, and Evelyn were able to harness the celestial star Sea before him. But the moment he saw that even Eutychon and Diana had gotten ahead of him, he had no choice but to face the truth that he had tried so hard to ignore. He could no longer deny it. 4 stars. That was all the celestial star Sea granted to him. After that, he immersed himself into studying magic obsessively. Was it because the Oslima family was my maternal family? He thought, and because of it he was easily able to reach the 8th circle, and once he grew capable of combining that magic with the celestial star Sea. In his own unique way, he was finally acknowledged as one of the monsters of the Agnes family. But that was still not enough for him, as he cannot secure the throne with this. The celestial star Sea denied his further growth, and his progress in magic was agonizingly slow. At that time, a person came to him telling him that he will escort Enoch right to the throne. In return, there's something that Enoch must do with that person, named Diril. Enoch accepted that offer and made Diril a laboratory underground. In that place, they conducted experiments without discriminating between species. But Enoch didn't care about any of it. No. He even encouraged it because the results of those experiments resulted in his own growth. Presently, he is standing in front of Zeon with all that gathered power over the years in order to kill him. Zeon, while transforming into his armor of the deceased, says that he would like to do the same thing to Enoch. The spiritual pressure of the room increased tremendously because of these two fighting head-to-head as if the room is being frozen to its core. Upon seeing Zeon's new form, Enoch thinks that he doesn't know what the heck is this. But as long as it's not the same celestial star Sea, it doesn't matter. Regardless of what power that darkness may hold, he can just suppress it. Enoch launches a huge scale attack using the 8th circle magic along with the celestial star C. On the contrary, Zeon confidently uses a single slash. He named it the Black Flash, which pierces Enoch's magic as if it was nothing. Without any further delay, Zeon rushes towards Enoch. "Aren't you approaching me too directly?" Enoch asks, while attacking Zeon with arrows, but his arrows couldn't touch Zeon because of the armor which created a barrier to stop the arrow. Zeon answers that it's the most effective way. He uses the attack pitch Dark Thunder, which startles Enoch as he uses a powerful shield to block it. Enoch gets astonished to even think that the imprisoned prince, once deemed the royal family's disgrace, Zeon has become this and can harness this kind of strength. But it's still not enough to bring him down. Enoch then uses an ultimate attack, the Starstream Galaxy Lactea, which is powerful enough to break Zeon's armor of the deceased and crushes Zeon to the ground. "Is this all you've got? Just what makes you think you can stand up to May with this?" Enoch questions while floating in the room. Enoch asks whether Zeon is too foolish to assess Enoch's powers. Or has he finally gone mad? Enoch says that Zeon is born to be a simpleton, so no matter how hard he tries, he will always remain a simpleton. He states that he will kill Zeon here and tear apart all those who dared infiltrate his palace, and this is how it should have been from the beginning. At that moment, the ground starts to shake while Zeon speaks up. "But you see..." "Why did you think that was all I had?" Zeon asks upon standing up. He reminds Enoch that never once did he say that that was all he had. One of the ancient gods, Kronos, asked the humans 5 questions. One of those questions was, how does time move? The answer could be found in the power that arises from this question, time freeze, the first authority of the 5 questions of Kronos. Time is a concept composed of countless discrete moments, to dwell indefinitely in one such moment. The Phantom legend was created by the authority of time freeze. Zeon says that Kronos' bracelet just happens to be done adjusting. Zeon starts to use the power of the bracelet while Enoch doesn't even understand what is happening with him right now. "What are you doing? What have you done?" Enoch questions desperately, aimlessly wondering about the answers. He asks Zeon if he is trying to make a final struggle or something, while he is the one who is getting afraid. He starts to use the power of the celestial star C, thinking that whatever method Zeon uses, he can't overturn his chances of winning because the gap is too large already. He uses the Galaxis Spear to attack. Zeon rushes towards Enoch and grabs his face to push him backwards. Zeon corners his enemy, and Enoch controls his stars to attack Zeon from the back in order to buy him some time to escape this situation so that he can counterattack. Enoch realizes that he has to put some distance between them, while Zeon has already restored his armor. Enoch finds it difficult to get away, so he uses the Starstream explosion and smirks as he thinks that this barrier will be hard to break, even for Zeon. But in the next moment, he gets shocked to see that Zeon easily overpowers the barrier. "Is that all you've got? If it isn't, give it your all," Zeon shouts as he humiliates Enoch. He overpowers Enoch and sends him flying away. Enoch hits the wall of a corner. Zeon appears in front of Enoch, telling him to take this fight seriously, otherwise he will die. Zeon slashes Enoch while Enoch slightly moves backwards. Zeon then uses the power of the overlapping lunar eclipse. Originally, this would have been no different from an act of suicide, but if Zeon uses time freeze, it's possible. A technique that improves his physical abilities and the Black Star's output. He thinks that this should be enough. After all, these two were the only things Zeon was lacking to begin with. Zeon swings his sword at Enoch, and Enoch moves backwards. Zeon speeds up and slashes his enemy again, while Enoch is barely dodging all the attacks. Enoch realizes that, if this keeps up, he will really die. Has Zeon been hiding his power from the beginning? He wonders. He thinks that if it's not that, then he must turn the situation upside down at all costs. He decides that he must pour out all his power at once and uses Galaxis halos to kill Zeon. Zeon, holding the Eclaxia, uses a single strike, the lunar snap, while countering Enoch's ultimate attack. After seeing this, Enoch's hands and legs tremble in fear, as if he is up against an entity who devours monsters. Am I going to die here? In the hands of that guy who was called the Imperial family's disgrace? He wonders while trembling. He says that he can't let this end at that. Upon getting furious, he says that he shall kill Zeon and he won't leave a single bone behind. Moreover, he says that he will completely erase Zeon from this world. He decides to use the dark energy transplant. It's still incomplete, so he wasn't planning on using it, but he thinks that it's better to use it than losing his life here. Outside the palace, on a cliff, Evelyn, with her army, witnesses the dark energy flowing from the Red Star Palace. Evelyn wonders whether this is what Zeon was planning to show her. Meanwhile, Lyoshina also stops the fight for a second, while sensing the dark energy, and Diral finally gets a chance to escape. Diral uses a stealth ability to escape, and Lyoshina loses sight of him. She says that it's a shame that she lost him. Lyoshina thinks that Diral was definitely strong enough to the point where she couldn't guarantee her victory. On the contract, it also means that if she had absorbed him, she would have made noticeable progress. Upon fighting Diral, she noticed that he definitely wasn't trying to infiltrate the Imperial Palace. He was running away from it, which means he was originally at the palace to begin with. She realizes that Diral and his companions must be the real deal, the true enemy that her master was talking about. It excites Lyoshina to even think that Diral was a high-ranking demon who is this powerful, even though he is not even the head of the demons. She gets happy. She says that no matter how much she thinks about it, it's a good thing that she decided to follow her master. She suddenly remembers that she was told to come to the Red Star Palace, so she decides to go there as quickly as possible. Inside the palace, Enoch is using demonic energy to attack Zeon. Zeon gets behind Enoch and swings his sword while saying that he has been waiting for Enoch to use demonic energy. Zeon uses slashes after slashes of Eclaxia to bring Enoch down, and Enoch is getting heavily damaged. The fight between the two siblings is currently reaching a climax, with Zeon having the upper hand. Zeon thinks that just the human experimentation, alone conducted in the Red Star Palace underground, would probably not have been enough justification to kill Enoch as he cuts Enoch's right arm. He then pierces Enoch's heart using Eclaxia. Enoch accepts that this is the end for him now, so he wanted to know who the person standing in front of him is, because it absolutely can't be Zeon. Moreover, Enoch says that if this person were the real Zeon Agnes that Enoch knew of, if he were a human, there would absolutely be no way for this entity to have such eyes. Zeon replies that he is not sure. He thinks that it's not simply a problem about whether he is Zeon Agnes or Emperor Aurelian Khan Agnes. Ever since he became the emperor in his original world, when he wasn't in the chronicles of the novel, he has had a fundamental question. Why does he possess a presence different from ordinary people? Why is he the only one who can control the Black Star? Once he gains complete mastery over the Black Star, he thinks that he may be able to find the answer. Enoch, while taking his last breath, declares Zeon the winner of this battle and admits defeat. Zeon remembers that the authority of one of the 5 questions can only be wielded once, but he subjugated the Phantom Legend to begin with, in order to use it during his fight with Enoch. At that moment, Diana Agnes enters the Red Star Palace with her escorts. "Did you really kill Enoch?" she asks. She gets astonished when she thinks that if Zeon did it. She thought he'd do it with the help to Agrasia, the strongest elemental army. Even if Enoch is weaker than the other royalty, he's still Enoch, someone who is called a monster. Zeon tells Diana to save the surprises for later, because firstly, they need to clean this up. At the Pointer Star Palace, Priscilla is looking outside the window and is quite surprised. She says that it's her first time seeing so many people rushing somewhere like that. She questions Zeon why isn't he letting any one of them in. Zeon simply replies that it's because he doesn't need them. Zeon thinks that among those on Enoch's side, Thierry from the Eternal Shadows has already won over the useful ones. Those making their way here are just ordinary people who won't be that helpful. So there's no reason for him to meet them. Priscilla stares at Zeon and notices that he definitely looks the same as before, but he feels like a different person, and his vibe is completely different. How does it taste? Surprising, isn't it? She asks while smiling. After she learned that Imperial Prince Zeon enjoys coffee, she learned how to brew coffee from one of the top 5 baristas in the Empire. Zeon replies that it is indeed surprising, because of how bad it tastes, teases her till the end. Liushina says that she thinks that it tastes all right, except for the overly strong acidity. Priscilla gets dumbfounded as she thinks that she is foolish for expecting anything as a compliment out of Zeon's mouth. Liushina tries to console Priscilla, who is crying, by saying that her master has quite a picky palate, so it's difficult to please him. Upon noticing Liushina, Priscilla wonders whether there is demon blood flowing through her body. She shouts at Liushina that she doesn't need her evaluation regarding this matter. Priscilla says that there's something that she needs to ask Liushina. What in the world is your relationship with His Highness since you keep calling him master? She questions. Liushina replies, while firmly touching Zeon's face by her hand, that her master is everything to her and he even owns her soul. What? Priscilla shouts in astonishment, while Zeon gives Liushina signs telling her to back down. Zeon feels that the aftermath from using lunar eclipse last time is still here. He is almost recovered by resting, but the fundamental problem is that the gradual accumulation of damage within his body isn't disappearing. If this were his original body, he would have had no permanent after effects after adequate rest, and if he keeps using lunar eclipse like this body may end up ruined. Before that happens, he must meet the strange doctor. He thinks that he needs to find this sword's missing piece too. After all, he can't keep using it in its destroyed state. The problem is, inside the Chronicles, Eclaxia isn't even mentioned. Additionally, he must further solidify Zeon's forces. He realizes that there's a mountain of work that he needs to be done. The major events stated in the Chronicles are still proceeding as they are supposed to, although sooner or later he will have to overhaul this grand narrative. By the way, is it about time for him to appear? Zeon wonders while Fredo enters. Fredo informs that there's someone who wishes to see His Highness. Who is it? Zeon questions. Fredo answers that it's Sir Alstein Ascalon, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Agnes Knight Order, one of the 5 best swordsmen in the Empire, and a member of the Ascalon family, Zeon's maternal family, which is hailed as the greatest swordsman family in the Agnes Empire. At Evelyn's palace, she is thinking that it's been 3 days. That's how long it has been since Enoch's death. From what she heard, it seemed like Zeon was losing, but after a certain point with exponentially increasing power, he overwhelmed Enoch. What's more amazing is that, in this situation, instead of opposing it, the forces on Prince Enoch's side, including the Oslima family, seem to be trying to distance themselves from it desperately. The black magic and human experiments found in the Red Star Palace's basement, as well as the fact that Enoch himself possessed demonic energy. Each and every single thing is considered one of the greatest taboos in the Empire. Even the slightest involvement could result in the entire family's eradication. She concludes that from the beginning, Zeon may have considered it and planned all of this. He purposefully advanced the succession ceremony, emptied the Red Star Palace, and took bold actions. Moreover, he's even absorbing Enoch's forces at a speed similar to Diana's. She realizes that she may even need to prepare to compete against Zeon now. At that moment, she is informed that she has a guest. Who is it? Evelyn asks. The knight replies that it's the fourth Prince Utica.